I am going to wait for a few folks to join. Let me just make sure everything looks proper on my end and make sure there are no bugs. No IT bugs anyways. All right, let's check it out. Let me check my phone. Okay, yes, yay. Finally, my thumbnails work. All right, good. I hope everyone's having a beautiful Saturday afternoon or evening, if it's evening your time, or night. I don't know the time zone. I need to have like a whole time zone like app or something to see what time it is around the world, because I know that a lot of you guys live in different cities and have different time zones. But welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't mind the low energy today, y'all. Oh Lord, this week this week took me out, y'all. They packed me up out of here for this week. I'm exhausted. You know, I can be very honest and transparent because it's my channel. I can say what I want. I have my monthly cycle. Yes, I'm on it right now. So when I tell you, hey sis, how are you? I'm gonna talk about Love Island games. I didn't put it on the thumbnail though, but I'm gonna talk about it. This week has been so hard. You know when you have your monthly and you're just tired for no reason? Like, I've just been so tired, y'all. Like, I've been sleeping. Like, the other day, I was supposed to go on Discord. I really wanted to have a Discord live stream, like a live chat, but I was just too tired. Like, it's like my energy is so low. And I don't know if it's because the weather changed, but this month has, like, this, my cycle was different this month. It was just way more, not that it was worse than usual, but it's just, I'm more tired. I'm exhausted. So I spent all of yesterday, literally most of yesterday, I was sleeping the whole time. Like, I just literally slept. And then, and then now I'm up. And then this morning, I was fine, had therapy. I'm going to talk a little bit about therapy too. And then I cut myself right before the live. Y'all, I was supposed to go live like almost an hour and a half ago. But then I cut my toe because I was rushing to go to the bathroom. And then I sliced my toe on my, this thing on camera stand. I was bleeding all over. So Dom had to go and he helped me. Like, he got the alcohol and stuff like that. So we had to get that under control. I don't know, man. It's just between my clumsiness, the monthly cycle, just your girl is gone this week. So if today my energy seems different, it's because of that. It's literally, I think my body's like, girl, like, just take it easy this month or this week for your monthly, you know what I mean? Like, take it easy, rest, which I did yesterday. And I don't understand why I'm so tired. It's really weird because I usually eat a lot of, like, I think I need to take more iron. That's probably what it is. So anyway, that was my spiel, y'all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. Hopefully, I have a feeling this live stream is going to make my energy go way up. So just need to drink my water. And then, and then just make sure that everything is okay health-wise. Hey, Sasha, how are you, sis? Love said, mine is so bad, it makes me incapable of moving. I'm dreading it already. It's close, SMH. Yo, Love, mine used to be so bad too. It's gotten better because I had a surgery. So what happened is, I used to have really bad, like, when I was younger, I used to vomit. I know this is TMI, guys. Like, if this is uncomfortable for you, just log out right now. Like, you know, you could come back in like 10 minutes. I'll stop talking about it. But yeah, it used to be really bad for me too. Like, I was like, literally, I couldn't even move. Like, I used to have to take so much medication. I remember, like, it was just debilitating. Every time I had it, I was out, like, literally cramping, bowled over, you know, vomiting, and then having, you know, the number 3 diarrhea, whatever. And then I had a surgery that changed my life. So what happened was there was a fibroid, because I have fibroids. My whole family has fibroids, like on my mom and my dad's side. So of course I inherited it. It's genetic for me. And I had one fibroid that was like implanted, and it was like a branch or something. They said that it was causing that whole situation to happen. So I had like I think it's called I forgot what it I don't know these medical terms. Laparoscopy, something. Laparoscopy or something. It's like they take a laser and then they laser it out. And ever since then, I haven't had debilitating pain anymore. So I would highly recommend you go get checked for that. Check your uterus. It's very important, y'all, especially with the type of food we eat, and then our environment. A lot of us are developing like endometriosis, fibroids, PCOS. Get that checked out, because sometimes it is that. There's adenomyosis too. So many of those types of issues related to women's health. So I would highly recommend that you go check it out, because I thought it was normal too. I was like, oh, my periods are always like this, and then the doctor was like, no, it's not normal. And it was actually a woman doctor, a female doctor. She was shout out to her, Dr. Mo. She's Asian Canadian, and she's the one who recommended that I get the surgery. So usually it's the women doctors, honestly. I hate to say it, but they're the ones who are more likely to recommend you, at least in my experience, right? So yeah, but I still get like tired. My cramps are not as bad, but sometimes I do have to take Tylenol, because it's like, it's just uncomfortable. I just don't like it. I'm tired of it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm really tired of it. But I understand that it's good for your body. You know, it's kind of like it's shedding your lining. So it's actually good to detox your uterus, which is great. So I embrace it, but I don't like it. I really hate it. I wish I didn't have to have it in my life, to be quite honest with you. But it's a price you gotta pay to be a woman, ain't it? So yeah. So Devonda Pittman, on that topic. Yes, Love Island Games I am watching. Let's talk about that real quick. And then I'm going to read a few more comments. You taking PMS medicine or drinking some tea? Yes, I am. I actually, today was good because it's like the last day, so I'm good. It's usually the first day that gets me. The first day, and sometimes the third day, because the third day, your cycle starts light and then heavy bleeding and then it stops. Usually those days are the ones where I'm just out of it. Like, I'm done. I'm like, I'm ready to go sleep somewhere. Like, it just takes so much energy out of me. And I think it's because of the blood loss. So I actually bleed a lot. I know, I'm TMI, y'all. TMI, I know. I bleed a lot. I do. But thank goodness the cramping's not as bad as before. Ooh, before it was like a double whammy. It was like I was getting, it literally felt like I was getting punched like all the time, right? But now it's just more of like, yeah, just taking care of my body. Are you going over one of her videos? Whose videos? Oh, yes, I am. So, shout out to, Serene. I believe, Serene. Shout out to Serene. She messaged me on Discord, and she asked if I could go over that video, and I was like, yeah, I really like her content. I have watched her. I'm subscribed to her on my burner, of course. My Room with Romy, I don't really subscribe to people, but on my burner account, my real account, like my other account, I have other accounts, I did subscribe to her, so I'm gonna go over her video. Yeah, I haven't watched it, so it's gonna be interesting, but it was a recommendation. And yeah, if you guys have any videos you guys want me to watch, recommend to me, no problem. I don't mind reviewing them, as long as they're not too out of the way, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you gonna scream red flag? Yeah, I might not have energy to be like, red flag. Well, I'm going to try my best, y'all. I'm going to try my best. I don't know. Maybe the energy will come to me. Maybe it'll come to me. Thanks, sis. Sasha, you said, please rest. It's fine. I had to take iron during my last cycle. Yes. I was supposed to get an iron infusion, and then they never called me. I might have to follow up with my doctor, because he did notice my iron was way too. He was like, you're way too low. So, but it's always like that with my cycle, and then it'll just replenish itself, right? Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. I was wondering if you were not going to go live today, but here you are. Yeah, I'm always going to go live, y'all. Unless, usually, if I don't go live, I will announce it. I will actually let you guys know in a post. I do know that sometime in October, I will not go live on a Saturday. I have to go on a Friday, because I'm going to meet up with some friends. I already have that scheduled. So there might be some Saturdays where I swap it for a Friday, but I'm going to go live. Don't worry. I'll let you guys know. But yeah, it was just, I stubbed my toe. That's why I was late, because I was clumsy. And I tried to run to the bathroom, and then I sliced my, when you slice like in between your toe. Ooh, this is like the worst pain ever, y'all. I was crying like a kid just an hour ago, but I'm good now. I was like a baby. Yeah. Doctors don't do their jobs properly these days. You have to beg for consultations. In Quebec, by the way, they are really bad nowadays. Yes, love, that is very true. 100%. And it's because we have a doctor shortage too, right? I know in Quebec it's really bad. If you're in the Montreal area, I know it's worse. My parents, they live near Joliette. So they're okay, but I think it's because they're older and they're in a more rural area, so they were able to find their doctors pretty well. Like they actually, like my dad had to go for a medical issue, and he was able to be seen quickly. And I think it's because he's in a smaller city. But if you're near the Montreal area, yeah, it's bad. And I know in other rural areas in Quebec, it's bad too. Even in BC, it's bad as well. It's just our healthcare system is collapsing, unfortunately. So it's really, I would say now, I think that especially in Canada, we have to be forward thinking because a lot of our systems are old. A lot of our systems are from like the 1970s, 1960s. And it's like no one has thought to innovate them and change them, which is really perplexing to me because I'm like, why hasn't this been changed? But I think it's just because it has become such a norm. And we're more of a social capitalist society. It's very hard to get things changed. There are too many regulations. So I totally feel your pain. And I know that they're supposed to bring in trained physicians from other places. I know they're trying to poach a lot of U.S. physicians right now. I also know that there's just a lot going on as far as like, and medical school is so like here it's too hard to get into medical school, like too difficult. When I say too difficult, not because of the knowledge. The knowledge is not the problem. It's just the barrier to entry. I don't understand why it has to be so difficult. And that's because we have too much regulation. I think we are overly regulated, whereas in the US, you guys are not regulated enough, in my opinion. So it's like, it's just a balance, right? It's really difficult. I would say the best countries that have really good healthcare are the ones we never think of. Like Cuba has a really good healthcare system. I heard Korea also has a very good healthcare system. There are a lot of other countries that have really, they've learned the balance of it. And I think that that's what's lacking, especially in North America, is we don't have a balance and we have an outdated system. And unfortunately, there's too much regulation and people, professions, some associations and professions, those kind of colleges, they want to restrict people and they want to keep it exclusive, but it's no longer the world for that. People have to stop thinking like with that small mindset. And stop thinking that, if we invite too many people, then it's going to impact our pay and we want to make it exclusive and just for these type of people. And I just think that is very elitist, to be quite honest with you. So it's either elitist or capitalist. Like it is just, and then people just think about money, greed. So it's like all in one. So that's why and that's one part of it. I mean, there's just other explanations too, right? Our healthcare workers are not being paid properly. They're overworked, underpaid, in my opinion, for all of the work that they do. They should get paid way more. But again, that's the system that we live in, right? So it's like, I really hope that within the next 10 to 20 years, we can start to rethink how we approach things. Because I think, and that's another segue into our topic, why you have to be adaptable. This is why. Because you can't have a system from like 1970 in 2025. It doesn't make sense. Like, why are we doing old things? Look at our train systems. Like, why are we using the same systems we done had in 1970? It's the different population, different people, different times. Like, why are people not innovating? Like, it's crazy to me. It's wild. And because I lived abroad too, so I definitely see the parallels, and it's mind boggling. You're in Montreal. Yep, I figured that. Yeah, shout out to Montreal. Yep. I knew it. Yeah, Montreal's hard. It's hard. Okay, we're gonna get into D4D. We're gonna get into that. Hey, Mary James, how are you, sis? How long? Okay, 14 minutes. I'm good. Okay, so let's talk about the D4D really briefly. Have I seen this David drama? Yeah, sorry, David, not D4D. I call him D4D. Yes, I have. I have. And he is... Okay, I had his song on my playlist, the Here With Me, the do. It was really popular during COVID, and I don't care what they may take, whatever. And I was like, I saw his name because I remember the first news segment. They were like, oh, they found a body in his Tesla. And then that was it. So I was just like, okay, like maybe, this person, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, like, maybe something happened, like why was the body in his Tesla? But I didn't think anything of it. So I just was like, you go on about your day. The news just covered that. That was last week. Then this week, I found out the girl. First of all, the body was the body of a teenager, y'all. A child, pretty much. She was like, what, 14? And then the more information I heard about it, the more I'm just like, this is really sickening. Like, where are we going in this world? Like, I don't understand. First of all, the first thing, and again, I'm just giving my opinion based on what I've seen. So there may be more information that I'm not privy of, but from what I was able to gather about this case is that David was a PDF file. He was in his 20s when he met her, or at least he was above the legal limit. Baby girl was like 13 years old. Then she ran away from home. They met each other on Discord. And in my mind, I'm like, where are her parents? And then I find out that, they knew that she was with this guy. So I'm like, okay, like, where were you guys? Like, what is going on these days? Like, we really need to have a conversation, because how is it possible that this grown man, and I'm going to say grown man because I think he was in his 20s. Okay, y'all can let me know. He was either 19 or 20. Whatever age he was growner than her. He was way more old. He was older than her. She's too young to be going around the city, going on tours and stuff. And I'm like, what was going on? Like, what is happening? And I'm not blaming her, because she was a youngin', right? She's a young woman. I'm thinking, like, where were her parents? Like, what is happening now? Like, this is my concern, and it's really disturbing to me, because I feel like there's definitely a lack of parental guidance, and people are just leaving their kids everywhere, in my opinion. And it's very extremely disturbing, I must say. Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to get the chat going here. That's why I'm doing that. But my take on this whole situation is that it's very unsettling to me. And it's terrifying, because I just feel so sorry for that young girl. She was way too young to be around this man. That's number one. Number two, she had no type of guidance. That's number two. Number three, he had funerals at his concert, and his music was like, it is, when I tell y'all, it's disturbing AF. Like, this is really disturbing. Like, it is extremely disturbing. The fact that he had funerals, like, who was watching his concerts? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, who was watching his concerts? Who was participating in his concerts? Why did they have this whole funeral situation going on? Nobody even said anything. He was talking to a minor this whole time. Nobody reported him to the police. And it just shows you how much power that he had. And money can really make people, okay, let me choose my words wisely. Money can make people escape situations. Let's just put it that way. The fact that this man was able to get away with all of this kind of behavior and nobody clocked it, and he's not arrested yet, by the way, y'all. He is still out. I don't know what's happening. Like, it's to me, this just shows me that when you have money, the rules are different. The rules are always different when you have money. And it's very sad, because people really, he reminds me of, he's giving me Diddy vibes, where it's like, because he has money, then, we automatically have to just, let him do whatever he wants to do. There are no repercussions. And it's very sad, especially for a young woman like that to use her, like, she's not even a young woman. What am I saying? A young girl. She's a girl. A young girl to lose her life. Very extremely sad. She didn't even get to live out her teen years. She didn't even get to do any of that stuff. And that's only because, again, lack of guidance. And it's very sad. And I really hope that he gets arrested soon. I mean, I know he has fans that are like kind of like supporting him, but in my opinion, like she was found in his Tesla. Body's not even intact. He had this relationship with her. That was already against the law. So he should be going in for that. Just that alone. And all the evidence is pointing to the fact that he did it. So it's just very sad, y'all. Yeah. So yes, I have watched the case. It's disturbing. Yeah. It's really bad. It's giving R. Kelly. Yeah, it is. It is. And it's very sad. And this is why, like, when people say, oh, money isn't anything, it is. Money isn't everything. I understand that. And yes, you should have a better moral compass. But unfortunately, a lot of people in the world don't think that way. And they think that money is like, basically is going to absolve them of everything. And a lot of people, because they're able to get away with more because they have money. I can almost guarantee that if he was a regular man, well, actually, he would probably still get away with it anyway. But him being on Discord, being able to have her on Discord, they had FaceTimes, they were on live streams together, and nobody thought to call the police. This is very extremely disturbing. And I'm not faulting the people or the fans because they're obviously not part of the inner circle, but I'm talking about parents. Where were his parents? How the hell was he able to gallivant with this young girl without people detecting that? And then where were her parents? That's what I'm saying. It's like the village around you, people around you, they're more willing to sweep things under the rug, again, because of the monetary gain. We don't know if he was putting money in people's pockets to make them not talk. You get what I mean? So it's like, it's very sad. It's really sad. And she was a young, beautiful girl, had her whole life ahead of her. And it's gone now. She's never going to be able to come back. Bribing her friends to keep quiet. You see? I didn't even know that. Of course he did. Because there's no way. Like, there's no way that no one would have been able to report this. He used his influence and power for evil. And it's very sad. Extremely sad. I just feel bad for her because she didn't even get to live her life, y'all. 14? It's a baby. But again, guidance. Like, who told her that this life was going to be the greatest life? Like, how was she able to get into those circles? And then also running away from home. It is just very sad. Very, very sad. My heart goes out to her. Seriously. And I can't even say, well, still condolences to her parents. But unfortunately, like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be the person and give the parents grace. No grace on my end. Nah. Ain't no way. I'm sorry. Just ain't no way. It's very sad though. Yeah. I think they said she hasn't been unalive for that long. Sorry, I can't say that word, but yeah, unalive for that long. She was missing for a year. That should be enough to arrest him. Exactly. Why haven't they? I don't know what other evidence they need. I feel like the body in the car was enough evidence to me, in my opinion, is enough probable evidence to arrest him. But I guess they're trying to really like have a real proper case, because the thing with the arrest and everything, like, you have to have enough evidence to arrest someone, or else it's going to affect how the case goes, right? If they found that they were like, you know, you did an illegal search, or if you didn't follow protocol, it is going to affect the case in the future. So I think they're just lining their ducks in a row, basically, and getting all of the searches out of the way. But it's just really, really, really disheartening. And he had a song with her name in it talking about, you know, just, this reminds me of YNW Melly. You guys know that rapper? Hold on, let me show y'all his picture. He's very scary, by the way. It might be a jump scare for some of y'all, but I'm going to show y'all who he is. Hold on. This reminds me of YNW Melly. I don't know if you guys remember the Florida rapper. He sang Murder on My Mind. And then he unalived 2 of his friends. And he's currently in jail right now. I don't even know. Did he even get sentenced? Let me check. Hold up. Let me put this Windows capture. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, this one. Let me put this Windows capture up so you guys can see. YNW Melly. This guy. Hold on. Why my thing look like that? Okay, here we go. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, this guy right here. He did the exact same thing. Similar. Very similar. He had a whole song about it. He had a whole it was just really crazy. And then they were found in the car. The two of his childhood friends were in the car, and then they found evidence that he was the one who did it. Yeah. It's very sad. This happens quite often. Yeah. You hope he doesn't sneak out of the country. I hope not either. They probably got his passport. I'm pretty sure that they have they probably told Interpol to maybe they have like alerts for like Interpol if he tries to escape. It's just very sad. I think right now he's trying to be cooperative, to act like, I have no idea how she got in my car, but all signs and evidence are pointing to him. And it's crazy that it's the internet that's finding this evidence. Isn't that interesting? The internet. I think a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people have missed their callings. They need to be detectives. Need to be doing all that. Wasn't there a song titled Romantic Homicide or something like that? Yup. So same thing. YNW Melly did exactly the same thing. He had a song called Murder on My Mind. Same exact thing. It's crazy, right? So this is a cycle, y'all. It's a pattern. We do pattern recognitions here. There's a lot of patterns going on in Hollywood. It's very disturbing. The tattoos off his face. Yeah, YNW Melly. Ooh, Lord. I hate that you can't use lyrics in court anymore. Really? Is that true? I heard that they could. Didn't they, I think it's only, didn't they, have a whole, like, court case about that? Or there was, like, there are some cases where lyrics are admissible, I believe. But I'd have to check that out. Yeah, because the thing with, okay, so I can understand that, because when you're thinking about music, it can be a form of expression or art. But then at the same time, music can also hide evidence of crime, right? So like Bobby Shmurda, for example. We get into hip hop now. Listen, I like to listen to hip hop. So I know a lot of hip hop stories, right? So Bobby Shmurda, they used his lyrics in Hot N-Word. Y'all know that song, the Hot N-Word song. And he talked about the crimes that he did with his crew. And then that's how they got him on a RICO, because of that song. That's why he spent 7 years in prison. I think it was 7 or 8 years in prison because of that song. They indicted him. And then the same thing happened to all those guys in New York. They had a whole raid because of the lyrics. And through the lyrics, they were able to piece together crimes that happened, because, people like to brag about their crimes in their songs. Same thing with the Jacksonville guys, Queso. And the whole Julio Fulio and Young and Ace is the same situation. Julio Fulio and Young and Ace, they're ATK and I forgot, ATK and other gangs. Anyways, there was a lot of gangs going on, gang situations. And Queso wrote about unaliving somebody from the other crew. And he's in jail right now facing trial, and they're using the lyrics of the song as admissible evidence. So it really depends. I don't know. I know they were trying to dismiss it. I know Jay-Z was trying to call for it to be dismissed, and Meek Mill and a whole bunch of other artists. But there are a lot of people living that life. Like, they will literally, especially the ones in the inner city, they're living that life every day. So what they talk about is really what's going on. There's a lot of evidence being implications, I should say, of crime in music. A lot of them. Yeah. People don't know how to shut their mouth and move in silence. They need to join the FBI, right? I'm telling you, people miss their calling. He met her when she was 11. She ran away when she was 13, and he unalived her when she was 14. This is very disturbing, y'all. It's very sad. It's tragic. 11 years old. What were you doing on Discord? 11, guys. 11. Let that sink in. 11. What were you doing on Discord? It's also the same thing with parents who give their kids access to TikTok at 11. I'm like, you're 11 years old. They're like, oh, well, parental monitoring, it doesn't matter. The kid should not have access to that. Why is a child on Discord? How did she meet? She met him on Discord. So you see, that means that there was no parental filters. I don't know how she got around it. But the fact that she was 11 years old, that should scare and alarm people. What was she learning at 11 years old for her to be joining these grown Discords? What was the Discord about? What was she doing? And also, why were her parents not monitoring her? She is a minor. She's a child. See, you can't expect a child to know these things, but the adults should. The adults should. The child is just going to think, oh, it's fun. I'm having fun with friends. Just like that whole, there's a whole situation going on with Roblox. Because a lot of children their parents are letting them play these Roblox games. And there's a lot of PDF files all up in there, all up in the chats. All up in the chats. That's where they are. That's where they are, y'all. And it's very sad because now you just have parents want to be friends with their kids. That's number one. Or they're just not paying attention. They're just working a lot. They're not able to focus on their children because they're trying to survive in this economy. And I understand that. But at the same time, it's like, this is a responsibility that you chose. You chose to be a parent. It is a responsibility you have to take. You can't just be a part-time parent. You always have to monitor your kids, no matter what. And it sucks because now you have a new generation of children and they're living this fast life. They're living a fast life, y'all. It's very extremely sad. She was playing Fortnite. You see, games. That's how it starts. It starts with the games. That's how it always starts, with the games. And then you have these grown-ass men in these Discords preying on them children. And then they act like they're the same age as them or they want to meet up with them. This happens quite often. It's very sad. I met people on these virtual games when I was younger too. Remember IMVU? Oh, I don't know. I never played virtual games before. Because I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm 39. So when I was 11 years old, we didn't have the internet like that. We didn't. We had beepers. I remember that. My cousin had a beeper and I thought she was so cool. We didn't have the internet games like that. Our games were on the computer or we played outside with friends. That was our game. We didn't have no computer games like that. So by the time computer games came out, like as far as like you playing with other people, I remember League of Legends was really huge, but I was in like probably college at the time. So I was already older. I wasn't a kid. Yeah. And they let her have tattoos. That's what I'm saying. She had a tattoo, matching tattoos. That's what I'm saying. Like, where are her parents? That's an issue, y'all. That's a problem. Where are the parents? And for those of you out there who are parents or you want to be parents, if you are wanting to be a parent in the future, all I will say is please make sure that you watch over your kids. Don't just think having a kid is just for aesthetic. And if they are old enough, like, you know, people think that once a kid gets of age, as far as like they're 10, 11, then, oh, I no longer have to be responsible to watch them. They can watch themselves. No, you need to be there at all times until they are able to get up out your house. You need to monitor them, because kids will be kids. I remember when I was a kid, I was touching things I shouldn't have been touching, watching things I shouldn't have been watching. But thankfully, my parents were on me like a hawk. So I will say they were a little excessive at times, but I will say that I'm grateful that they actually did care and they did monitor us. They monitored everything we watched. Best believe they had codes on everything, parental advisory on the cable TV, everything. So, you know, it's just very sad. She was too young for that, y'all. She was too young for that life. You're Gen Z, yeah. I figured that much. I knew you had to be Gen Z because millennials, nah. we ain't had no games like that. Not when I was growing up. When I was 11 years old, the games we played was tag, you're it, in the neighborhood. You know, we played outside. We didn't have computer games. And if we had computer games, it was like Tetris and I remember we had Game Boy. It was individual. It wasn't, you couldn't really play with your friends like that online. And then we would play with each other. So it would be like one person with a Game Boy and then people around that person playing. Like that's our type of game. But we didn't have these type of computer games where you can interact with people virtually around the world. It didn't happen. We had to write letters to people in order to connect with them, like pen pals. I'm very old, y'all. Yeah. Sarah said, at that age, it is crucial to monitor your children. You cannot trust your children to know how to handle manipulative people or situations. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I'm not faulting her. Because some people will be like, oh, she's fast. No, that's not her fault. I'm not blaming her at all one bit, because she's a child. She is still developing. She has not gotten to the point yet where she understands these things. But the adult does. Red flag. Where were her parents? Where were her parents? They're the ones who should be telling her this. They're the ones who should be guiding her. The people, the adults, failed her. Failed her. She ran away from home to go be with this man. And her parents knew this man. They said her boyfriend's name was David. Why was she allowed to have a boyfriend at 11 years old? This is insanity. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, you didn't think to check that? That's crazy. And why wasn't there a police report out there? If I know that my daughter's talking to a grown man, best believe there's a police report that's going to be out there. You shouldn't be talking to my daughter, sir. But where was that? There's no legal paper trail. So that's what I'm saying. Like, where were her parents? And I think she is of Latin descent. I think she's Latina. I don't know. Her last name was Hernandez, I believe, or something like that. What were her parents doing? Are they new to the country? Like, I need to know these things. We need to know the background, because it's possible. I don't know if they're, what their situation is, but still it doesn't excuse them. Like, why are you leaving your kid just letting your kid go like that? That's dangerous. Very dangerous. And it's sad. And then they didn't even know it was her until the news reports. They found the body in the Tesla. So she was with this man up until they said that they think that he unalived her within a month, because that's when the weird situation of the funeral at the concert started. So for the whole year, where was she? They didn't know where she was. Like, this is insanity to me, y'all. It's craziness. Some people tried to report, but they were in another state, and the popo said they couldn't do anything. You see, they were in another state. So the people who reported were in another state. What about the people in her state? That's what I'm saying. It's weird. Were her parents in the same state as this guy? Where is he in Wait, he's in California, right? I don't know which state. Hold on. Let me find out. Let's see. What is that his name? D4D? I probably spelled it wrong. Oh, D4DVD. My bad. What city was he in? Hold on. Let me see where. Yeah, I think it was LA. Of course there's a waiver. Hold on, y'all. Let me go fix this. It's not letting me, okay, here, continue. All right, let's do this. Where was, and this is blocking me. Hold on. Let me fix this up a little bit. There we go. I think I have to fix my camera a little bit. I'm gonna fix this one. But yeah, like, here. This is a shame. Oh, now they have a paywall. Goodness. Okay. Global news. Okay, this is Canadian. This will let me go. There's no paywall on this one. Very young. Very young girl. Extremely young. Look at that. And they have a, hold up, they got a GoFundMe? They got a GoFundMe. Let me see what the GoFundMe says. Okay, so her family has a GoFundMe. Let me check. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I know that there's sensitivity towards these type of cases, and I'm going to try to be as polite and respectful as I can. But I'm sorry, like, no. I'm sorry. Maybe my expectations are too high for parents. It's possible, but they got a GoFundMe. Interesting. police reports were done from out of state, but not in the state that they were in. Where are they both from? It was registered in Hempstead, Texas. That's the Tesla. But where was it found? Where was it found? Yeah, Los Angeles County. So it was found in California. Where is she from? Is she from Texas too? Let's go to the GoFundMe, man. Let's see what's going on with that. Yeah, and I'm glad they raised money for baby girl. She didn't deserve this. Very sad. So she gonna have a service in 14 days. Whew. She didn't even get to live her life, y'all. Imagine how many things she could have done. She could have turned her life around. She could have done so many great things in this world. And this was how she ended. So, yeah, she was a beloved sister, cousin, or the beloved daughter, sister, cousin, and friend. Yeah, they are Spanish. Okay, I knew it. Because her last name is Hernandez. I had a feeling. Okay, let me not go to the name. Sorry, I don't want to do that. That's people's private information. I'm wondering if her parents, were they immigrants? I need to know this information. Actually, let me check, because this would make a lot of sense, actually, if they were. If they were. Were her parents immigrants? Let me check the chat. I'm going to see if y'all know. Were her parents immigrants? I'm sorry, they wouldn't need a GoFundMe if they were doing their job as parents. But then again, I don't know their financial situation. I have a feeling they're immigrants. I just have a strong feeling. I'm getting that. My spidey senses are tingling here. It's giving immigrants. It's giving immigrants to me. He was born in Queens, raised in Texas. She's from Lake Elsinore, California. She is, but her parents, where are they from? Yeah, I figured he was from Texas because his car is registered in Texas. She's from Lake Elsinore, California. I need to know her background. Her parents. I don't think her parents were born in America. I don't know. I'm getting that sense. I don't know why I have that sense. Apparently her friends knew about him. I find it strange that none of them flagged him to an adult, especially after she was reported as missing. Yeah. But then remember, her friends probably, because remember, like, if she has friends her age, I remember, okay, let me tell y'all, I remember when I was younger, I remember I didn't have those kind of friends because my parents had me on lockdown. My parents had me on lock. So I couldn't have those kind of friends. I promise you, my parents were quick with it. But I did know of friends who had friends who would keep secrets like that. And they would think it's cool to be with an older guy. I remember I had this one friend in middle school, y'all. Middle school. This one girl. She was in my class. We were in grade 8 or 8th grade. This was in Florida. Bear Middle School. Shout out to Sunrise, Florida. So we were in the 8th grade and she had a boyfriend who was in high school. She used to go to high school parties with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was a sophomore or junior. And no one said anything. All the girls in 8th grade, they used to go to high school parties. I remember on the weekends, they'd be like, are you going to this party? I couldn't go because I wasn't allowed to. I had to go to church. I was a church girl. That's why when I went to college, I started wilding out. But that's another story for another day. Point is that there were a lot of girls in my 8th grade class that used to go to high school parties. They did. They were with boys who were like 16, 17. And when I was young, when I was in high school in 9th grade, I remember there were older guys, seniors and college students that used to come around lunchtime because lunchtime we were able, because a lot of people had cars, right? So in my high school, we were able to go off campus for lunch. So a lot of the like juniors and seniors had cars because, you know, in the US, you're able to drive at like, you get your learners at 15, you can drive at 16, you can get a full license. So what they would used to do, what we used to do is we used to, like, one of our friends used to talk to older guys and then we would get rides to go get food. It was nothing for us. This was happening all the time. Like a lot of the seniors would try to talk to freshmen. They used to be like, hey, fresh meat, da 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 da. So I'm not surprised that her friends kept quiet because this is exciting for them, right? They're not gonna, I wouldn't have snitched on my friend, to be honest with you, because I wouldn't have thought of anything wrong with that. I would have just been like, oh, that's her boyfriend. And I know he's older than her, so we can't say anything, but I wouldn't think of it as like, oh, he's a PDF file or he's doing something wrong. You understand what I mean? So that's why I'm not going to fault her friends. I'm faulting the adults. The adults should have known better. The teenagers, they're not going to know no better. They just going with their friends. That's it. Yeah. He was caught on camera paying her friends to stay quiet. Yeah, because then they're not going to say anything. They won't say anything. Yeah, it is normalized. Exactly, Romy. I saw girls dating older guys in the Caribbean when we were in 7th grade. Yeah, it was normal. Like, they didn't even have to pay us. I'm telling y'all, I had even some of my best friends, they were dating guys who were who were out of high school. I had friends 12th grade year dating college guys. Like, and even 9th grade year, I remember, especially 9th and 10th grade, there were a lot of upperclassmen that were preying on young girls. They'd be like, oh, as long as she's close to 18, it's fine. Or they'd be like, oh, it's not that far in age because I'm a senior, so I could date you. You know what I mean? And then they would hang around campus, especially the grown men, to try to talk to the girls. Talk to the young girls, yeah. I was one of those girls, but I always thought those boys were losers to high school girls, and the high school girls thought the middle school girls were dumb. Yeah. I know. It was, I was lucky because, like, my parents, they ain't play. My parents did not play, y'all. They did not play. They did not play. But I guess, I remember when I was younger, I used to be upset about it, but now I'm grateful. They were like, when you get older, you're going to realize how much we love you and we care about you. I wasn't allowed to do sleepovers, and now I'm happy that I never did. I wasn't allowed to go to friends' parties unless, like, my sister was there or somebody, like, if it was somebody we knew. And even then, I couldn't stay past a certain time. Like, my mom would go and pick me up. Like, I never had to worry about taking buses late at night, nothing like that. Like, my parents were always active. They were like, oh, call us now. Like, and they would come get me. So, yeah. There's a rumor going around that her sister was pimping her out. People who know their family said this before her body was identified in the car. You know what? That's now, I wouldn't be surprised if this rumor was true. A lot of siblings do that, y'all. This is extremely common. Siblings do that. Siblings do that, y'all. And it's not something that I've never heard of before. So I would not be surprised if it was true. Look at what happened. Somebody brought up R. Kelly in the chat. Those young girls that R. Kelly was with, remember when he had his whole scandal? Their parents were pimping them out. All the girls at Diddy parties, who do you think pimps them out? It's either the parent or the sibling. It's always like that. Or cousin. It starts like that. That's how it starts. It's very extremely, it's tragic, y'all. It's tragic. It's very tragic. Yeah. A lot of people are blaming on the internet are blaming the children in this situation. And they shouldn't. Why blame a child for something that this is the thing. She was 14 years old. And I hate the fact that they keep calling her a woman. She is 14 years old, or was 14 years old, but is, because I believe your spirit lives on. 14-year-old girl. 14. How is she supposed to know better? Your frontal lobe doesn't even develop until you're like 24, 25. So how is she supposed to know better? The people around her were the ones who were supposed to teach her better, but they didn't. Red flag. This is why we have to break those generational patterns. Because, again, I have a feeling, this is my suspicion, based on the post and the fact that it was in English and Spanish, that already lets me know that they got some family members who don't speak English, who do not speak English. And that gives me the vibe that her parents were immigrant parents. I don't know why I have a strong feeling, but I have a strong feeling they were. This gives me immigrant parent 101. The problem is that they're working. I'm assuming they were working, they weren't paying attention. And then the siblings are responsible for taking care of the other siblings. That is all backwards, y'all. And I didn't realize that until I got older, because I remember, like, when I was young, I was responsible for taking care of I think I mentioned it in a past stream, of my younger brothers. And my older sister was responsible for taking care of all of us because she's the eldest. But imagine if my sister had that kind of mindset. My parents are gone from the house. They're working. Imagine if she tried to pimp me out to somebody. It would have been easy for her, to be quite honest with you, because my parents weren't there all the time. They trusted my sister to take care of us. But you cannot trust a young adult to take care of other young children. It doesn't make sense. This is why I am very adamant about, and I'm glad I did the Jeannie Mai case study where they were all talking about having kids, and there were so many different perspectives. Please do not have children if you cannot be there for them. And that's just not just financial, but emotionally as well. You need to be eyes and ears for them at all times. I'm not saying people can't work, but they shouldn't be idle like that. They shouldn't be roaming around the streets like that. This doesn't make sense. There was nobody present in the home. I can already tell. And they probably trusted older sis to take care of younger sis, if this is the case. But she's also failing. How is she going to help take care of the younger one if she's been corrupted and influenced? How is she going to do that? She's not an adult either, I'm assuming. I don't know how old the sister is, but it doesn't sound like she's an adult, or she's not a logical thinking adult anyways if she's pimping out her sister. This is crazy. 41% of human trafficking is caused by family members. I agree. I believe that. I believe it. Because there has to be some type of consent going on. There's no way. Like, I'm not saying all, because there are obviously some outliers where there's kidnappings and such. But majority of the time, it doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. Somebody's getting paid, y'all. Some people getting paid off. Someone's getting paid off. And again, like I said, we have to know more details. I'm waiting for this court case to come out, because he will get arrested. Best believe he will. There will be an arrest very soon. And it will go to court. And I need to hear details of this young girl's life. Because right now we could just go off of what's on the internet. We're going to be able to hear everything and see everything. Yeah. Lake Eleanor is a heavy Hispanic populated area. That's why part of it was in Spanish. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yep. I'm not surprised. And so that's why I have a feeling her parents were immigrants. I have a feeling. I have a strong feeling about that. If they were immigrants, then that also would make sense why they didn't report or do anything about the situation with their daughter. Didn't want to get deported or whatever. Still don't make it right. Yes, be real with K. I agree. Trump ain't playing with immigrants. You're right. I agree. I think so too. This is why whenever you see cases of people...
Just take a close.
Hold on, Dom.
No,
you want to say hi? No? Okay. Dom said, sorry, our room is back here. You said hi? Okay, Dom said hi. Sorry, y'all. I just heard the door. I was like, what's going on? Yeah, let's get back to the topic. My bad, y'all. So, being that they didn't report her, I know they put a missing poster out, but who reported her missing? That's number one. Maybe y'all could give me evidence. I'm going to go check online anyways. And number two, this would explain why the sister was able to do what she was doing. And why the parents seemed like they were not there. I believe that the parents were working. That's my belief. And that gives me immigrant parents all over. It's just giving that. It's giving that to me. It's giving it. So I really wish the best for her. Yeah, scared of ICE. I believe so. So we're going to see more evidence is going to come out more. You know what? Let me go check. Maybe somebody did write something. Let me put parents. Does anyone have any idea? This is iHeart. Okay, US Weekly or Us Weekly. Okay, they spoke out. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing it. My bad, y'all. Hold on, let me show my Windows capture. Here we go. They spoke out. So let's see. Let's see what was happening here. Why I got all these pop-ups? My goodness. Okay. So it says the family of Celeste Rivas, the 15-year-old girl whose body was found in a Tesla owned by singer David, has broken their silence as they prepare to lay their daughter to rest. All right. So this was what date? On September 19th. So just yesterday. Okay. So now this is what the family said. As many of you know, Celeste Hernandez was identified as the body found last week. The family wrote in a statement shared to a GoFundMe page titled "Help Lay Celeste Hernandez to Rest." Okay, this is what we read in the GoFundMe, so we don't need to go over it. Okay, that's all they said. That's it. And how she was found was someone called because they smelled a foul odor coming from a vehicle at a tow yard. Yeah, she was last seen in Lake Elsinore, California. So it's near Los Angeles. She was last... Okay, so she's been missing since April 5th of 2024. So more than a year ago. They need to determine the cause of death. It appeared to have been in the car a long time and it was severely decomposed. Riva's mother told TMZ in a story published Wednesday that her daughter had a boyfriend. Red flag! Your daughter was too young to have a boyfriend. So you knew about the boyfriend? Named David, and she had a tattoo on her finger. How was she able to get this tattoo? What is the age for tattoo? Like, don't you have to get parental consent? Y'all, something ain't right with this story, because I remember even getting your ears pierced. When I got my ears pierced, I had to get my mom's authorization. My mom had to be there. They wouldn't let me get my ears pierced, yo, when I was young. My mom had to be there for both times because I got my ears pierced twice. The first time my hole closed, and then I went again and got it done again, and my mom had to be there. I was a minor, so they wouldn't let me. They would not touch me. They were like, your mom needs to be here, or one of your parents, or guardian. That's what they said. So I had to get that all figured out when I got my ears pierced. It doesn't make sense. Police confirmed to NBC News that they searched a home near where the body was found in connection with the case. Though D4D does not own the property, he had allegedly been staying there before his tour. Was that an Airbnb? That's what I'm thinking. He has canceled the final 2 stops. Why was he still on tour? He needs to get arrested. Wow, he's fully cooperating. He's not named as a suspect or charged with a crime. That doesn't make sense, y'all. I'm sorry. He should have been arrested, y'all. All right, what did TMZ say? Let me go to TMZ. Because the mother told TMZ something, and I need to see that. What she told them. Okay, so they have matching tattoos. The Rihanna... my goodness. Okay. This was her missing poster. Lake Elsinore. I'm probably... Elsinore? I don't know. I'm going to call it Elsinore. Elsinore, sorry. Lake Elsinore. 13 years old. 13 years old. She was born in 2010? So young, y'all. My goodness. Left the house at 9 p.m. on 4/5. 9 p.m., y'all. How was she able to leave the house at 9 p.m.? Now, I could have understood if she went to school. And because some girls used to do that. They used to go to school, change clothes, and then skip. I get that. That would be different. But 9 p.m., you were able to walk outside your door and nobody touched you? Nobody said anything? Red flag. That doesn't make sense. 9 years old, y'all. 9 years old. Sorry. 9 p.m., y'all. What is going on here? 9 p.m. TMZ spoke with Celeste's mom last week, and she told us about her daughter's tattoo, adding it was in red ink. The mom said Celeste had been missing for more than a year, but she was suspicious of the Tesla discovery because she said Celeste's boyfriend's name was David. Nah. So I'm wondering, is it normal in Hispanic communities to have a boyfriend at that age? Because I remember I saw a story. Hold on, let me show y'all what was going on. I'm going to show y'all the story. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube. It was 15-year-old. It was a pregnant 15-year-old. Parents charged. It was a young girl. Let me see if I... Oh, man, I probably can't find it. It was a while ago. But it was a 15-year-old. She was pregnant. I think she wasn't even 15. I think she was younger than that. Pregnant teen. Parents charged with, it was her boyfriend was charged. I'm gonna see if I could find it. Dang. So what ended up happening, I remember the story. I don't know if I could find it. It was a while ago. But the girl was pregnant. She had a baby shower. Boyfriend was an adult. They went to the hospital, and then the nurse was like, what the hell is going on here? She's too young to have a baby. And then the parents were like, oh, that's her boyfriend. That's her man. And so they arrested him at the hospital. It was in Texas. I just don't remember the name. But yeah, that happened. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to try to see if I can find it. But this happens, and they said it was normal in their culture. So I'm wondering, is this normal in Hispanic culture to have a boyfriend at 14, 15? Like, is this normal in some countries? It's really weird. The family said they received an anonymous call from someone who told them stop looking for her. She's safe. And they stopped? That's what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, her parents definitely did. Hold on, let me try to find that case. Dang, I wish I could find it. It was a pregnant, I forgot her age, but her parents were charged. It was a pregnant teen. Older boyfriend, Texas. Let me see if I can find it. It was in Texas. That I remember. Yeah, here we go. I found it. Yeah, I found it. Dang, that was quick. All right, look. Oh, was she? No, she wasn't missing. It wasn't her. Dang, it was, oh yeah, it was. I think it was. It maybe was that. It was probably that one. I think it was this one. No, it wasn't this one. Hold on. Was it? Yeah, I think. Oh, never mind. That was. Wait, was it this one? It was one of them. Hold on. Let me watch this one, y'all, really quickly. I think it was her. She didn't go to the hospital then. I think she was unalived, and then the police was trying to figure out, like, why they were together. I don't remember. It was one of them. Hold on. I think she was really young. Let me see if it was. Yeah, man facing charges. It might have been this one. No, that was too old. It was. I know. I remember. She looks very familiar. Let me find out if this one.
Out of San Antonio, police say there are many questions after they believe they found the body of a missing pregnant woman and her boyfriend. A clear alert was issued for 18-year-old Savannah.
No, it wasn't her. It was a younger girl. She wasn't unalived. She was like 13 or something. Let me put her age. Pregnant, 13. I think she was 13 or 14. She wasn't unalived. He was arrested. I remember that. 14. All right, I'm just going to try to find it one more time. If I can't find it, I'll have to find it another time. Year-old girl, Houston. It was a 14-year-old girl. I remember. It was Texas. Let me not put Houston. Maybe Texas. And then I'll put parents. Sorry, I just put a whole bunch of things there because maybe I can find it that way. Parents. Oh, parents knew she had a boyfriend. You know what? Let's check Google search. I'm going to find out. Parents knew about boyfriend. That's not her. She wasn't unalived. Maybe she wasn't in Texas. Anyway, that's okay. I'll find it another time. But I just remember the girl was young. And then parents were from another country. They were from a Latin American country. And then the hospital called the police. And then the boyfriend was arrested. And then the parents were just so confused because they didn't understand that this was illegal. That's what I remember. Even on TikTok, there's so many Hispanic Latino couples. The woman was so much younger than their boyfriend. Yeah, it's common. It's cultural. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why her parents probably didn't say anything. Because they're like, oh, this is normal. They get married very young, y'all. They get married very young. So that's probably, I'm assuming that this is why culture matters. That's why when you look at these type of cases, we have to really consider where do these people come from? What is their culture? Because to them, mama's saying she has a boyfriend, like this is normal. Like, oh yeah, she's just with her man and they had a matching tattoo. And I'm like, what? At 13? A boyfriend? And I know some people will be like, well, you know, my kid had a boyfriend at... No, it's not the same. This girl was going out with her man. Like, it wasn't like a... You know, I can understand if you're 13 and you met a boy at school and then you go on these little dates with your parents, drop you off at the mall. That's different. This is a whole, like, leaving the house at 9 o'clock. That's a different type of boyfriend. That's not no school boyfriend. This is a grown man boyfriend. It's disturbing. So No My Hustle said, yes, it is normalized in Latino culture in America. Other countries do it too, but once in America, as long as they know about it, the family shut it down to avoid being arrested. Yeah, I kind of figured that. It makes sense. It lines up. It lines up because I remember I saw, y'all, I'm looking on my phone now because I'm trying to find that story. I'm going to find that story, y'all. Hell or high water. I remember that girl. When I saw that story, and I was so shocked because I was like, her parents knew? Her parents knew? Like, that's what shocked me about it. And then the hospital was shocked. Like, that's why they called the cops. Older boyfriend arrested at hospital. I'm gonna find it. But anyway, let me read a few more comments and then we're gonna go to our next story. I didn't mean to talk about this one. This one took me for a loop right here. I just hope that this is an eye-opener. I hope so too. Devonda, you said a lot of male-centered women in my family would tell my cousins to date older men instead of guys their age. Yeah! And you know what? I remember that because they would be like, oh, older guys were more mature. There was this whole misconception that older men would take care of you better and treat you better, especially like the whole idea was that girls mature faster than boys, so the boys your age were probably a little bit more less developed, like they were stunted developmentally anyways. And so what they would do is they would say, oh, it's okay to date a guy who's older than you as long as he's this, right? But at the same time, like, that's terrible advice because older men, that doesn't mean anything. And usually if they're dating you and they're older, there's something wrong there. Why wouldn't they date somebody their own age group? You're not even developed. Like, how old was he? 18, 19? Why was he with a 13-year-old? What could a 13-year-old teach him, or what could they talk about? Ain't no conversations. Talking about Pokemon? Like, what they gonna talk about? And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being honest. Like, she wasn't there mentally yet. So that's how you know it's all physical. It's all physical, y'all, and control. It's all about control. I remember hearing that Kobe Bryant dated Vanessa and she was underage at the time and they pressured him to marry her. Yup. His parents didn't want it though. His parents did not want him to be with her. It was her parents. They were forcing her because he had money. He was a rising basketball star. So that's why. Yeah, her family and she comes from a Hispanic background too. Her mother. So yeah, he was 20. Red flag. What does a 20-year-old have in common with a 13-year-old? Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. What are they gonna talk about? Hello Kitty? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's all sexual. Power, control. That's it. There's no love there. None. Property. Vanessa hated her mom for that too and still does today. Yeah, and you know what's so crazy is that Vanessa and her mom, they are estranged now. See what happens? The whole time that Kobe was alive, his parents, he had an estranged relationship with his parents. Then after, I believe his father passed, after he passed, his mom is still there. But it's just very sad and disheartening because her mom caused a lot of problems amongst the family. It was her mama. I don't fault Vanessa. I fault her mother more. Her mother had a lot of influence over her decisions and what she was doing. And then as soon as he passed, I think she really saw her mother's true colors. And then she split from her mom. They are no longer together. She's estranged from her mother. Very sad, y'all. Yeah, they're not. Hold on, let me see if I can find the article. Her mama went on Telemundo. I'm not even lying, y'all. Her mama did go on Telemundo and was crying. Her mama went on Telemundo, was crying because Vanessa cut her off. Oh, Alandria and Nick, this is so cute. Okay. I'm gonna show y'all Alandria's new pictures, by the way. What was her name? Vanessa Bryant. Mother. Here. Her mom had a whole interview with Univision, my bad. I said Telemundo. Univision. So let's watch E.T.
In that September 2020 interview, Vanessa Bryant's mom, Sophia Lane, claimed she had been kicked out of her home by her daughter. Now, things are getting messier. Sophia is suing Vanessa and the Kobe Bryant Trust for financial support, claiming Kobe promised to take care of her for the rest of her life before he and daughter Gianna died in January 2020. In these court docs obtained by ET, Sophia claims she worked unpaid as a longtime personal assistant and nanny for the family, which includes Kobe and Vanessa's other 3 daughters, Natalia, Bianca, and Capri. The docs also say, quote, Kobe Bryant's promises did not see the light of day, as he is now deceased, and Vanessa Bryant took each and every step she could to void and cancel all of Kobe Bryant's promises.
She's amazing. I was there helping, doing everything I possibly can to make the process easier for my wife. And, but ultimately, she did all the work. I was just there just trying to help her out.
Now Vanessa is responding, claiming her mom is trying to extort a financial windfall from the family. In a statement to ET, she says, quote, I have supported her for nearly 20 years, and she was never my or Kobe's personal assistant, nor was she a nanny. She says her mom watched her granddaughters from time to time, like most grandparents do, but adds, quote, she now wants to backcharge me $96 per hour for supposedly working 12 hours a day for 18 years for watching her grandchildren. In reality, she only occasionally babysat my older girls when they were toddlers. Vanessa also addresses her mom's September interview. Quote, even after that betrayal, I was willing to provide my mother with monthly support for the rest of her life, and that wasn't good enough. She instead contacted me through intermediaries and demanded $5 million, a house, and a Mercedes SUV. Vanessa goes on to call her mom's lawsuit frivolous, disgraceful, and unimaginably hurtful, and says, quote, my husband never promised my mother anything, and he would be so disappointed in her behavior and lack of empathy. Vanessa is seemingly surrounded by a great group of supportive friends. Earlier this year, her close pal, Lala Anthony, praised her.
I talk to her every single day and just, continue to pray for her and stay positive for her. I tell her every day she's the strongest woman I know. And I'm really, really proud of just how she's handling everything and just want to continue to be there, as much as I can for her as a friend. She's just an amazing human being, just amazing.
The proud mom has also been sharing special moments with her loved ones and daughters to Instagram.
Sorry. All right, so this was 4 years ago, y'all. Now, I don't know if they made up, but yeah, she cut her mother off. Y'all notice how her mother tried to take some money, talking about, oh yeah, I used to nanny, I'm owed this. Yeah, I think she realized her mother was greedy. And then she realized that, sadly, it was too late. It's so sad, man. That whole story is very sad because I think that she didn't realize it while Kobe was alive. And it's possible because, she had her family. She was kind of going through things. And then as soon as he passed, there you go. So, yeah, her mama was greedy as hell. I'm not surprised. But, y'all, I found it. I found the article. Oop. What just fell? Oh, my God. That was so weird. I found the article, y'all. So, I found the guy who got the young girl pregnant. You know me. I'm very extremely... Hold on. Let me see. Here we go. I had to find it. It was irritating me. Yeah. Man admits to getting 13-year-old pregnant. Police said the man met the victim when she was 10 years old and said he helped her get to America from Guatemala. That's what I remember. And then her parents knew about this whole relationship. Let me see if I could find the article. It was in, I thought it was in Texas. It was Nashville. My bad. Here you go. Yup, this one. Let me go find if I could find it on YouTube. I knew I saw it somewhere. I knew it. I knew it. Let's go to the U of the tube. Let me find this person. Oh. Okay, no, they're not giving me what I want. Okay, we're going to read the article. What's the girl? Oh, it wouldn't give the girl's name. But here, they had covered the girl's face up. It was on YouTube, but I found the article. So a man was arrested for statutory RAPE after having sex with a 13-year-old multiple times and getting her pregnant, according to an arrest affidavit. On June 26, police were called to the Tennessee Fetal and Medical Clinic due to Esteban blah 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 bringing in a 13-year-old girl and claiming to be her intimate partner. Esteban Tapira Melchor. My bad. When police arrived, they asked Melchor about the relationship. He told police he met the victim in Guatemala when she was 10 years old 3 years ago and said he helped her come to America by staying with him. Police found their sexual relations began in October 2024. He had sex with her around 200 times from October 2024 and through 2025. And he said he's prepared to be the father and he knew that the child was 13 years old. This is, her parents knew about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not the only one. I've seen so many cases like that because they'll come to America and continue this whole culture and then they don't realize that it's wrong. And then after that, the police is like, yo, like he went to the hospital taking her like it's normal. Like, oh my, my girl's pregnant. They're like, yo, what the hell? And then, that's when they get like some of them don't realize it. That's what I'm saying. This is why I don't know if immigration does a cultural competency course, but there needs to be one. Before you can even, not just the citizenship test, like, oh, do you know the forefathers? No, we don't care about none of that. Some of it, but you need to know the history. Great, that's awesome, but you also need to go through, I feel like everyone should go through an extensive cultural history class and competency. It needs to be part of the immigration curriculum. At least 1 month training. That'll give people jobs, hygiene, also rules, laws, and regulations, all of that stuff. We need it badly, because it's getting to a point now. It gets to a point, and they do that in Korea, by the way. In order for you to get your permanent resident visa, you have to go through this whole course. I forgot what the name of the course was, but we all had to learn Korean, had to learn the customs, the culture. You have to go through this extensive course in order for you to get permanent residency in Korea. I forgot the name of the course. I'll see if I can figure it out later. We had to go through that. I was in the process. I took one of the classes. Lord, that class was so much. I was like, oh man. We took that class and it was levels. There was like six levels. There were 6 levels. You start level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you get your permanent residency. We need to do that. We need to. Because it doesn't make any damn sense. Red flag. You thought it was normal to bring a 13-year-old to the hospital talking about, oh yeah, I'm responsible. Yeah, that's my girl. This is not normal behavior. But again, he comes from another culture where he's thinking that this is the norm. In his country, in Guatemala, this might have been normal. Like, yeah, just bring the young girl. You can get your... No, you're in America now, sir. This is against the law. It is illegal. Illegal. We need... You know what? I'm going to push for this. I'm dead serious, y'all. It's getting to a point now where it's like... It's mandatory now. I'm tired. But then what can we expect? Just let anybody come in here, all willy-nilly. And then we want to complain when people don't follow the laws of the land. But then how can I expect them to follow it when you got people in Utah having these young brides, these child brides? This is why it's all messed up. This is why they don't want to do those type of courses, because then it's going to mess up their whole operations. Remember that guy Jeffrey, I forgot his name, in Utah, had all them young girls in his cult. I forgot his name. Dang it. Let me go find his name. Jeffrey something. Jeffrey. Utah. That was his name? Jeff something. It was Jeff something. Cult. He had a whole cult. Warren Jeffs. That was his name. This polygamist. Had all them young girls up in there. All of them. Had kids with all them young girls. Charles Manson did something similar too. Had all them young girls killing for him and pledging their allegiance to his cult. Craziness. This is why they don't want to do it. Because then they know if they have to do the cultural competency test, and they have to include all of these laws and regulations, then that's going to force them to change some laws. Because up until now, I know there are some states where the age of consent is like 13. This is abhorrent in 2025. But then again, I showed y'all the Supreme Court. I showed y'all the layouts. Supreme Court is the highest law of the land. And then if you have a layout like that, in some countries, good luck. This is why those laws are being upheld. The people in power do not want to change them for a reason. It's profitable to traffic people. And now they're making it even more common, like OnlyFans. Got these young kids going into video games, like y'all said, playing games online. This is how they get poached. That's how they get groomed. They get groomed that way. And then our system allows it, unfortunately. Because then you have all these women who try to get restraining orders. I'm telling you, it's all aligned. It's all connected. This is why it's hard for you to get restraining orders and for people to enforce them. That's number one. Because it's just a piece of paper, to be quite honest with you. And I really hope if you're in the US of A, you better use your which amendment, whatever amendment it is to right to bear whatever. You better have that. Because that paper is not going to save you at all. This is why. Exactly why. Anyway, sorry for going on a tangent. Let me focus now. Let's refocus. Let's get refocused. It's the same worldwide. Women are suffering. They only arrest who they want to. Exactly. And then now, this guy, David, he's still out. Why? The body was found in his car. That's enough probable cause. And I know I said that they need to, get all their ducks in a row. I understand that. But the body in the vehicle, and it's registered to him, that's enough cause to hold him. Why hasn't he been questioned? He needs to be, if it was first, y'all ever watch the show First 48 Hours? And sometimes the person, it's the same thing, it's just suspicion, and they'll bring the person in and be like, hey, we just got a few questions to ask you. Why haven't they done that with him? Because he has money. That's the only reason. He has money. That's it. If it was just a regular Joe on the street, I bet you he'd be in a holding cell right now. There are people who haven't even seen a judge, and they've been in the freaking jail for years. Haven't gotten their the right to a speedy trial. Haven't even gone through the due process system. They've just been arrested and held. But yet, because he's a celebrity, the rules are different. He's just a suspect. We just searched the house, but they haven't arrested him. Why? Why hasn't he been questioned? That's a problem. It's a big problem. It's the Second Amendment. Yeah. Second Amendment. Use your right. Use it. Use it. For good. Because some of y'all might have to. Because the way these men are wilding out there, you just might need to. Hey, at the girl from yonder. Hey, sis. Oh, his dad is an attorney. There we go. I had a feeling. Had to be, because ain't no way. I guarantee you that he's lawyered up with some of the best lawyers known. He also stopped cooperating with the cops. Yes, it makes sense, because he would have been held already. Any suspicion, they would have packed him up in the jail already. They should have been questioning him. Why hasn't he been questioned? That's a problem. But this is why I say money shakes things. It shakes things. Let's continue, y'all. I could go on a tangent. I could go on a tangent about this, but let's get to the topic because I know that's not what I put on the thumbnail. But I love this tangent. It's only been, the time goes by so fast, y'all. All right, let's get into it. So I'm going to do a little bit of a Love Island Games recap very briefly because, oh yeah, by the way, y'all, if you were part of Tuesday's stream, was it Tuesday? Wednesday stream, my apologies. When I tell you, YouTube gave me a warning, y'all. YouTube, you know what? Let me show y'all. YouTube did not play with your girl. They try to pack me up out of here. I was like, oh, like, I didn't even have it for that long, y'all. Hold on. Let me show y'all. my, my warning. Management. You guys can see this because it ain't nothing private. Okay, and by the way, thank you for you guys who gave me your opinions about the political section I had in my video. It was just, honestly, it wasn't to be political. It was just to show how, like, immature politicians can be. But I used them as an example. But it didn't land well. It's just new editing things I'm using. So it's okay. I re-uploaded it, y'all. So I left it alone. But that's not what I want to show y'all. I want to show y'all the strike. Hold up. Where is it? Here, look at this. Y'all see that warning? Red flag. Look at this. Warning. Look at this. They gave me a warning, y'all. I got a warning till December. Hold up. I'm going to show y'all the warning. Hold up. Here we go. Hold on. Let me show you. I got to make it longer because I'm dying, guys. Like, it was crazy. Okay, here. It says, your content was removed due to a violation of our community guidelines. Okay, blah, blah, blah. You've received the warning. If you select take action, you can appeal. I'm not going to appeal it because I know I did something wrong. So I'm just going to take my L. If you violate this policy again within 90 days of completing the policy training, you'll get a strike. You won't be able to do things like upload posts or live stream for a week. And this expires December 17th. Not they put a strike on your girl. Y'all, they packed me up out of there. That live stream was gone. I was like, yo, YouTube is not playing. So I can't play with Love Island stuff here. I'm not even going to put it on none of my streams, nothing. Anything that has to do with Love Island games, any TV show, Twitch. Follow me on Twitch, y'all. Twitch. The link is somewhere in my description box. Follow me on Twitch. They got me up. They packed me up out of there. Yo, in the middle of the stream, they went boop, blackout. And I saw some of y'all comments like, what happened? I was like, they sent me the email. Your video has been deleted. You got a warning. I had to complete a whole training, like a questionnaire. I think they had like 17 questions. They had me go to school and be like, what is copyright? What isn't copyright? So I was like, you know what? I'm not showing nothing Love Island no more. Not even a peep. Just like little TikTok videos, but nothing from the show. It's not worth it, y'all. They had me. But anyways, Love Island games. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a quick recap. Oh yeah, I have it up here. So, let's go through the character list. I just watched one episode. I honestly have not had time to watch I watched episode 2. And tonight I'm going to watch episodes 3 and 4. So what I'll do is I might live stream next week. I can't do every day. It's impossible for me because I'm also editing case studies and doing member videos. And I also work. And y'all know my schedule. I don't even have to repeat it. So what I'm going to do, though, is probably like recap it like when it ends. I think that'll be good. So I'll watch all the episodes. Sometimes I might hop, like if I'm watching it like on a Wednesday night or something. And then I know you guys want to watch it. We'll watch it together. On Twitch. I'm not doing YouTube no more. But if not, what I want to do though is do like I did with the Love Island, like just do a whole recap of the series from the beginning to the end and do like a mini case study. That would probably be better. But anyway, let's get to the cast, y'all. Yo, that second episode was hilarious. I'm gonna watch it the third episode because Tyreek is so messy, y'all. What do I think of the characters? Andrea, she's fine, but she's just whatever to me. Like I knew her from season 6, so she's fine. I don't see any, like I've only watched one episode, but from that one episode she seems okay. She seems pretty okay. Now next, Andreina, she disappointed me, y'all. She didn't even put up a fight when she fought Lucinda. When Lucinda was fighting for the chain. Andreina is all beauty, but sis, you need to go to school for something. She ain't got no fight in her, y'all. She didn't even do anything. It was like she just got drugged the whole time. I felt so sorry for her. And then Tyreek was like, I think he, like, this was like, it was a turn off for him because the way he was looking at her like, dang, you can't even fight? How we gonna win this money, baby? You could tell everybody's about the money. That's what I could tell. So, nah, sis, you gonna have to learn how to fight because your beauty isn't all, man. You gotta win that 250,000 or something like that? I think they get 250,000 and some other stuff. I don't know. I think it's 250,000. So they get more than Love Island. Yeah. Sis, you ain't gonna make it, sis. She's not gonna make it, y'all. She's gonna get eliminated soon. She doesn't have the fight in her. I just don't see it. Maybe she has it in episode 3, but I don't see it. Charlie's another one. Charlie was talking a big game. I thought he was gonna do something with Josh, but he didn't make it. He didn't make it, y'all. And I believe he got eliminated. Spoiler alert. Sorry. I heard he got eliminated. Poor Charlie. So twice on Love Island and Love Island Games. He just couldn't. He didn't make the cut. Next person. Chris is, you know what? I'm not feeling him on Love Island Games. I liked him better on Love Island. I thought he was better for Love Island. He seemed way more mature on Love Island, but Love Island Games, it's like he wants the girls to chase him. And he's doing the same thing he did with Shelly, with KK. He wants girls to chase him. I don't like that. It's like he wants her to be more interested in him than he is in her. I don't know what kind of little mind games he's playing, but I don't like it. I noticed that with him. He did the same thing to Shelly, by the way. And we can see how that worked out. So no, Chris, I don't know. This is not going to work for you. Garby, she's beautiful. I have not seen much of her, but she seems very beautiful. That's it. Her and Andrea, same thing. Like, they're just there to me. Isaiah, again, I haven't seen much of him either. I don't remember who he is, but okay, I haven't seen much of him. Josh is a funny guy. Josh is like, I'm gonna fight for my girl's honor. He's the one who fought Charlie. Like, yeah, getting all ramped up. Okay, Josh, dang. Like, okay. Josh did not come to play. So Josh, I'm not gonna lie, he got a lot more points that night when he beat Charlie. I could see the fight in him. That's a very attractive quality. I will say that. Yeah, so you could tell Andrea, so I'm sorry, I know there's Andreina and Andrea. Andrea was very happy that he fought for her honor. Alright, next. KK, I love her. My fave. I love KK. KK's my girl. She's been my girl since Soul Ties. It's crazy. So I love her. She's gorgeous as usual. I think her and Tyreek gonna have this kind of alliance going on. I definitely could see them scheming and scamming, and I'm all for it. Because I feel like this. If you gonna scam, at least both of y'all, let both of y'all be in on it. I'm good with that. Let her scam her way into the system. That's okay. Her and Tyreek can scheme and scam all they want to. As long as they're both in on it. I love it for them. I know some people are saying, oh, Tyreek is colorist. He don't want her like that. I don't think she cares. She just wants the money. She has made it very clear that she just wants to win. So, sis, you good. That's it. Scheme and scam all you want to with Tyreek. We don't care. I'm good with that. Next, Kendall. Why is he there? Why? Why is Kendall there? Can somebody explain it to me? Why is Kendall there? Why? I don't get it. I don't get why he's there. He's just there. Next. Lucinda. Lucinda surprised me, y'all. Is she British? Yeah, England. British girls, y'all are surprising me. You got a little fight in you. I thought she was all beauty, but she could fight. You could tell she could fight. She's the type of person like, I don't want to have to fight, but if I gotta fight, I'm gonna fight. But she could fight. She could fight. She has that fight in her. I'll give her that. Lucinda, she's okay in my books. I don't like this guy. He pisses me off. He pissed me off from the beginning. I don't like him. I'm going to tell y'all why I don't like him. He got paired up with another girl. The girl from France. I think she's from France. I don't like how he was treating her. Because all he was doing was, oh, I want to be with Lucinda. Oh, yeah, I want to be with Lucinda. Get up out of here. This is not, like, he was just so hyper-focused on Lucinda. And, again, I'm not saying that, like, because Josh was also into Andrea. But this is another level. It's weird. He's weird to me. I don't know. I'm getting weirdo vibes from him. From the time he got on screen, I was like, get him up out of here. Pack him away. Please, somebody eliminate this man. He does not need to be there. Get off my damn screen. I don't know. There's something about him that gives me, I don't know. He gives me a weird vibe. I don't like him. Nicola. Yeah, that's the girl he was with. The girl from France. I think she's Malta. I don't know. Is that the one that speaks French? No, maybe she's not from France. Maybe I got the wrong country. She seems very sweet. But I think, was she the one trying to flirt with Tyreek? I think she was the one trying to flirt with Tyreek. I don't know. She seems like she's everywhere. Hold on, y'all. My nose is a little weird. Let me go get my towel. So, yeah. She seems like she's a little everywhere, but she seems okay. So, I don't know. I don't have a problem with her. So Lynn. She's the one from France, I think? Yeah, she's the French one. Okay, there we go. What's her name? Solène? She seems okay, too. Oh, that's who he was. He was paired up. I think this guy was paired up with Solène. I don't remember. But anyways, I didn't like how he was talking to her. He was either paired up with her or her. I don't remember which one. Sorry, I just watched one episode. Forgive me. But I just didn't like how he was moving. He gave me, I don't know. He gives me weird vibes. So she's okay. Tyreek. Messy Tyreek. Who Lord. Tyreek lives for the drama. He's a messy. I thought Kendall was messy. No, Tyreek is messy. Tyreek is a messy man. Very messy man. I must say that. But he's funny. But he's very messy. Alright. That's it, y'all. So that's my take on Love Island Games. So far, so good. I'm going to watch a few more episodes. It's getting interesting. So I'll continue watching it. Now, let's get to Iris and TJ real quick. We're going to get through this real quick. And then I'm going to get to the Mahogany Pink video. Iris and TJ, they done popped out, y'all. Remember when they were telling us, okay, before we start Iris and TJ, remember they were making a whole big deal about all the couples that were scamming. Remember Ace went on Speedy's podcast and was like wagging his finger, oh, every couple, they all scamming. Especially Nick and Alandra, remember that. Remember when Nick and Alandra popped out the first time? I remember when she chose Nick and everyone was in an uproar. They cannot win Love Island. Love Island is about love. I feel like producers put them together. They're producer plants. Remember that. Then Amaya and Brian broke up after the reunion. Iris and Pepe, the couple that they said was so great and oh, they're so realistic, broke up after the reunion. Sis didn't even have a 2-week turnaround time. She's already back to TJ. I can't even give her a red flag because, hey, she's single. She could do what she wants. But what I will give a red flag on, though, is the fact that they're not getting the scamming allegations. Red flag! Why didn't they get the scamming allegations? I knew TJ. Let me tell y'all something about TJ. Or they call him TJ Vance. TJ is very strategic. He saw the type of attention Nick and Alandra were getting. He knew that from the beginning. I'm not saying he didn't have feelings for Iris. Don't get me wrong. But I do believe that he decided to spin the block. He had more incentive. Why? Because he could see that it was lucrative. He knew it. He knew it. And now look. Remember when they had that whole pap walk with TMZ? People were saying that TJ called TMZ. I believe it now. I think he knows where the money resides. He understands that. And now that Iris was free, notice how he slithered his way right back in. And now they are Nicolandria 2.0. Let's get to it. Look at them. They done popped out, y'all. They done popped out. Lovely. Look at this. Okay, all right. They're the new Nicolandria, y'all. They done popped out on us. So now notice, no more scamming allegations. Oh, all of a sudden, yeah, I knew they should be together. I'm so happy. Oh, yeah. See, this is why they wanted Sierra to talk to Nick. Because they thought Sierra and Nick was going to be just like Iris and TJ. That's what they thought. Here they go, y'all. Here they go. They hard launched, y'all. Let's check what Reddit said. Yep, look at them. Hard launched. Look at this. Sis is wearing a diaper. Love it for her. Look at that. And they make sense. They should have been together from the beginning. But you see, she done went after Pippin. But it is what it is. Now they got to spin the block. They're making the money. All is good in the world. But notice the scamming allegations. They are no longer there. Interesting. Interesting. Who gets the scamming allegations? Now, let's move on quickly. What time is it? 1:39. Okay. I'm going to spend 10 more minutes on Love Island, then we're moving on to our content, our story for the day. I know it took us a long time to get there, but y'all know how my streams go. Now, there were pictures of Alandria. I couldn't find them on Instagram, mobile. No, I found them on my phone. They were on Instagram on my phone, but on the website, like online on Google Chrome, I don't know why I didn't update. Let me show y'all. If I go on Alandria Instagram... Here, did the photos get updated? Yeah, you see it doesn't show the most recent photo shoot. So I don't know why on my website or on Chrome it doesn't. But found the pictures on Reddit. Look at her, y'all. Look at this. Stunning. Beyond stunning. This is another world type of beauty. Outwardly type of beauty. This is the type of beauty you're going to see in another planet. On another planet. She looks like she's not from Earth, y'all. This looks like AI. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that this was an AI generated image. That's how, look at that. Look at sis, y'all. She was made for this, y'all. It's like, I really try to support the others, you know, all the other girls in their modeling, including Shelly, Iris, all of them. I try to support them, but it's just another level. It's another level. This is another level of beauty, y'all. I can't even, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And she just has a t-shirt, y'all. That's hot. That's it. And she makes it look couture. High fashion. This is what she's made for, y'all. This was her time, y'all. Sis is she's in alignment with her life right now. This is an alignment. This is what it looks like when you're born to do something. How does she look so tall and she's only 5'2"? I need to know that. Look at that. She's in alignment, y'all. She was the one that was supposed to break out from Love Island. I believe all of that stuff that happened, it was for her. Her and Nick, of course, but Love Island season 7 is her. That was her season. Sorry to tell y'all. That was her season. This was her. Look at that. Look at this. She just came out of the villa how many months ago? July. Almost 3 months ago, she's modeling like she been in this industry. That's why when people were talking about her walk, I was like, that's something that she could finesse. Like, she'll get better at it. But she's already she's made for this. This is her lane. You can't compete with her. It's difficult. Look at that. This is why Sierra was mad. Sierra thought she could be like, no, Sierra, you have your own lane. Don't get me wrong, but this is her lane. Look at that. This is my favorite. To be honest with you, this is my favorite photo of her. This one right here. She's just gorgeous. I love this picture. I love this one. This is my favorite photo shoot of her. This one, I think they did a phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. And I believe the photographer, yeah, he's a black photographer. And usually, yeah, because it matches up. He knows how to make her look good. She doesn't have that ashy makeup or they know how to style her. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that body. That body. Look at that. Look at that. Sis is in it to win, y'all. She's in it to win. She's in it to win. And then I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Yeah, this is an Alandria pro Alandria channel. Y'all better not come up in here with the mess. Just letting y'all know. Y'all better not come up in here with the mess. It's pro Alandria always, every day, all day. And pro Shelly too. Just put it that way. Look at that. amazing job with this photo shoot. But you know what's so funny is, like, she looks really good with the bust down, but I actually think her best style was the braids that she had in the villa. Curly hair looks really nice on her, in my opinion. But straight hair, she could do anything. But I think curly hair suits her better, in my opinion. And the braids she had in the villa, the best. But I love this style on her too. Just gorgeous. Look at that. And you know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy is that I'm gonna turn the music down. Let's just watch it without the music. What's so crazy with Alandria? Because they're not talking. That's why I'm just gonna turn the music off. What's so crazy is that you can tell she had it in her from a long time ago, but I think that she didn't want to outshine. Because sometimes, like, we tend to kind of, I would say, diminish ourselves to make other people comfortable. She's always been this way. I can already tell that she's already been the one, like, she's that girl, right? And I think that sometimes, especially when you're around people who are insecure, they may not like you outshining them. But I'm so happy that she's not caring now, and she doesn't care, and she's just doing her, and she's continuing on this path, because this was meant to be. I'm so proud of her, y'all. From the girl that left the villa, the one who was overthinking everything, to now she's just so confident. And you can tell that she has gotten a lot of confidence in herself within the past 3 months. And I think it's because she has a lot of supporters out there, including myself, who want her to win. And I think all of that energy and everyone just being positive towards her. Of course, you have the trolls, but I believe that that is motivating her more and is giving her more of a push. And that is the reason why she's killing it out there right now. Yeah. An unambiguous black woman winning. Pray for days like this. Exactly. And this is why I will always promote her. Every day, all day. All day, every day. I don't care if people get sick of it. I'm going to continue promoting her because we need to see more images like this. This is what it looks like when you don't base judgment on someone's color, but their skill and their beauty. She deserves to be there just like the other greats. She's on that level, y'all.
Heels hurt so bad.
And it's so crazy that other people couldn't see it. This is the person that Taylor called unattractive, by the way. Her. Let's watch this quickly.
On my feet to try to help with the pain. I know I'm too young for that, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
See, her heels be hurting her too. I was wondering how she wore them heels. So yeah, so sis, you just like us. I kept wondering. I was like, how is she wearing these heels? But she said that it hurts. Okay, so I thought she had a secret formula. This was for Off-White. Yeah, one of her best outfits to date. I love that outfit, by the way.
Hi, Vanity Fair. I'm Alandria Carthen. Come and get ready with me for New York Fashion Week. Come on.
And she's so I'm so proud. I feel like a proud, like, big sister / auntie. I'm like, go baby, go baby. Now I see why them aunties used to do that all the time, because it's like when you see one of us win, it's like we all win. Like, look at how confident she is. She used to be so scared. Y'all remember when she first came out the villa? She didn't even want to do interviews, y'all. She was so nervous. And now look at her.
Come on. As you can see, I'm already kind of dolled up. I just came back from a show, but we are about to transition into a new look. Honestly, this whole week has been glam hair event. So this is my new life. I love it. Very first fashion week, honestly, I've been having a blast. It's so weird walking into these rooms and all these people know my name.
And that's helping her, y'all. I'm telling you, it's boosting her up. We keep doing it. If comment, engage, like her stuff, I'm telling you, it makes a world of a difference. And this is coming from somebody who does content. Like, it really does. Because sometimes, you know, you go through life, right? Sometimes like this week, I told y'all, I didn't have my cycle. I was tired. I didn't even feel like editing. I didn't feel like doing anything. I just wanted to lay out. But then, you know, just reading your comments. I may not respond to all of them, but I see them. And it just gives me more energy, more motivation to keep going. And I believe that that's what's happening to sis. And she's feeling that positivity, that energy. And also her being with Nick. I'll be honest. I think her being with Nick has been helping her a lot. Because again, remember, they have each other to fall on, right? And I think that her circle, her village is very strong. Her mom is all up in they probably praying for her. She seems like she's very spiritual. And that's helping her confidence. You could see it's literally illuminating from the screen. You can see it.
Pictures, the fashion industry is just welcoming me with open arms, and it's a beautiful thing to be a part of. So, Fashion Week, 10 out of 10 so far. So I've always had like a love for fashion and modeling and like beauty and makeup. Honestly, that's the most buzz around my name at this point. So that's something I truly want to prioritize. I don't know, as far as like going to shows and networking and meeting with designers and supporting upcoming Black designers is something I'm truly passionate about. So I just wanted to start there and work my way up to the big.
Green flag, by the way. Green flag. I love that she's supporting Black designers because there are so many talented designers out there. Even the photographer that I just showed you guys, a photo shoot she did. Like, we need to be in those spaces. And I think the way that we can do it is for people like her to help them out and help each other out and just amplify each other, because a lot of media outlets, you guys already know, they're not for us. Is the truth. They're not. And they don't appreciate the beauty of Blackness. But I'm glad that she's starting to break a lot of barriers for that. And she's making it so that there will be future Olandrias coming down the pipeline.
Leads, for sure. So I'm getting ready for the Off-White show. Off-White actually offered to allow me to wear their collection, which I'm so grateful for. So we went and picked out a nice fit. I think y'all are going to love it. It's so funny because my fan base have already like been making like pics of what they want me to be in. And it's crazy because one of the fits that they've been gagging over is the fit that I'm wearing. They're too good. I don't know how that happened, but like they're going to be so gagged when they see it. So yeah, shout out to them. They know me so well. I've always been such a huge fan of Off-White, like prior to all of this, although I wasn't able to necessarily afford it at the time. I was like, I'm wearing it now, so that's insane.
That's crazy. She's so, like, I'm telling y'all, she's so humble and just very real. Because, yeah, she said it. She couldn't afford it before. I don't blame you, sis. Virgil had them prices high. Y'all know Off-White was created by Virgil. I cannot say his last name to save my life. Rest in peace to that brother. But yeah, Off-White was made by him, and yeah, them prices was they're not there for a majority of us. But I'm glad that she's able to wear it now.
And actually being able to be front row at an Off-White show is something I never really imagined for myself. So honestly, I'm just living in the moment, taking it all in. I feel like I'm dreaming, literally. But when it comes to like food, honestly, I am like the most unhealthiest person ever. I ordered a whole burger with French fries and a Sprite. But thank goodness I have a fast metabolism because you can never see it. So this is the dream team, as we all know, Matthew and Reginald. They're well known now. They've been known before me, but like the fan base absolutely love them. So.
We love the fan base.
Yeah.
Olandria made us popular.
Yeah.
Oh no, they've been popular way before me.
I watched the show like many of America, and I commented under her picture and I said, check your DM, and her fans took it from there and made it go viral on TikTok. And she saw it and we connected. Now we're here for Fashion Week and we're excited.
We're just like a little family, and it's so warming, and
yeah, it's easy.
It's
fun.
easy, yeah.
It doesn't feel like work. We just dress up.
Yeah.
Literally. I'm like
With
a little
our
Barbie doll.
family, with our Bama Barbie.
Bama Barbie.
What we're looking for with this show and partnering with Off-White specifically, last spring collection really spoke to us, and we kind of envisioned like hoping those pieces would be available, and they were. We tried on a bunch without words, like you're gonna know it's it. Like as soon as that's from Olandria's mannerisms, her face, her energy. Like as soon as we put this outfit on, there wasn't a conversation.
Yeah. We can tell. It's like, oh, it's this one.
She has such a range. Like we can go edgy and soft and romantic and just like be all over the place with it.
They've been in the fashion industry for quite some time, so it's like, you know what? If you think this is the way I should go, you know what I mean? Like, let's do it. Like, why not? And honestly, they have not steered me wrong so far. I trust them with my absolute life.
Here lately with my looks, a lot my fan base has really been comparing me to Fran Fine, like the nanny. Absolutely loved her outfits growing up. To be
I could see the comparison actually. Yeah, Fran Drescher. Oh, thank y'all for telling me his last name, y'all. I did not want to butcher it. I really didn't want to butcher it. It was Virgin Abloh. Yeah, he was Ghanaian. My bad. Yeah, I really didn't want to butcher his last name. That's why I didn't say his last name.
Compared to that fashion icon, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I see it.
I could see it. I could see it too.
90s supermodel, definitely for sure.
Naomi, that's my girl.
Yeah, Alandra is definitely old school supermodel. Like that's the new, like she, and that's not, trust me, that's something that is very good. That's iconic. Why? Because the new models, they don't have it like that. You know what I mean? Like she's like more of like that vintage model, like the traditional model is what I should say.
Loved her growing up. Seeing like a dark skinned, beautiful black woman.
Like
always
Tyra.
seeing myself in her. I'm like, oh, I wish I was that beautiful. It's like now, it's like I'm just morphing. I would hope to say I'm morphing into my inner Naomi. Like I always try to channel her.
It's so funny because even as a kid, I've always had great posture. I would never forget. I was in the 4th grade. Substitute teacher literally called in another teacher to the classroom. Like, look at this kid. Like, what is going on? Like, how is she sitting up straight? And I was like, what is it? And I'm sure they were just staring at me. And I was like, well, how is your posture so good? I'm like, it hurts my back to bend. Like all the other students be like bending down and doing homework. I'm just sitting up straight, like doing my little work like that. It's just something I've always done. People always ask, like, did you do dance? Did you do this? I'm like, no. I just always sat up straight. Always keeping that core engaged. Maybe that's why my stomach is flat.
I actually, excuse me, I actually believe her in that. Her core is smaller because of that. Because when you sit up straight all the time, you have to engage your core. So she's naturally doing core workouts without even actually doing core workouts. So I believe it. She trained her body and trained her core. And also genetics play a part in it too.
My hair grew 30 inches. At first, it had like a light, like angelic look with the white shadow with the glitter. But now we're all big and bold. So we have like a smoky eye, as you can see. Total switch up. Because the outfit that I'm wearing for Off-White is more on the black side. It's black, stark, chic. Had to have the lids match the outfit. A lot of people use me as like their role model in today's age, I guess, with knowing me in the media. Just someone that just had big dreams. Small town girl with big dreams.
And that's why we, I don't know what's wrong with my throat. That's why we like you, Alandria. Because you're, I don't know, there's something about her. Her aura is just, it makes you want to gravitate towards her. And even when I was watching Love Island, like, I didn't like how Taylor was treating her. And I also didn't like sometimes that she was up behind Trailer. I keep calling him Trailer. Three Dreads, whatever his name is, Taylor. But you could tell her heart is always in the right place. And I think that's why I actually, like, she was one of my favorites there. She was actually my favorite Islander because her heart's always in the right place. You can sense it. You can feel it.
Always believed in herself. I truly felt like growing up with me having parents that had me in the 10th grade. Obviously, I was I was a mistake. There's no question about that. I was not planned at all. But I always like told myself I want to be like the best mistake my parents ever made. So I think that really pushed me to be the best person I can actually be, and especially knowing that siblings are looking up to me and things like that. I could say like it was points in my life where I felt like I had more reasons to give up than to keep going. But in those moments in time, I just kept reminding myself like, you know what? You know where you come from. Try to be better than that. I think that just keeps me going.
And you know what's so crazy is that she came from teen parents, and you would never know it because of how she carries herself. Her parents, shout out to her parents. Shout out to Miss Felicia, and unfortunately I don't know her father's name, but shout out to them. Shout out to them because against the adversity, and statistically speaking, she shouldn't be where she is right now. Let's be clear. But sis went to a 4-year university, graduated with honors, has always been an exceptional student. Her mother made sure that she wasn't going to be a statistic. And for me, and to me, it just shows that she had a really good village around her. Not saying they were perfect, of course, people aren't perfect by any means. But when parents really raise their children, her mother raised her. You can tell. Her mother raised her. And this is what happens. This is the product of a parent who actually cares about their child's well-being, who wants their child to be better than they were. This is the result, y'all. 2 teen parents. 2 teen parents. She's breaking generational curses left and right, y'all. For herself and her siblings. For all of them. She's breaking them, y'all.
This is my girl, Sai. She's been on the hair all week. She's based in Brooklyn.
Tonight, we are going with a jet black bust down. Her fans are going to be so happy because they have been begging me for this. So we're doing a black bust down middle part, jet black straight, super classy, clean cut.
This is my makeup artist, Kenya.
Hi guys. I was obviously a fan of the show, and me and Matthew and Reggie actually had like a watch party at my house, and we were talking about the girls that we wanted to work with, and obviously it was Alandria.
Aww.
And we were just like literally brainstorming how we were gonna manifest this to happen, and we both got in the DMs. And then she did the interview with Keke Palmer, and she mentioned me during the interview, and then I was texting her, and then it just worked out perfectly. I feel like she's known for her under eye, so definitely want to keep the bright under eye. She's known for her blush and her lip liner, her lip combo, and so I want to embrace all of those things that she likes to do, but then just make it, you know, my style and kind of make it, you know, a collab of what we both like.
I use 2 different shades for concealer. I use one that's kind of like closer to my skin tone. I also use one that's like kind of a few shades lighter to kind of like give me that bright under eye. I really love UK Glam, and the UK girl is always a bright under eye, so that's kind of where that inspiration came from. And
yo, UK Glam is on another level. That I can attest to. They know how to bake their face.
Powders.
Beat their face, I should say.
Translucent powders that's just like a few shades brighter than me. To try to like bring that out. I really feel like the bright under eye kind of makes my cheekbones stand out. It does. It's one of my best features on my face.
It is. You know that, sis. Keep going in that direction.
Oh, this door is so heavy. What? Okay, what do I say? Getting ready to change this outfit? Stay tuned.
I love this outfit. Honestly, I feel so confident. The deep cut is definitely my favorite part. It's so young, sexy. It speaks to me.
Aww.
All right, it's time for me to leave. I'll see you on the carpet.
She's doing big things, y'all. Breaking barriers and breaking doors. Yo, Vanity Fair gave her 8 minutes, y'all. This is major. Major. She's not even a celebrity. Well, she's an up-and-coming celebrity. Now she's a celebrity, but she wasn't like a traditional celebrity is what I'm saying. People didn't really know her, y'all. And now everyone knows her. She got Vanity Fair. 8 minutes. This is a big deal, y'all. The Van Cartons. Yes. Yes. I love her name too, Alandria. It gives mythical goddess. It does. It does. Her mom did a great job, man. Shout out to her mama. Mama raised a young, smart, ambitious young woman. And somebody who can contribute to our society. That's all we need. We need more people like that. 100%. Now let's get to our topic, y'all. Let's move on because I've been talking for 2 hours now. And I know some people came on the stream for this one. So the first video we're going to go over is the false promise of black love. Y'all already know how I like to say it. This is my first time watching this. There's part 1 and 2. Yeah, let's see. Let's watch both. And then, what time is it? It's still pretty early my time. So we're just going to keep going. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't start the stream earlier, y'all. But we're just going to keep rolling.
Selves romantically available.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. My bad, y'all.
Ever since you...
All right, I'll read a few more comments after because I want to make sure that we keep this stream time, the usual time that we usually do. Let's go. All right. I'm going in this blind, y'all. I'm going in blind. But I love this content creator, so I'm sure she cooked something really nice. She did something real nice here. All right, let's do it.
You were a little girl. You've been seeing images of black love on the TV screen that looked like this, or this, or this. But in reality, black love has always looked a little more like this.
Extra aggressive.
Whoa. Okay, we might have to skip this right here. Trigger warning. My bad, y'all. I did not know this was gonna happen. My bad, y'all.
with his 8-year-old son, also named Ronnie.
Trigger warning, because I don't know what's in this video. This scared me a little bit. So trigger warning, y'all. I wasn't expecting that. Okay.
Before setting him and the house on fire.
In case you didn't know, sociologists that have studied the decline and dysfunction of the Black American family are for the most part in agreement. The model of exclusive Black love, that is to say, a culture where Black people in America will only make themselves romantically available to other Black people in America, is unsustainable. Specifically, Black women's collective decision to make themselves exclusively available to Black men is unsustainable. Why? Well, short answer, there aren't enough marriageable hetero Black men to...
Okay, so she is right, and I talked about that last week. So shout out to whoever hold on, Serene who sent me the video. Thank you so much, sis. I talked a little bit about that last week. It is definitely unsustainable, and it's only in America, y'all. America and Western countries, wherever Black people are a minority, this is going to happen. If you are from the Caribbean, you're from the continent, you don't got to worry about this. You can marry as many Black men as you would like to. You can meet all, you have a lot of options. However, if you are in North America or in the UK, Europe, if you're in, again, any country where Black people are of a minority, you're going to have a problem. This is going to happen.
To meet the demand of marriageable hetero Black women. Most experts name mass incarceration as the leading cause, but whatever you think the issue is, the fact remains that the community has a shortage of gainfully employed Black men who can support a family and are looking to marry a Black woman, short by about several million in fact, and this is causing a host of problems. In his book, The Racial Hierarchy, evolutionary psychologist C. Paul Grandison explains that when you have a sex ratio imbalance like the one that Black America has, specifically one that favors the men, the result is that the men become aggressively and deceptively hyper-competitive for short-term sexual relationships.
This is true, y'all. So, you have to remember that I went through it last week. If you guys didn't catch the live stream, you guys could catch it later, but I think many of you did. There are 2 million more Black women than Black men. That's just overall, right? That's not even broken down into age groups. And not only that, but you also have to consider that you're a minority in a country. So these factors and other socioeconomic factors, they will impact your dating choices. Everything is all connected, y'all. Everything. Everything. Who's in the White House, that's going to affect you. In all aspects of life, right? And the politics, the policy, the economics, all of that. Environment, education, everything is all connected, and it will connect to your dating choices and the options you have. So she's spitting nothing but facts here. For example, let's look at China, where it's the reverse. There are more men than women. So in their country, the women have the options, and so that's why the men have to catch up. And this is why you will see a lot of men having a difficult time accommodating the women, because the women are going to have exceptional standards or higher standards because they know they have more options. Same thing with Korea. This is why, let's go. Sorry, y'all. Listen, y'all already know how my channel is. I just saw it just like a few minutes ago before my live stream. Nick, he had a video 5 minutes, y'all. Oh, Lord. Okay. Korea. International marriage. Here we go. So international marriage is on the rise. This is the report I just saw. So we're gonna watch this quickly, and this is going to explain the difference, because in America, again, it's different because there are more women than men, whereas in Asian countries there are more men than women because they used to delete the fetus. Women, you know, they had the whole, especially in China, they had the one-child rule, and usually they would choose boys over girls. So there's that. And then in Korea, they didn't have that rule specifically, but a lot of families prefer to have young girls. I mean, yeah, young men. Sorry, young men. Men were more, it was more accepted into society because they could carry on the last name, basically. That's what it is, right? So here, it's a 1 minute video. It's not going to take long. So here, we're going to see the effects of marriage. This is why people are marrying out more because, again, the ratio.
The latest marriage and family structure trends data released by Seoul and Statistics Korea revealed that 42,000 couples were wed in Seoul in 2024, up 17% from the previous year. The numbers also represent the second straight year of growth for the capital city. Amid the steady rise of people tying the knot, another noteworthy figure is that roughly 1 in 10 of all marriages registered in the capital city involve a Korean national and a foreign spouse. Of the total 4,006 registered international marriages in Seoul, 2,633 were between Korean men and foreign wives, while Korean women marrying foreign husbands accounted for 1,373 cases. This translates into 9.3% of all marriages involved a foreign partner last year, up from just 3.4%.
So it's rising, basically. It's rising. And the reason for that, international marriage is rising, is because of that. There's a deficit. So that's usually what happens.
They stop looking for love or marriage, and they're definitely not monogamous. Essentially, they try to build a harem for themselves. Because they have this power, they're able to set the terms of relationships, and naturally, they choose terms that are in their favor, ones that get them the most commitment from a woman while offering the least in return. This changes the behavior of the women looking for a committed partner, and they become much more sexually active earlier in the relationship in an effort to try to lock down a partner. Additionally, a woman may see a man who's already in a committed relationship and try to take that man for herself out of desperation. Grandison also goes on to say that these men who are spoiled with more options than they should have take a longer time to commit to their partners, express more dissatisfaction with their partners, are more likely to cheat on their partners, and more likely to abandon their partner.
So I'm going to add something else to the conversation because she's talking about the behavior of the men, but I'm also going to add more context to it and say that this is how they were raised. That's how they were raised, y'all. And if we're talking about like just culturally, black culture in general, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you're from. The man is always going to be seen as the one who can make all of those decisions, right? And so even in other places, so where there's a majority black country, like in the Caribbean, I can use Haiti as an example because again, my parents are from Haiti. This also applies. Even in Haiti. And it's a mindset. It's not just in Black America. It's more so of, again, like the cultural norms around relationships and also the value of a woman in a relationship. And it's a problem we have all across our culture, is that women are not valued. I'm being honest. My opinion. We're not valued. We're seen as laborers, but not as partners. And this is why you're going to have this type of dynamic. It doesn't matter if you marry a man from America or a black man from wherever. You're going to find this a lot in our community. Not all, but a lot of the times you will see this. And that is because men are raised and cultured to be that way. It's accepted. It's normalized. So this is why you're going to have this type of behavior coming out. And I want to add more of that context because Sis is talking from the Black American context. I'm talking about from the Caribbean context. I've seen this kind of scenario all over. One of my, my great-grandfather, Yeah, my great-grandfather, he had a side family, y'all. Had a whole side family. But back then it was more accepted, so they all lived in the same compound. You know, my great grandma found out and she was like, okay, she raised them kids like they were her own to the point where they're like literally part of our family. There was never any separation, right? It was like, okay, he had a side family and it is what it is, and we just gonna accept them into our family, right? There are a lot of families like that. They have side wives, side babies, side families. This is the norm, and it's all across, I would say, our culture. I can't speak for other cultures because I'm not of their culture. Y'all could let me know if your culture does the same thing, but I know definitely in the Caribbean, 100%, this is normal. This behavior is normal. There's a running joke in our community. If you're Haitian, you know. The first thing they say is if you get with a Haitian man, Especially when men from Haiti. If he's Haitian American, it's a little different. But if he's from Haiti, they're like, yo, you got to check if he has wives. If he has another wife in Haiti. Other kids that you don't know about. This is normal behavior, y'all. It's normal. Normalized.
He says that he believes that there would be fewer divorces and fewer illegitimate children if the sex ratio imbalance wasn't so great because, well, the men would be more loyal. And in part because of that imbalance, we now have a culture that permits, maybe even encourages black men to use their status as marriageable, i.e. a black man with a job who isn't in jail, as leverage for as many sexual partners as he can get. And if you try to quote-unquote compete for these men, you'll likely find yourself locked into extended periods of situationships, entanglements, and sneaky links as friends with benefits, or worse, permanent placeholder girlfriends, commonly known as wifeys. In other words, very little return on your investment. And yet, you are being pitched black love by black media and the conscious community like it's the answer to all of your problems, like it's the answer to all of the community's problems. All black men and women need to do is come together and restore the black nuclear family. Stop this fighting on the internet and problem solved. We're unstoppable. But instead of addressing what experts have identified as the core issues destroying black families, like male unemployment and underemployment, and the high crime rates amongst black males that lead to the sex ratio imbalance, the community has decided that you are the actual problem. You say that you can't find a good black...
I agree with her on that. It's always placed on the woman. It's always placed on the woman. The burden. So it's like, oh, you need to choose better. You need to do better. But what you doing, though? Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's the problem. It's always the woman has to be better. You have to dress better. Or you need to be, what they called it? The fit, feminine, and friendly. You have to be fit, feminine, and friendly. Oh, but you can't hit the wall. Oh, I remember when Kevin Samuels was around. Rest in peace. Look, he still passed away. Rest in peace. And I remember when he was around, Lord, the internet, everything was, she hit the wall. She hit the wall. She hit the wall. Oh, she's over 30. She hit the wall. This is what they would talk about, y'all. Nothing about growing the economy, how to make our economic situation better, make yourself a better leader, a better catch to get a woman who is of quality and of a higher caliber. No, everything was, you hit the wall, it's you, black women, ghetto, ratchet. I remember when Tommy Sotomayor was, oh Lord, this was a time on YouTube, yo. That's when YouTube had no type of it was just anybody could, it's still the same now. But before the podcast bros, there was Tommy Sotomayor. Y'all remember him? I don't know if you're old enough to remember him, but he was a menace. He would always talk about, women wearing weaves and wigs and ratchet and all of these things, even though that's a small percentage of the black population in America. However, that's what he focused on. All black women this and that. And again, another one, I remember, who was it? We can even talk about Umar Johnson. This man has baby mama drama, doesn't pay child support, can't even fund his school. And this is the pillar of the community. The problem we have, and that's with, like I said, all across the diaspora and everywhere, I would say is a big problem, is we amplify voices that should not be amplified. Just like that guy, what was his name? Gingerbread Man? Ginger J? There is no way in hell a man who has been in prison for 10 plus years, just got out, isn't reformed. He should not even be on that panel. He could listen and be in the audience, but he shouldn't be the representation. That's my problem. We just let anybody get a platform. That's the issue, and we support everybody. And I think that's our problem. Nobody's qualified. No one is qualified. No one's qualified. And we could see it happening with MAGA. Uh-oh! Same situation. Most of them are uneducated, have no type of education. None. A lot of them don't. They platform people who haven't even finished a college degree, who don't even know what they're talking about, haven't even researched anything. They don't have knowledge of their area of expertise. In order for me to talk to you about politics and economics, you best believe I should know a bit about it. I should have studied it. It should be a standard. But yet, nope. They just platform anybody. And that's the reason why we're having this issue today.
Black man, they say that you're overlooking them for the thugs and players. You say that you're not attracted to thugs and you've never dated one. They say that good black men find you to be too masculine. You say you've never had a problem attracting men, just getting commitment and monogamy out of them. They'll say you didn't earn it, or that high-value men have the right to exercise their options. You'll explain that they aren't that high value because you're going more than 50-50 on everything. They'll say that your standards are unrealistic. You say that you commonly date men who don't meet your standards. They'll say that you need to choose better. You'll say there isn't better to choose from. And here we go back and forth in an endless circle jerk with no one acknowledging the real issues. And why won't they do it? Why won't they simply say that the men aren't playing their part in the institution of black love as protectors and providers, and they're the ones who need to alter their behavior? Well, because admission of failure on their part would be giving you permission to leave them. And a society, however dysfunctional, can survive with very few men, but a society without enough women will crumble. So, as a community, we've decided that come hell or high water, we are going to keep these black women on the hook, waiting and praying and competing for that good black man who will come into their lives and build a family, despite all evidence that this will happen for very few of you. Don't get me wrong, there are some very good black men out there. Hell, there are some even great men out there who are black, and there are some dusty black women, but numbers don't lie. Here's the math. You already outnumber black men, and for a bunch of reasons, more than half of them will never marry anyone. Of those that remain, almost a quarter of them will marry women who are not black. Of the men left, 73% cannot financially support a household alone, and you will have to...
73%? Hold up. Sis, when did you publish this video? Oh, 3 years ago. Dang, the number must have gone higher. The number must have gotten higher. Red flag to all the black men out there who are part of this statistic. This is a red flag. So she's right, yeah. And we touched upon it last week. You have to compete. If you want, and again, you're going to make a decision, whatever you do, what's right for you. If you feel like a black man is who you want to marry and you want to have black children, there's nothing wrong with that. My problem is exactly what sis is saying. Is the competition. You're competing with other women, even women within your race. F the women outside of your race. That's another conversation. You're already competing. Already. Imagine. So then if you don't want marriage, you don't want children, you want to stay single, then that's okay. You gonna live your life and do what you want to do. But if you crave marriage, you desire that, you're gonna have to think of other options. You might need to move somewhere else, ma'am. You might need to. If you're gonna follow the black love, you be on the black love train. You might need to go somewhere else to find your king. Because it's going to be and the older you get, it's going to get harder. It's going to get harder. And that's even if you date interracially. Just letting you guys know. It's just math, statistics. Statistically speaking, you have more options when you're younger than when you're older. That is very true. That is true. I can't lie and tell you guys that. I can't lie and say, oh yeah, you're going to have just as many options. No, you're going to still have guys out there. Yeah, you're going to still have men out there. But again, it's going to be a little harder, just a little bit harder than when you were in your early 20s, mid 20s. Because again, they're all paired up. Some of them are going to get married off. Some of them are going to go in different paths in life. There are so many different factors. So yeah, you gotta really, really think about those things when you want a partner. Hold up. Hold up, y'all.
Wait.
Sorry. Whew, that was weird. My other screen did it because I'm doing the Jeannie Mai case study. That's why it went off. That was really weird. All right, let's continue. Maybe Jeannie Mai heard me, the black meat on the side. Lord, maybe that's what that was. All right, let's continue.
And due to the high rates of infidelity, domestic violence, and financial instability, 42% of these marriages will ultimately fail. Less than a quarter of you who get married will be in marriages where your husband earns more money than you. Less than 8% of those of you who get married to black men will have the luxury of not having to work at all. In fact, most high-earning black men remain bachelors or marry out of their race. So for all of you ladies with hypergamous, rich black girl fantasies, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's not likely going to happen, particularly for the more richly melanated sisters and the sisters with the West African body types and the sisters with previous children. Your odds are much worse. But hey, if you believe that you're going to be in that small minority, the 13% of black women overall who are in hypergamous black marriages, and the even smaller percent who have the luxury of being able to stay at home and raise their children, and you want to bet your future on that belief, go right ahead. I can't stop you, but understand that you are the one that's taking on all of the risk, because if you choose wrong and it doesn't work out and you're left with a couple of kids on your arm, you will be the ire of the community, the single mom, aka the woman who didn't choose better, aka the poster girl for everything that's wrong with the black community, and you would have decreased your chances of finding another suitable life partner by half. Ask yourself, why would you make such an important life decision knowing that the odds are stacked so tall against you? Well, this pipe dream has been pushed on you since birth. Black love is almost exclusively sold to black women. Not only is it the thing that you're supposed to want more than anything else in the world, it's your duty to pursue it. A black woman who marries outside of her race is a bedwench, and the hostility towards...
Sorry, I'm laughing because... What? They still call us that? Okay, whatever.
Her comes from both black men and other black women. Why from black men? Well, frankly, they don't like the sexual competition, and they never thought you could go anywhere else. Part of black men's power in this relationship dynamic is the belief that there's nowhere else for you to go. And for all of that talk about how you're going to start dating other men, your feet haven't moved an inch, so they've been calling your bluff. But when they see you, the educated, middle and upper class black women, their only real hope to restore this community, when they see you considering going out...
I wouldn't use Kerry Washington, Olivia and Fitz as an example, because she was a side chick. Red flag. Olivia, I love the chemistry though. They were a fire couple. But that you know, it was a weird feeling watching them. Like, it is weird now that I'm older. I remember when they first came out on Scandal, I was like, oh my god, they're a cute couple. But now that I'm older, I'm like, yo. She was a whole side chick, yo. We were celebrating a side chick's relationship, her redemption story, y'all. They had good chemistry though, but she was a whole side chick. But that's besides the point. Yeah, this probably wasn't a good example. But let's go. Let's continue.
Elsewhere, that's when their feathers get a little ruffled. And other black women don't want to hear that you're looking at other races of men either, even though it's less marital competition for them. Because misery loves company. Who's going to be there to share in the collective trauma bonding on the topic of unfaithful men?
I'm not red flag. Never. Never me. Sorry. Miss me with that. And it better not be none of y'all either. We're not going to collectively talk about our men ain't ish. I will never... I refuse to have those conversations. Ever. There's better things I could be doing with my time than talking about how my man ain't doing this, he ain't doing that. Nah. Never. I'm sorry. Sorry. People always say never say never. No. I'm not. I have better things to talk about. We ain't gonna sit here collectively talking about how our men ain't ish. Never.
Dusties, abusers, and hypergamous dudes who believe that they're the prize. They don't want to be alone caping for a lost cause, and if they're going to throw their legacy and their future away for a fantasy, they need to know that other women are doing the same. Otherwise, the sacrifice will not have been worth it. It's funny, though. Black men don't seem to have this visceral reaction to the idea of other black men in interracial relationships. Their socialization is much different from yours. Don't get it twisted. It's a hustle. Getting you to believe in black love ensures their survival while they can go out and be with whomever they want.
Wait, y'all ever watch... Hold up. Let's go back. Okay. Has anyone watched the show Atlanta? Ernie? Is that his name? Ernest? Ernie was a bum. Bum dude. Very much a bum. Extremely. I love all the examples she's using, by the way. Yes, he was a big bum.
Believe in black love ensures their survival while they can go out and be with whomever they want to be with.
Wait, Danny Glover has a white girlfriend? I didn't know that. Okay. Or wife? I don't know if he's married. Okay, makes sense.
of the time, they seem to believe that they don't need you to create black children. Their seed is so strong that they can make a black family all by themselves. Now, if this is a black child, then two can play that game. Now, let me be clear. Only a black woman can create this, and this, and this. But if black men are determined to eugenicize themselves via colorism and external...
Because of the one drop rule. Red flag. We need to get rid of that. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. You think you can make a black child with somebody of another race? Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. You just playing Russian roulette at that point. Oh, they think all their kids are going to turn out like Obama? Is that what it is?
Self-hatred, there is no reason for you to put your legacy on the line trying to stop them. They've already dubbed biracial black women as your suitable replacement.
That's
and you're
true.
not going to be able to stop the incoming buffer race of mixed children that black men are currently creating from enjoying light-skinned privilege that unambiguously black children will not take part in. So why try? For those of you who want to have children of your own, your first priority needs to be to give them a father who can protect them and provide for them. And so many black women ignore this basic requirement. So many black women watch their children walk to school in unsafe neighborhoods and go to underserved public schools and spend their young adulthood running the gauntlet trying to escape poverty. And for what? For black love. For a BBC, is that what you're going to tell your kids their future was worth? Black men are not sacrificing bachelorhood or snow bunnies so that you can feel protected. They have community fallacy.
Jason Derulo is another not a good example. I mean, he's Haitian too, so shout out to my Haitian brother, but he's not a good example, y'all. He been on that train. He doesn't spark me as one who dates black, like unambiguous black women. But yeah.
And they don't feel a duty to exclusively see you. They don't hold you as a preference among the women that they date. They don't feel like they owe you anything. No manner of shaming them and telling them that they don't like women who look like their mama.
Who said Cardi B is a bird? Oh my God, I haven't touched that story yet. I'm too disappointed. That's why, and no, I'm too disappointed to talk about Cardi B and her life choices. So I just leave it alone. I'm not even lying, y'all. I'm highly disappointed. But I don't know. I don't know why I had high hopes though. But Cardi's gonna be Cardi.
Is going to get them to change course. They don't see you like they see their mama, and if they did, it wouldn't help. Black men's war against the single mother is evidence of a resentment toward the very women who birthed them.
The war against single mothers. Let's stay on this a little bit. It never made sense to me because how did those women become single mothers? Red flag. How did they do that? How did they do that? How? Was it immaculate conception? Is that what they call it when just like Mary and she got pregnant by the Holy Ghost? Is that how they're all getting pregnant? Where's the father? They never asked the right questions. Who impregnated her? That's the better question. How did she become a single mother? That's a better question to ask.
And raised them alone. They're now looking towards other women that they see as more valuable
and also making them baby mamas, by the way. Just letting you know that.
Aren't so frequently abandoned.
Never let anyone
What is this? What am I watching? Hold up. Hold on. Okay. I did not expect this. What the hell is that?
Alone.
You know who he sounds like? Y'all ever heard Ice JJ Fish? He sounds just like Ice JJ Fish. Do y'all remember this guy? Oh, sorry. Ice JJ Fish. Oh my God. This. That's who he sounds like. Yo, Ice JJ Fish has some bops though. I ain't gonna lie.
Looking towards other women that they see as more valuable who aren't so frequently abandoned.
Never let anyone come in between me and you. I never let anyone come in between you and me.
But trust me, you are not losing out on anything. Black men have absolutely no history of protecting women. Not on the coast of West Africa 400 years ago, not on the Underground Railroad 200 years ago, not during Jim Crow 100 years ago, and not during the crack boom 50 years ago. They have not ever adequately provided for their families either. And at a time where men of other communities are building and expanding and going to the freaking moon, black men are in chat rooms complaining about how you won't submit to them, while other men are trying to attain masculinity through achievement.
Yo, she ain't lying. Green flag. Sis ain't lying though. You know what? She's not lying. She's not lying. I wish I could say, no, you know what? No, that's not true. Nope, she ain't lying. They are going to the moon. They're even finding minerals to help us with AI and other things. They are. They're going to the moon. In tech. Robotics. Not saying that black men aren't in there, but I'm talking collectively. We're talking collective now. This is a collective conversation she's talking about. Not individual black men like, oh, here and there. They glorify rappers. And glorify hood dudes. And glorify those type of men. Athletes. So this is why we have this issue. People don't want to send their kids to coding camp. They want to send them to football camp. And I get it. You know, it's a way to get out of the inner city. I understand that aspect. But not everybody is meant to be an athlete. That's the problem. We don't, a lot of us, and I'm not saying all, let's keep it real. And this is more of a Black America problem, I believe, in my opinion. Because I do know that in some countries, not all countries, because I know every country is different, but for example, in Nigeria, I know there's a lot of Nigerian doctors that are in America and in the healthcare field. So I can't say it's a collective issue. It's just probably just American issue in that sense. I will have to say that. Caribbean too. We're going to add American and Caribbean the same. UK, I will add them to it too. It's a Western issue. But also Caribbean. I've noticed in the Caribbean as well. I wouldn't say that there's not a value in education. There definitely is, but not a push for it as much as I'm talking about the men at least. I'm talking about the men. Collectively, women are more educated. I know that. I'm talking about from experience. From my parents' country, the women are the ones who are leading the education. When it comes to nursing, healthcare, all of that. It's case by case. I guess it's country by country. We can't say collectively, but as a collective, as a whole, though, if we're looking at America, she's right. She is right. But then guess what? White America is also on the decline as well. So, but I say the only difference is, yes, you do have a lot of white Americans who are uneducated. That is very true. But the difference is that there's a segment of their population that are educated, and they are the reflection, or they are, I guess, they're the image of what the majority is. Or you know what I mean? It's like the majority isn't educated, but they have a representation that makes it appear as if the majority is educated, and that's the one up that they have on us, the leg up. Unfortunately for Black America, and I would also say people in Canada too, that's why I added the Caribbean and all that, diaspora, all of that. A majority of us, unfortunately, the people we do have at the top, there's not many. We're not a lot. We don't have a lot of representation in different industries. And I believe that is a larger part of a conversation. It's like, what do we value? It's all cultural. So like I said, in Nigeria, I know for sure. I remember I read a study where a lot of the people coming in from Nigeria, coming into the United States, they're medical doctors. They're doctors and in the healthcare field. Yeah, that is very true. A lot of Haitian women, I know they are nurses, nursing field. yeah, they're nurses. Can't say nothing about Haitian men though, to be quite honest with you. It's the women. And then that's just from my experience. You guys can let me know in the comments what your experience has been. But and then I can also say in Black America, I would say yeah, it's a larger part of a conversation. The Black women that are more educated in Black America, same as Haitian women, same. Caribbean women. But unfortunately, the men they're trailing behind. Women are becoming way more educated when it comes to our us as a collective. That's very that's a conversation we need to have. Yeah, we need to have this conversation. She is right. They are making moves. They are making a lot of moves. Getting all the resources. It's true.
Wanting to compete with other men and conquer other men. Black men just want to conquer you. They're obsessed with your submission, possibly because it helps them forget that there are other men who are subjugating them. They blame their ineptitude on feminism, welfare, and white supremacy.
And you know what? I will say one thing. Having a podcast, I'm not against people. No, I think there needs to be a regulation, to be honest with you. There need to be a regulation and standards on the mics. But beyond that, the problem is that the collective, that's what I'm saying. It's like there are some podcast people or people on podcasts that are actually really good, like Deontay. Oh, I forgot his last name, but he's really good. I always see him on TikTok. I love his takes. I love the information he's given. There are a lot of them who are really empowering and they give a lot of knowledge to power, right? I'm not talking about those folks. I'm talking about the nonsensical ones because it's a way to make quick money. And unfortunately, like you have somebody like Duke Dennis. Let's see, because everybody wants to be a streamer now. The other day, Duke Dennis said that he takes Ubers everywhere. Hold on, let me see if I could find that somewhere. I saw that on Lipstick Alley. Shout out to Lipstick Alley. But yeah, he said he spends. Let me see if it's in the news. I doubt it's in the news though, but. Okay, it's not there, but it was on Facebook. You just saw it. I don't want to go on my Facebook though, so I'll just show you guys the title. He spends $30,000 a month on Uber. Here. Oh, here. There's a video clip. We're gonna watch it, y'all. Hold on. Let me get the volume here. Hold on a second, y'all. Where's the volume? Okay, here we go. Okay. So
Ubers it takes a long time to find the Ubers.
Okay, let's go back. Let me see if I can rewind. But anyways, he spends $30,000 a month on Uber.
It's taking him a long time to get there. So I had to order my Uber. This shit said 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? He had to wait 30 minutes. So like I was going back in my room and coming back to check on him. Going back to my room, coming back to check on him. It was a long ass time before that Uber got there.
So he spends $30,000 on Ubers, y'all. $30,000. And this is what I'm talking about. It's like you have to look at micro. There's two types of economics. There's macro and micro, right? So on the macro level, we're talking about the like government, all of that macro level, right? But then microeconomics is on the lower level, right? So that's the everyday person. If you have men like him who are banking, they're bankrolling. He's a streamer, y'all. This is their dream. Their dream is to be a streamer. A lot of young kids in this generation, they want to be the next Kai Cenat. They want to be the next Duke Dennis. And again, there's not an issue with that. But if you have a majority of children wanting to be a streamer, just like a majority of the children wanting to be rappers, majority of children wanting to be athletes, actors, and there's nothing wrong with that, like I said, but where does that leave room for the other fields that really need innovation? The ones that keep the country going. Because unfortunately, I hate to say it, but dribbling a ball and throwing a football and being an athlete is not going to make your economy better. You're just spending money. Pretty much people are spending money to go to the games, but it's not going to generate any wealth in your economy as far as long term is what I'm saying. Because the shelf life for an athlete is like 30s. It's not a long-term career. That's why a lot of athletes go broke after. because they don't know how to spend their money wisely. We were not taught that. And I get it because, again, we're in a race where we were behind. People are already ahead of us. Imagine starting a race and there are people who are way ahead of you. You can never catch up. It's going to be very hard to catch up because some folks had generational wealth or they inherited things. So for example, I had a colleague who told me, one of my coworkers told me her grandfather, or was it great grandfather, one of them, I don't remember. He's from Ireland and he was an orphan. What ended up happening is how he came into Canada was that Canada had this type of program where they would take orphans from Europe. They would bring them to Canada to work on the mines and, railroads, stuff like that, or the mines. I think it was mines or something like that. And they promised them land. That's how her family was able to get, a leg up in Canada. They got land, and most of that land was indigenous land, y'all. So they stole land to give it to their white brothers and sisters over in Europe. That's how it was, y'all. That's how they got their leg up. A lot of people through land, resources. So we're starting from scratch, basically. While everybody's ahead, we're way behind. But the problem is that the prioritization and the priority is not there, especially when it comes to finances. This man is spending $30,000 on Uber. That's stupid. It's dumb. I'm sorry, I'm not saying he's dumb, but it's not smart. It's not at all. But he's thinking the money's going to keep flowing, and it's not. Your shelf life as a streamer is not longevity. They're not thinking forward. And I think that's a problem. Okay, let's get to it. My issue is that us as a race, and I'm talking about collectively now, not individually, we're not forward thinking. We're very short-term survivalists. That's our mentality. And again, I get it because of the past trauma and colonization, slavery, all of that. But we're no longer in that situation. Well, a lot of us aren't. But we're taught to be survivalist. Everything is always short-term. They don't think long-term. That's the problem. And so this is why you have a lot of people trying to make fast money. It's always quick money, fast money, quick money, fast money. No long-term plan. This is the problem. And unfortunately, the people who do think of longevity, they're in the minority. You're going to hear people say, well, just do it and you'll see what happens when it happens. Just do it. No planning. You just going to have kids and, let's just see what happens. You don't worry about your finances. You'll be able to take care of them. You'll find a job eventually. It's backwards, y'all. It's backwards. So anyway, that's just I'm going on a tangent now, but I'm serious. It's just, we have to start thinking long term. And I think that's the problem, is the vision. And we're not educating our kids to think long term. Everybody's thinking short term. That $30,000 Mr. Duke Dennis is spending in 10 years, he doesn't even know if he's going to have a streaming career. What if Twitch decides they no longer want to pay out? What if there's a different payment model? You don't know. And especially with social media, you have to be careful because they can change the rules at any time. At any time. You need to have some core skills. What happened to core skills? Core skills. Finance should be one of them. Before you become a streamer, you need to take a finance class because that $30,000 could be better spent somewhere else. But again, he has a lack of education and I can't blame him. And and again, he has a litter of children too. So, hell, who knows? Let's continue.
And conclude that the solution to this is to chase down women of other races to teach you a lesson. Yet somehow they still achieve similar or worse results with these same women. All those reasons are garbage. The truth is there's a Eurocentric standard of beauty in this world and your men have bought into it hook, line, and sinker.
Beauty is not subjective. That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure and it goes to a mathematical calculation. Oh yeah. Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about black women, they are on the opposite end.
That's red flag. First of all, he's talking about European beauty standards. So he's applying that calculator for European beauty. That's not going to work. Because look at Alandria. She's beautiful, gorgeous. But somebody like him wouldn't think that. Lupita. Wasn't there a conversation on TikTok? There was some woman dense in the head talking about Lupita is not beautiful. And she looked like us, by the way. She said Lupita shouldn't be the standard of beauty for black women. That's what she said. But you're going according, again, to his own standards. And also what European people find beautiful is not what we find beautiful. Because, again, European people would look at Lupita and be like, she's gorgeous, she's stunning. But colorists like him will think she's ugly. Don't listen to this man. He's gone anyways, but please.
Of the spectrum on all ranks.
Doesn't this sound strangely similar to the pseudoscientists who argue that the African skull is more similar to an ape and that black people naturally have lower IQs?
False. I can say that for a fact.
But this is coming from supposedly your men in 2021. After all that marching and protesting you all did for them, they won't even protect your image. This is how they see you, as practically untouchables, quick to remind you that you're not anyone's first choice, and while casually forgetting that they're not anyone's first choice either except yours, and yet so many of them still manage to successfully find partners elsewhere. In fact, it's your overt worship of their image that raises their desirability factor amongst other women, because you're the one whose taste everyone else rips off. And nothing, not black men's gaslighting or colorism denying, not the pick-me's bullying or the pro-black rallying should cause you to forget that your men are the most disloyal men on the face of the earth. And they say that that's your fault. Maybe it is. The signs have been there for a long time. These men were never going to make a real effort toward building a strong black community. It's no secret. You know what building looks like from men because you can see men in other communities doing it.
She ain't lying. That's very true. In my opinion, from my experience, my life experience, I do see a difference. There's definitely a difference in pride. There's a difference in but then again, you see, like, it's deeper than what we think it is. I'll just say that. And for example, I know there's a country on the continent. Y'all will let me know in the comments below. I forgot the country, but there's one country where they're just getting rid of all European type of aid. The leader has been very specific about bringing the country forward. A lot of it has to do with, again, colonization and slavery. And also the balance of power economically, because a lot of us and our parents, ancestors, come from corrupt countries. That's if you're from the diaspora. If you're Black American, you were born and raised in a corrupt system. Obviously, right? So it's just a lot of us have a lot of barriers that... barriers on a micro and macro level, and it's like you're trying to fight to win this race, but the race is just, the gap is widening, right? I will say this though, like, there are a lot of countries on the continent, a lot of people are upset because, again, the leaders are corrupt, but guess what? Somebody's paying these corrupt leaders. They are corrupt for a reason. They are corrupt for a reason, and when they do try to make changes, usually pew-pewed, right? So it's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it, y'all. It's not just simple as what she's saying, but I understand her concept on a micro level. This is the problem. I feel like on a micro level, we can do more and we can do better. On a macro level, it has to get to, like, micro has to change first before macro can change. It has to start from grassroots, y'all. Everything starts from a grassroots effort. Everything is grassroots. It has to. Look at our labor unions. Like, how do you think they started? How do you think labor rights and labor laws started? Because they used to have kids out in the mines getting amputated, losing their arms, their hands. There were no laws, no labor laws, until a union was formed at the micro level. And then it gained steam, and then there were revolutions, and then boom. That's how Haiti was born. Grassroots. People came together. Small little little pockets of people, and then it became a movement, and then boom, you're able to defeat an army at that. One of the richest countries at that time. They were able to beat France. All Latin America, same thing, how they gained their independence. It starts from the grassroots level. Everything, even the civil rights movement, it all started with small pockets of people. Never think that it has to start from the top. And that's why I don't like when people say, oh, what about Tyler Perry? And like, we have all these black billionaires, and why can't they do this? They won't be able to. They might, they could share their seeds and money with us, but it won't make a difference, because they understand that if they give us the money, we're just going to waste it anyways. Nothing has changed. The mindset is still the same. Imagine if every billionaire said, you know what, we're going to give y'all money every month. I bet you some of these people going to buy cars, spend $30,000 on freaking Uber rides. It's the mindset. We have to start collectively at the grassroots level, and then start educating people to do differently. Start educating our children to do differently. And then you're going to see macro changes at the top. Stop telling your children to be athletes. Yeah, you might have a love for the sport. How about this? You're going to go to school at the same time. Learn a trade. Learn something skillful. While you're getting your degree, you can choose to be an athlete if you want to be. But again, it's only a small percentage of athletes who end up being successful, who make it to the NBA. That's why I'm saying, like, stop having these type of dreams. Like, I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying kids can't have dreams, but we also have to start kind of giving them other options, other alternatives. That's what the other races are doing, and this is why they've been more successful. They understand that. But unfortunately for us, we're still stuck in this mindset of like, sometimes your dream is just a dream. Sometimes it is. We have to be realistic. We're not realistic. We have to be realistic. At a certain point, you got to give it up. Try something different. Pivot. You need to be adaptable. Isn't that the title of this stream? The power of adaptability. Your dreams 10 years ago, yeah, maybe you had those dreams, but guess what? Now it might not be a reality anymore, and that's okay. Pivot. We don't know how to pivot. We always want to stick to that one dream. And then at what cost? You're wasting time. Learn how to pivot. When you see the doors are not opening, guess what? They're closed for a reason. Go through another door. Why are you putting all your hopes and dreams into that one thing? If the doors are not opening for you, then it's not aligned for you. You need to start listening to God, the universe, whatever you believe in. I always run by that. That's how I'm telling you, once I learned that secret, it has made my life so much easier. If the doors are open, they'll be open. They'll stay open. You ain't got to worry about it. The path will be made for you if it's where you need to go. And if it's really hard, there's so much resistance, I'm not going to go and fight for that. For what? It shouldn't be that hard, y'all. I'm sorry. It shouldn't be. We're so used to struggle. We think we got to struggle in everything. No. You'll know if that city is right for you. You'll know if that job is right for you. You'll know if those people around you are right for you. You'll know if that career is right for you. You'll know if your partner is right for you. You'll know. You won't have to do so much labor. The doors will be open. It'll be easier. I'm not saying it won't come with challenges, but it's not going to be like a damn... Like, you going through the rivers, the valleys, the lakes. Every week is something different. Oh, Lord, woe is me. Oh, every week the lights are off this week. Oh, Lord. No, it shouldn't be like that. And I think this is what we need to start. We need to start rewiring our brains, y'all. We're too used to struggle. She's talking about struggle here. This is all struggle, y'all. Struggle. All struggle. We're too used to it, y'all. We have to start, I'm telling y'all. We have to start rewiring our brains and patterns. I know it's difficult. This is a generational thing, but we can do it, y'all. We can do it. Let's be the pioneers, because this cannot continue. It can't.
Building looks like sitting in the library until you get kicked out at closing time. It looks like 3 jobs and 100-hour work weeks. It looks like starting that business your senior year of college. It looks like sacrificing anything and everything for your family. It looks like what your mothers did for you, which is why Goldman Sachs saw you as the better community investment. And many of you are still unwilling to admit to yourself that your men will never do this for you. You're willing to let the cobwebs form in your womb, waiting for your black counterpart to show up because it's so difficult for many of you to accept, especially the well-off and educated sisters, that your black male counterpart does not exist. Because no one ever required that they be loyal to you, because you prioritized black love over all other things, over anything that was in your best interest. And the result is men who feel no incentive to prioritize you because your loyalty was a guaranteed outcome. In eliminating the price of your love to black men, you've eliminated all of its value as well. If you, as black women, had any concept of self-preservation, you would recognize that you are underappreciated and undervalued by your own men, and that their very public rejection of you diminishes your desirability in the eyes of others. And if there is any hope for happiness for black women and their future children, different choices in men are necessary. I will not lie to you, it's unlikely that there will be another group of men who will elevate your image above their own women, but it doesn't matter, because as it stands right now, even with black women being supposedly everyone's last choice, there are more non-black men in this country interested in being with you than there are black women in the total population. Perks of being such a small minority. And going where you can build a stable family isn't a betrayal of the black community. Black men have been talking black and sleeping white for almost a century, and if your uterus is the only tool the community has left to rebuild itself, then it's already over. Course correction is about realizing when you've been taken for a ride and switching gears as soon as you can. To do nothing at this point would make you a 2-time loser. Do what the men did, but do it better. Choose better. Or go unchosen. I'm Mahogany Pink, and I teach black women the shadow sides of black men and themselves so they feel empowered to work through their baggage, level up, and rest in their femininity the sovereign way. For deeper conversations, join my email.
All right, y'all go join her, y'all.
Instructions are in.
Subscribe to her channel. That was a really good video, sis. Thank you. Hold on. Let me read some of the comments. I can't read all, but I'll read some of them. Rosa said, Romy, Gen Z and Gen Alpha are done. Gen Z, yes. They're done. They're the boomers. I call them boomers 2.0. They remind me of the boomers. You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy? It's wild. I observed this, by the way, y'all. Is that Gen Z are more like boomers than we are, than millennials. I come from boomer parents. Gen Z comes from Gen X parents, as far as I'm concerned. Some boomers, but mainly Gen X parents, and some millennial parents if they had them young. So I'm wondering to myself, how is it possible that we skipped the boomer gene, but it went to Gen Z? I don't get it. But yeah, I would say Gen Z, yes, because I think who's Gen Z? The last year of Gen Z, I think it's 2000 something. But Gen Alpha, I don't know. I can't say they're done. To be quite honest with you, I don't want to say they're done. Because people thought we were done as millennials. They thought we were done. Seriously. They didn't have any hope in our generation. Dead serious. They thought that we were going to be, economically, we're still not where we need to be. We've gone through a lot. We took a brunt of a lot of stuff. A lot of things, I will say that. And we've never had a stable economy, to be honest with you. It's every few years it just shifts. A recession. I'm so used to recessions, I don't even bat an eyelash anymore. I'm like, oh, another one? All right. How many we done been through? How many? We've been through wars. We've been through a lot. But what I will say is that, I don't think there's no hope for generations. I just think that it's more so of educating people. And now that we have social media, it's going to be a fight, because there's, as much as there's good information and educational information, there's twice as much more misinformation. And with the rise of AI, we're going to get to that video too. With the rise of AI, we have to really start being careful about that, because yeah, it's going to change the landscape. For sure. So I don't want to say I lost hope in them, because there's always going to be a few individuals who will change our minds, right? There are going to be some who, the roses that grew from the concrete. There are going to be a few of them. I can't say all, but I will say that it is looking grim. It is. Because unfortunately, politically speaking, because again, this is at a macro level now. Now we're talking macro. At a macro level, it's like they want us to be uneducated. They want us to have all of these issues. They want women to have babies out of wedlock and young. They want us to continue killing each other. Is the truth. Because it keeps the system going. It keeps them richer. It makes them richer. They want to continue with these young men glorifying hood culture. And I'm telling you, I love hip hop music. I listen to a lot of music. But the difference between, well, with me anyways, I can speak for myself. I don't live that lifestyle. You can rap about something, you can read about something. It's like romance novels, right? How many times you guys have read romance novels? Am I going to go and have an affair and sleep with 20 million men? No. Yo, okay. If you're from my generation, have you guys read the book, The Coldest Winter Ever? That's the book I read when I was young. I read The Coldest Winter Ever. I read Fly Girl by Eric Jerome Dickey. Rest in peace to him. I read the Sister Soldier wrote The Coldest Winter Ever. I read a lot of those books, like what was it called? Addicted by Zane. I read all those novels, y'all, and I was a teenager. I used to be reading Harlequin romance books. But you know what I would do? I would read them, and then that's it. It was just like entertainment to me. But the problem is that, again, you have some people who listen to things as entertainment, and then you have others who actually live that lifestyle. And it gives them credibility because that's what is glorified. And that's the issue. So that's why you have a lot of like people from different communities, they'll listen to rap music. Rap music is popular because the suburban kids started listening to rap music. They would listen to hip hop and start dancing or whatever, and then they go about their business. But now, you want to know what's the problem now is you have the little bad babies and the Alabama barkers coming out. And now this is when they want to make noise about, censorship and, music is too much and rap music's not good. We're going to start listening to Afro beats is better. Yeah, that's when that conversation started. Because you have girls from that community, now they're starting to emulate the culture. And they're starting to be the new face. Because remember, it used to be us. But we've outgrown that. We've elevated. And so now it's them. So now this is where it's a problem, right? That's where you're hearing all this conversation now about, about hip hop and, how bad it is and this is degrading. And now you're going to hear more conversations about censorship, those type of things. They want things to go back the way that it was. Yeah, that's what they're talking about, y'all. The playing field is changing. That's what it is. So then they want to make it harder for you to get out of that little rat race. It's always going to be hard, y'all. It's not going to be easy. At all. At all. Zillennials are different because you guys are in between. Zillennials are different. I'm not including y'all in Gen Z. I'm talking about the Gen Z where they're not. I'm not talking about Zillennials that are at the cusp. I'm talking about the Gen Z, fully Gen Z, like the 25 and unders. I'm talking about them. Those type of Gen Z. The 30 and under, I think it's 30 under. Under 30, not 30. The 30s are good. I'm talking about the 25s and unders. Yeah, those are the ones that are boomer like. They give me boomer light. The same thing with single motherhood. Oh wait, it went somebody so fast. Who is this person? You getting blocked. I don't know who you is. Okay, Des now said the same thing with single motherhood. The single mother rate has tripled amongst white women. Yep, it has. They are the new face. And that is why now you're hearing this make America great again. And, we need to restructure because they understand that. Now, I'm telling y'all, the tides are shifting. The tides are shifting. And they don't like it. They don't. And I get it. It makes sense. From an economic perspective, because they can see, they're thinking long term. You see, that's why I was talking about short term versus long term. They are thinking long term. they're thinking future. If we keep things the way that they are right now, we are going to be outnumbered. This is why you keep hearing that rhetoric. If we keep things the way they are right now, we're going to be outnumbered. Isn't that the talking point? We're letting too many people in. They get it. Because if they're thinking short term, then they're not going to care about this stuff. But they're thinking long term, preserving it for their children. They're thinking about their children, y'all, and their great-grandchildren. But our community, we don't think about that. We think about now. What we doing right now. Us. Selfishly. I'm being honest. Is the truth. We're not thinking long term. Well, not anymore anyways. Probably back in the day, but not now. Now it's not long term at all. No long term planning at all. Alright, let's continue on. She has a second one. How much time we got? Oh, ooh, it's getting late. Hold up. How long is the second part? We might have to do part 2 next week. This is part 2. How long is it? Hold on. Let me check how long. Oh, it's 25 minutes. Okay, let's breeze through this one.
This is a bride, this is a bride, and this is a bride. Every year, 2.5 million women in America walk down an aisle and say, I do. On a macro level, this is a political and economic maneuver, the first step in building a legacy with another person, a tradition as old as civilization itself. And while problematic many elements of marriage can be, it's also a social, spiritual, and cultural milestone that most women dream about making in their lifetimes. And then there's you. Maybe you're being strung along in one of those time-wasting, extended domestic partnerships. Your man doesn't make the kind of money to save up for a decent wedding ring, let alone a wedding ceremony. Rather than add to his stress by requiring that he make that commitment anyway, you decide marriage is just a piece of paper and all of those frills.
It's not red flag. I agree with sis. It is not just a piece of paper, y'all. It's not just a piece of paper. I promise you that. It's not. Because if it were, then it wouldn't be coveted by other people. It wouldn't be respected. Just like your degree. My degree is technically a piece of paper, but it has opened a lot of doors for me. A lot of doors where I am no longer part of the lower class, to be quite honest with you. I'm middle class because of it. Education, that piece of paper, enabled me to travel abroad and to do different things. It opened up a lot of other opportunities for me. And I'm speaking as somebody who got my education late in life. I dropped out. I was a college dropout. I was on my Kanye. When I was 19, I dropped out of college. I went back to school at 28. And then I graduated at 30. With my bachelor's degree. I went back to school at 28. Anyways, I graduated at 30. I remember that. So, I went back to school because I realized, I was a little hard-headed, but I realized that I needed that piece of paper. I needed it. As much as I fought against it, as much as I was like, I'm really an intelligent person, I don't need to go to school because it was so expensive. It was more of like me being like, oh my God, it's so expensive. I don't know how I can afford it. But after that stubbornness, my frontal lobe grew in. I realized that the only way that I can get where I need to be to move from, because I was working customer service jobs, y'all, for real. I'm being honest with y'all. I was working customer service jobs. Maybe a little bit above minimum wage. And I realized it was unsustainable in the long term, especially with what I wanted to do with my life. So then, I realized, I was like, hey, I need to go back to school. And I had a cousin, thankfully, we don't talk no more, but she was really instrumental in me going back to school. And another cousin I do talk to, she did, kind of always tell me, hey, go back to school. And then my parents used to always tell me that. I was just too hard-headed to believe it because I was like, oh, it's just a piece of paper. I don't really need it. I'm still getting jobs. And then I realized that, hey, I don't want to be working these jobs. I just didn't want to do that. For my life, I wanted more. So I went back to school. It opens up so many doors. Same thing with that marriage license, y'all. It makes a big difference. Trust and believe me. Whenever I check off married somewhere, best believe I'm getting benefits from it. The reason why Dom can get we both have benefits now, but before he got his government job, he was working at a factory when he first came to Canada. He was working at a factory. And remember, he has a bachelor's degree from Korea in social work. And he has a postgraduate certificate in business. And I remember when he started working at factory, he started at the bottom. He only worked there for like 6 months, to be quite honest with you. But still, he had to go through that experience. But he was able to get benefits through me. Why? Because we're married. In Canada, you could be common law and get benefits too. But we're married. It was easier. It was easier to get him to come to Canada because we're already married. If we were just common law, it would have been twice as hard. We have to prove so much. We'd have to send so many documents in. I didn't have to send that. I mean, we still had to send documents, but not as much as the common law folk. There are people still waiting in immigration right now, pending applications because they're common law. Yeah. In Korea, if you're not married, forget it. Forget it. Everything is okay. Is she on the family? They had to put my name in the family registry. Imagine if Dom didn't make me his wife. It would be really hard for me to navigate that Korean system with him. Yeah, I could still get through and get by, but we wouldn't get a lot of the benefits that we were able to get. He's on my insurance, y'all, because we're married. He gets the same benefits as me, or at the time when he was in the factory, he got the same benefits, same, equal, because he's my husband. And then eventually he got his government job, and guess what? Now we get, I pay nearly next to nothing. I'm pretty much almost 100% covered because he has benefits and it goes through his benefits, through me, and it's called coordination of benefits. And then I also get benefits through his job. Both. Every time we go somewhere, I'm telling y'all, tax breaks galore. I pay less taxes as a married woman than I did as a single woman. Trust and believe me, it makes a difference. It does. And I'm not just saying, oh, it's just because you just need to get more better like tax breaks or anything. It's just different. It's a commitment, y'all. It's a commitment. And if I'm going to be tied to somebody and we're going to be together, why not just get married? Why do we have to? What's the problem? What's the issue? What is it? Especially if you're going to have children. I don't understand what the problem is. I don't get it. You're already committed. Having a baby, and I don't like this rhetoric again. It's making my head hurt when people say, oh, like having a baby is, getting married is more of a commitment than having a baby. Red flag. So you're telling me getting married is more of a commitment than having a baby? We done lost the plot. And then there are people who are like, oh, like, because people are saying that Rihanna and A$AP Rocky are having babies and not getting married. And some people are like, well, she's not getting married to protect her money. Prenup. Y'all never heard of that before? Stop making excuses, man. There's prenup and there's even postnup. Come on now. Come on now. It's an excuse. That's all it is. It's an excuse. And unfortunately, there are going to be people who are going to still come in the comments right now after this video, after I post it, it goes on the replay. Oh, but we don't need to get married. Why we need to do that? No, it's 2025. That's our parents' way. Okay. Every other society has this system for a reason. Why do you think Donald Trump had like 3 ex-wives? Come on now.
Those aren't necessary. You could go down to the courthouse, but it's not romantic. He didn't ask, and even if he did, he's got bad credit, owes back child support to his first baby's mother, and you don't really want to be legally responsible for his payday loan debt. When you commit to a dusty, you commit to giving the milk away for free because he can't afford to buy the cow. Maybe you're in college and there isn't a single man on campus who's taking relationships seriously. Men that age get the advice to sow their royal oats, and they're doing just that. You'll find yourself in competition with women who have looser morals and lower standards. The men you date claim they don't love these hoes, but it doesn't stop them from sneaking behind your back to get with them. If you can't beat them, you can join them, or you can just stay single. You might be part of the post-grad, highly educated but single group of black women. Educated black men are in short supply, and so finding someone on your level intellectually who shares your value of education seems impossible. Every date that you go on, you have to dumb yourself down lest the man across the table start rolling his eyes. If you can manage to keep your conversation at plebeian level, you might have a chance, but he'll feel uncomfortable in your social circles, and communication with him will feel like pulling teeth, as everything you say will seem like an insult to him or go over his head entirely. Maybe you're one of the new high-earning career black women. You might have grown up in a neighborhood where the men expect you to go 50-50 on the check. And so you figured if you were going to have to pay your way with a man, you'd rather split the bill at Wolfgang Puck's than at Buffalo Wild Wings. So getting your money right was top priority. But your ability to break out the American Express Platinum card and handle your business when it needs to be handled intimidates most black men, as they tend to prefer less competent women whom they can impress. You could date men who don't mind a woman paying his way from time to time, but you're not interested in being anyone's sugar mama. Perhaps you're in a phase of healing after a traumatic struggle love relationship. Unlike other women who spend a few weeks in bed with a pint of Ben & Jerry's ice cream after a breakup, some black women need a full exorcism, a healing circle, acupuncture, and one of those how Stella got her groove back trips to the Caribbean.
Not an
before they can even think of
exorcism.
dating again. Maybe you're in a big city and the black men around you have unlimited access to their preferred phenotypes. You, however, are unambiguously black. You might be a little overweight, and only Fenty Beauty carries your foundation shade. You're not exactly black men's first choice, and the only ones who approach you are looking to smash and pass. You can smell your time being wasted a mile away, so you'd rather just stay single. Or maybe you grew up in a strict religious household. Certain parts of your body were seen as sinful, and connection to your own sexuality needed to be suppressed. You never entirely embraced your own femininity. You were metaphorically castrated at puberty in your parents' hopes that you wouldn't be passed around like the other girls in your neighborhood. The men in your religion didn't get such strict governance over their bodies, and so they're pursuing women who have no problem.
Wait, I see a lot of congratulations. Hold up. Let me stop the chat. Wait. Congrats. Who said congrats? Congrats to what? Oh, Shem Jen. Me and my hubby's 6-year anniversary is coming up on the 28th. Praise God. Happy anniversary, sis. Happy anniversary. I'm so happy for you. 6 years, y'all. 6 years is not easy, y'all. Sis done made it. 6 years. I'm telling y'all, marriage is challenging. It is, but it's very rewarding when you marry the right person. Not just anybody. Let's make it clear. I'd rather y'all be single than marry the wrong person. Please. And Rosa said, I don't want the government in my business. That's what they be saying. But guess what? The government been in your business since you were born. Oh, do people not know that? Okay, let's talk about it. I'm glad you brought that quote up. So you bought that quote. Yeah, people say that. But listen. So you know how you have a birth certificate and a social security number, a social, whatever the social number is, you have a number tied to your identity. Since you were born, every single one of us, every single one of us. If you were, especially if you were born in North America, Europe, you have a number tied to your identity. So the government been all in your business, in your parents' business, in your mama's womb. Even before you were born, all those prenatal appointments. Miss a prenatal appointment and see what's going to happen to you. Your child's going to be gone. They're going to be all up in your business. They've been all up in our business. Been. Vaccinations, y'all. When I was in school, they told me you couldn't go to school without getting vaccinated. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I believe in vaccinations, but I'm just letting you know that's how all up in their business. They're all up in your business like that. Been. Every time you got to file a tax return, they all up. You got to use your social insurance, social security. Did you get any income from any other income sources around the world globally? Yes and no. All up in there. They already there. Already. That's to the, not you, Rosa, but to the other people who think that way. They all up in there. All up in there. Yep. Whole time the government doesn't care. They don't. I mean, I don't want to say they don't because I'm a public servant, y'all. We do. But if you're talking about the hierarchy, yes. I mean, it depends on what you think. I have to censor myself a little bit before they get on me. But yeah, you got married a year after meeting. Oh, me too. Me and Dom and I did too. Yeah, Dom and I did too. I'm so happy for you, sis. Congratulations. I hope you guys are having a really nice anniversary dinner. Very nice anniversary dinner. And we don't want those forever engagements. Stop it, that girl from yonder girl. Oh no, not the forever engagement. Jago5 said, yeah, they wanted the government to keep giving them stimulus checks. Exactly. Y'all already know. Yo, y'all are funny. Too funny. Yeah, the same people saying that quote are the same ones who get their checks. Yup. after the government has taken their part of the check. Girl, please. It's true. And you know what's so sad about it? Like, speaking, let's circle back on the Rihanna and A$AP Rocky's conversation, because I had to say it as well. People again are saying that, oh, like, A$AP should propose to her. Why is he not married? And then you have other people in the, you know, Rihanna's Navy saying, oh, she doesn't need to. She's a billionaire and he's not of her caliber. Then why is she with him? Why? See, this is a problem too. This is a problem. Yeah, Devonta Pittman says, you're right. We ain't proposing to no man either, for sure. Absolutely not. You know, you do you, but I personally would never do that. No, I'm not. But what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, like, you have a billionaire with A$AP Rocky. This is the best that they said she could do, y'all. A$AP Rocky. But then I get it, because what are her options, right? Again. But I'm sure it's hard when you're in that billionaire circle. There are not a lot of billionaires out there. So I get it, but she could have chosen a way better man, in my opinion, than A$AP Rocky. There are a lot of millionaires and multimillionaires that are of a better caliber, in my opinion. Yeah. Yup, her being a billionaire is the exact reason she should get married. Bingo. A$AP Rocky's for another topic for another day. I don't know why she's with that man, to be honest with you. But again, it's the mindset. And she's also from the Caribbean, so I'm not shocked. We're used to being, in the Caribbean, not me, but I'm used to seeing this in my family, that type of dynamic where the woman is basically the breadwinner.
Problems stepping into their sexuality. These men unfortunately see you as a eunuch or a genderless cousin of sorts. That is, if they see you at all. Black women, your stories are as varied as the stars in the sky. But one thing is constant in Black America. Fewer Black women are finding love, getting married, and having children than ever before, despite the desire to do so. And for the last decade or so, mainstream media has highlighted, lowlighted, underscored, and magnified how many of you are still searching for your individual Black love story. So much so that they're starting to make it look like you're begging.
Millions of Black women, many Black
I saw this.
finding the right man is proving elusive. But why?
Yeah.
We want all y'all back.
No, tell the red flag. Taraji, what's going on, sis? What happened? What are we talking about here? We want all y'all back for what? Taraji, sis. A Black man made you a single mother. You want them back for what? This is what I'm talking about. The mindset. The mindset hasn't changed. So why do we want them back? Red flag. You haven't changed. You're not reformed. They have not been reformed. They're still the same. You want them back in their glory? This is the best they could do, sis. No. Keep that where it is. Keep it where it is. We've been doing real good. Getting more educated as a collective. I'm talking collectively now. No. We don't need them back. Not right. No. No, not with that mindset. They need to be on some build a bear type of mindset. And then as a collective, we can decide, okay, for my sisters, you know, because some of us, we already on the other side. We're gone. We done left. We not there. But then for the rest of them who do want that, no. If I had a daughter, again, when I give you guys advice and when I think of not myself. I think of if I had a daughter, what advice would I give her? That's usually why you guys hear me saying all of these things that I say and how I'm giving you my unfiltered opinion is because I think of you guys. And I'm not saying you guys are my daughters or anything like that. I don't know a lot of your ages, but I think about it as like if I had a daughter or a niece or a little cousin, what would I tell them? Please, no. No. You don't want them back, sis. I would say that to her. I'd be like, look, you know, right now, you should be exploring your options. And you should also get your money up at the same time, get your education. Make sure that you're in alignment for what is to come for you. That is it. That is all. Depending on your age range. Taraji, you know, we don't want, no, stop speaking for us, please.
Because we love you, we see you, King, and most importantly, we need you.
No, red flag, we don't. No. You see, this is why we're having the issue that we are. This is exactly why. We need you. We want you. Come back, King. And they're on podcasts talking mad smack about us. This is how you want them to come back. After they went on a rampage in another community, that made all them women single mothers, and then come back to black. Oh yeah, now we ready for y'all. Let's roll out the red carpet. No. Sis, no. Please stop it. This is very embarrassing. Sorry, it is. And I love Taraji as an actress, but this is very embarrassing.
70% of black women.
And you'll never see I've never seen a black man go on stage anywhere in any award show and say, oh, black women, come back home. Come back to us, black women. We're sorry. I've never seen that before. You're never going to see it either, because I think they're very satisfied with where they are in life right now. I think they're quite comfortable.
Aren't married. That's roughly true.
And sometimes I feel that we're women, black women, are really left alone. So there's this kind of quiet pain. It's quiet, but it's there.
What pain, sis? I don't feel no pain. I don't know what pain you speak of. I've never felt the pain, even when I was single. I'm sorry. Let me tell you, just logically speaking, I always knew. I was like, look, I want a certain type of guy. I want him to be as smart as I am, as intelligent, as educated. Because at the time, I know what I want. I want to live a certain type of life. I don't like to struggle. I know my weakness, y'all. I can't struggle. I'm not built for that. I'm sorry, I'm just not. And I get it. I understand that some women are. But I always thank the Lord. I'm like, Lord, I'm happy I wasn't born in another timeline. Like, I don't think I would survive. I'm not built for that. I'm just not built for struggle. I never have been. And to be honest with you, shout out to my parents for that. They never raised us to be built in the struggle. Yeah, we did have struggling times, but they made it as comfortable as possible, what they could control, at least. I didn't have to struggle, like, as far as being in that type of survival. I can't struggle, y'all. As soon as I feel like I'm gonna struggle, I'm out. Like, that's naturally my personality. I'm very much struggle averse. Very much so. As soon as things get way too difficult, the fire is hot, I'm out. I'm like, nah, man, I can't deal with that. Nah. That's why when I got married, before I got married, I talked to Dom and I was like, okay, we got to be really aligned and value aligned, because I understand little personality differences. We talked about that. We're both diagnosed neurodivergent. Shout out to my neurodivergent folks. That's fine. But I'm talking about struggle, like you cheating on me, you not making money, having me be the breadwinner, struggling all day, got health issues. No, I don't want that. No. I cannot have that. I don't like pain. I'm serious. That's probably why I haven't lost weight. Like, I am losing weight now because I'm in pain most of the time because I can't eat what I want. But it took me a long time because I'm just not accustomed to pain. And I know that about myself. Now, I'm choosing, if I'm going to struggle, let it be the meal. I can't get that KFC meal that I want. I'll take that type of struggle. But I'm not going to take the struggle if you got to pay child support to 10 baby moms. No, we're not doing that. I'm sorry. I'm just not built for it. Anyways, let's continue. Jill, who was that? Jill Scott? No, we don't need it.
Seem to be the last choice oftentimes for when it comes to dating.
In part,
not TJ Holmes. Ain't he with that lady Amy Robach?
One of this video series, we established that there is a large sex ratio imbalance in the hetero black dating scene, and sociologists have named the main culprits to be mass incarceration, male underemployment, and what Dr. Umar Johnson would call the snow bunny crisis. When you already know the socioeconomic reasons that explain why black women have a harder time finding a partner than other women, calling a bunch of black aspiring actors to go on camera and pick at black women's faults seems a little cruel and perhaps inappropriate when it's coming from a media outlet that claims to be there to uplift you. Now, for those of you who have plans for your life that don't include being a wife, I raise a well-manicured fist of solidarity. But for everyone else, this saga of perpetual singledom has social, mental, and economic consequences. And the black community says that you are to blame for those consequences. Black love is dead and the modern black woman killed.
There's nothing wrong with being single, by the way. I have to put that out there. I was very happy and content when I was single. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Maybe like in the beginning because I was programmed a little bit, with seeing everyone else get married, and then I was like, well, maybe I should get married. But I woke up real quick because I was like, nah, I heard their marital stories, and I was like, ooh, I don't need that type of headache. I'm good. So there's nothing wrong with being single if you have not found your match yet and you haven't found your mate. There's nothing wrong with it. Just make good decisions while you're single. My point is, if you're gonna be single, at least you have time to do other things. Like, you can chase your career. You don't have to answer to anybody. Stop loaning people money. Stop being around family members who are just using you. That's what I'm talking about. Stop using your resources elsewhere. You can build as well. It'll just be a little tougher, but it's not impossible. There are a lot of single women who are making it and killing it out there. So don't feel like you have and must get married. That's not a mandatory thing. I'm just saying, if you gonna partner up with someone, then that should be your trajectory. That's my point. But if you are single, just please use your time wisely and don't have babies. For men who are not worth a damn, don't have babies, period. Unless, personally speaking, I believe in children after wedlock. That's my opinion, my belief. And trust me, it's not coming from religion. I can promise you that. And I'm telling you, as somebody who grew up in a Christian household, I'm not speaking from a religious standpoint. Imagine. I'm talking about from an economic standpoint. It just makes more sense. And for stability, for the child's stability, it makes more sense. So that's why you should be picky with who you choose to marry. But if that person hasn't come yet, it's okay to be single. Just make better choices. Stop lending yourself and selling yourself short. Please stop doing that. And be responsible with your time and your money and your womb. Please.
Killed it. You weren't feminine enough. You weren't submissive enough. And you chose the wrong men in your younger years. This holy trinity of undesirableness is what you have to blame for black men's unwillingness to put a ring on it. Or so that is the story being told. Black women's self-reliance and independence is constantly being framed as a negative, as what is killing your relationships with black men. Unfortunately, it's true. While you're right to feel as though you're being demonized for your competence, you know the culture is bad when the educated women are viewed as the problem instead of the uneducated, underemployed men.
That is crazy because she's right. You know what's so interesting is, like, if we're looking at it from again, collectively speaking, a lot of men actually like women who are independent. A lot of educated men, I should say. They love that. You know why? Because especially if a man is of a high caliber, he needs somebody who can match him education wise. You need to be smart to keep things going. They like, don't be fooled. The trophy wife is only for a certain segment of the population, but most people who have money and who have wealth or who want to build wealth, they know that they need an educated partner. You can't have an uneducated partner and be wealthy. It's almost, or if you do, it's not going to last generations. I can almost guarantee you that. That money is going to be squandered somehow. You have to have a partner who matches you. And I will say that it's so funny because in our culture, if you're seen as too independent, it's seen as something negative. But then for men who are mature and well-adjusted, they think of it as a plus. They love that. And I can say that for a fact. That's why you guys see me talk the way I do in my case studies. I made sure that when I married a man, he wasn't intimidated by me being intelligent. It was so funny because I remember when I first dated Dom, we had a conversation about that. And I was like, yeah, I'm just like this and I'm like that. And we just started talking. And he said, I love that about you. And he's like, I could never be with somebody who doesn't think for themselves. I think it's just, it turns me off. He said that. He said, it turns me off. He's like, I don't like telling women what to do. It makes me feel like I'm her father. I don't like that. I want you to have your own mind, your own thoughts, your own vision, your own way of life. And I was raised like that too. My dad always did raise me like that. I'm not going to lie to y'all. So it's more so of like finding a partner who values that. And I will say, generally speaking, educated men, they value that. They want a woman who they can go toe to toe with. They know that you have to be educated as well as them to build the wealth and to build the future of the family if that's what he's into. Now, if he's into dominating and controlling, then he's going to want an uneducated woman. I just got to be honest. Somebody who's easier to manipulate. That's a topic for another conversation is what I meant to say.
But assertiveness, ambition, and a get it done no matter what kind of attitude are seen as masculine traits. And black men go to great lengths to perform masculinity as compensation for lacking those traits. Your ability to sustain yourself with or without them undermines their self-image as the dominant gender. In his book, Is Marriage for White People?, Stanford professor Ralph Richard Banks outlines how women of all races are moving ahead academically, financially, and socially, while the men are falling behind.
He is the one I was talking about last week. I couldn't remember his name. Shout out to this brother. Let's continue.
This gap in achievement is greatest amongst African Americans. Twice as many black women as black men graduate from college every year. And while the manosphere likes to focus on all of you getting quote-unquote useless degrees in the humanities, you're more than 60% of all black students in STEM majors, as well as almost 70% of all black STEM.
By the way, humanities, I don't like it when people downplay humanities. It's very necessary right now. It's very much necessary. Sociology, anthropology, shout out to my political scientists. We are the ones who are keeping you or keeping people informed. We're keeping the empathy in the room, y'all. This is why we can have these cultural conversations, is because of that background knowledge. That's why. Every field has its importance. So I'm not saying that STEM isn't important. Every single one of them is important in a certain way. It's about balancing that, right? So no, there's nothing wrong with you getting your degree in humanities if you have a passion and a love for it. We need more competent social workers. We need more competent anthropologists. We need more competent sociologists. We need them. And guess what? Those same men, first of all, I could tell they have never stepped a foot in a university, because they would know that those fields are very hard to get into also as a researcher and as a tenured professor. Do you know how hard it is to reach that level? Here they are laughing at you. Oh, you're getting your sociology degree. They don't understand the work that goes into it, the research, the amount of research you have to do to write a thesis. They don't get it. And that's why you can't listen to this. Just ignore the clowns. I call them the clowns. Just ignore them. Dom actually calls them clowns, but I call them clowns too. Ignore the clowns. They don't understand. They think it's just a piece of it's so easy. Okay, then you go and be in a sociology class. You know the amount of thinking and research that you have to do to write papers? Every single week. Some of my classes I had I remember, oh my God, I had I remember one semester I took 5 courses. That was insane. Papers back to back to back to back to back to back. You have to think. You have to be you have to analyze things. You have to think critically. That's what university teaches you, those skills. It teaches you time management, organizational skills. It's not just a piece of paper. And then those sociologists in the outside world, this is the reason why we have those statistics that I gave you last week. It's not just the math part of it. It's also the human aspect of it. How is it impacting these people in this community? Not just numbers. We tell a story with the numbers. That's what we do. Political scientists too, we can tell you, hey, this is what's going on in the world right now because of the theories that we've had before. And yes, there are new theories that are going to come out every day, but the core theory is this. This system is the way it is because of this. This is why. And then when you go, and what they don't also understand is the higher you go, the less of us you will see there. Because they think, oh, it's just a sociology major. Yeah. Go and say that and go get your master's or your PhD. Red flag. They don't even know. They don't even know the work that goes into that. So don't feel embarrassed. If you're in humanities type of field, if you're in a humanities field, don't feel embarrassed. Don't. That degree still gets you places. It still opens doors. You just have to know how to use it. That's the problem. People are getting degrees, they don't know how to use it. That's the only problem. But best believe that degree is still valuable. Next.
postgraduate students. You outnumber black men almost 2-to-1 in law school and medical school, and there are more black women than black men in the workforce. Additionally, more than half of all black men ages 18 to 30 still live at home with their parents. 1 in 5 black men will have spent some time in jail or prison by age 30, and almost 1/3 of black men will have spent some time in jail or prison in their lifetime. It's interesting how we overlook this grim reality when discussing why black love is in jeopardy and jump straight into blaming PhDs and hot girl summers. Since most people choose their partners based on proximity, and black women are in closest proximity to black men, black women have the smallest pool of eligible bachelors to choose from in the United States, so long as they limit their search to black men only. This goes almost entirely overlooked by the black community at large, as your unwillingness to date the dusties of the community is chalked up to you being too picky. But Banks debunks this myth that black women have standards that are too high.
You want to know why? Because he's educated. That's it. When you're educated, you don't think the same as somebody who's not. That's like you trying to debate with a kindergartner. You already know that they're not there. They don't get it. That's why last week when that sister was talking on her rhetoric, her nonsense on that round table with the other educated folks, they looked at her like she was just, oh, here you go, poor dear, she doesn't get it. They all looked at each other that way. That's what I'm talking about. He's educated, so he understands. He gets it. And I'm not talking about, again, I don't want to make people feel bad. If you don't have a college degree, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about education as far as like you learning. You're continuously learning. That degree doesn't mean that I'm not learning. I'm always learning. Look at all those books back there. I'm always continuously learning. That's what I mean by educated. You think critically. That's why.
In fact, his research shows the opposite. It shows that black men are actually the pickiest when it comes to commitment. While these men would be seen as just average in other communities, Banks
not even average, below average. Below. Sis, you made a below average. Below.
Explains that black men who have managed to stay out of jail, get an education, and land a well-paying job have a premium placed on them in the black community, and thus exhibit an unwillingness to settle down and build with one woman, raising their expectations of what women should offer in a relationship while women's expectations of men simultaneously begin to lower. In one of the most damaging ways that we witness this imbalance of expectations is in the rise of concurrent relationships, that is, a dating practice where sexual partners overlap without the consent of all parties involved, or in Blackistan's case, man sharing. Banks explains that black women are involuntarily sharing their men at an alarming rate in the U.S., and the result is a public health crisis, as black women are 3 times more likely to contract a sexually transmitted disease from their quote-unquote committed partners than women of other races. And if you're not sharing the few eligible bachelors that do exist in the black community, you, black women, are settling for the uneducated and financially strapped men left over, as you are the most likely to be hypogamous of all women of all other races. You're co-signing the car loans, you're fronting $50 until he gets his next paycheck, and you're doing the walk of shame through his mother's kitchen every morning. It's been this way for a century, but that simply isn't good enough anymore. Black men want you to be submissive as well. They want a performance that suspends their disbelief, where they can feel like they're in a relationship where you're dependent on them. Even though more middle and upper class Americans have taken a more egalitarian approach to relationships in the last 20 years, black men have made it abundantly clear that
she ain't lying, y'all. The egalitarian, I see it every day. So I live on an island. I think I've said it so many times, but just in case there are new folks watching, I live on an island, right? Vancouver Island to be exact. And majority of the population, they're white, right? And every morning, y'all, I live in a pretty good neighborhood. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna shy away from that. We live in a nice neighborhood. I ain't gonna lie. But that's not the point. The point is that I see the men with their kids very quite often. Like, they are with their kids. I see fathers taking their kids to school. I live right across the school, y'all. I see fathers very involved in their children's lives. Very involved. I remember Dom and I, we were going to work. Like, we wake up early in the morning. Sometimes I have to go in the office. And yeah, you see father with his son, taking him to school. With the baby carts, the strollers. Yeah. Taking walks with the dog and the child together. Have a whole gang of children running around in the park. You see a father just sitting there watching them, reading his book. They're doing that, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I do see it. So I get her point. I do see that. I do see that quite a lot, especially in the city that I live in. This is why when people have that, they say, oh, there's no good men out there. There aren't any good men out there. It's their environment. I can almost guarantee that. Because if you, again, and this is only something that you will be exposed to if you get out of your environment and you see differently. You're going to see different things. And you're going to be able to come back and report and be like, oh, yeah, it's a different world out there. I can say that for sure. Yeah, I do see it quite a lot, quite often in this neighborhood. But again, if you're talking about middle class to high class, education, finance, wealth, this is what you're going to see. That's what you're going to see. But if you live in poverty, you're going to see the what she's talking about. What she's talking about is a poverty type of thing. But again, I'm not going to get into that discussion, but I will say that she's right about that.
They do not want to be your equals. To be fair, there absolutely have been systems in place that have directly and indirectly hindered black men's ability to provide for a family.
But so, red flag, the system has done the same for black women. Why are we thriving? Even against the odds. You see, I don't like that excuse though. But again, I think she's going to say that. I believe she's going to say that. The system is just as much, if not more, against us. We're a double minority. If you're a black woman, you're a double minority. You're a woman and you're black. Both. You're a double. Yeah, how is this able? We're raised in the same household. If anything, we have more odds stacked against us. If anything. And yet, so I'm sorry, I can't take that as an excuse. It's a cop-out to me. There's no reason why you shouldn't be doing better than us. I'm being honest. Our counterparts should be doing way better than us. If we're talking about disenfranchisement, if that's even a word. If we're talking about people being disenfranchised, and we're talking about those type of barriers, we shouldn't be where we are today, quite honestly speaking.
But black men's unwillingness to commit to a family comes from centuries-old habits of not expecting men to be present for the rearing of their children, a habit they refuse to kick today because it benefits them as individuals. The black manosphere loves to misinterpret the data of sociologist Daniel Patrick Moynihan, whose 1965 report on black American poverty has been twisted to spread misinformation that single mothers had permanently destroyed the black nuclear family by kicking black fathers out of the home so that they could stay at home and collect welfare. Besides the fact that this notion already seems like a reach when even in the 1960s, most black women were not on welfare and more than half of all welfare recipients were white women and children, yet the white nuclear family wasn't disrupted. Nonetheless, what they're referring to, the man in the house rule, denied welfare benefits to any woman who had an able-bodied man in the home. What is rarely ever mentioned is that welfare, then called the AFDC program, required that the women keep a job as well. What is rarely ever mentioned is that the man in the house rule was only implemented in 12 of the 50 states and lasted only 5 to 8 years depending on the state. And what is rarely ever mentioned is that the man of the house rule, nicknamed the stepfather clause, was created to address the increase of men living in the apartments who were not the fathers of the children in residence. It prevented poor women from having domestic relations with men who weren't their baby daddies. A morality clause, if you will. But the fathers of their children were already gone. In order to receive benefits, a woman had to be widowed, divorced, deserted, or never married at all, something that applied to many black women. Desertion, or what Moynihan would call the poor man's divorce, was most common with black men. Barely any black women filed for divorce back then, but the poor man's divorce was a social phenomenon that Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin would discuss around the time that this was occurring.
And this is not anything that you have done or not done by some arbitrary sentence. How in the world, if I can't get a job, if I can't even get my axe out of the pawn shop, if I can't even get money to get on the subway, how am I going to love anybody? except in such an awful pain and rage that nobody could bear it. How in the world I can't come with nothing.
But it's
I know it doesn't make any sense to me, keeping a man built like that.
See, but I've seen so many people get so hung up in such crappy, superficial kind of things that for lack of being able to bring a steak in the house, they won't come. I can get my own damn steak.
Nikki,
I need you. And that's what the black, no, really, I mean, that's what to me.
Wait, when was this conversation? That is insane that we're still having the same conversation. What year was this? It's so interesting to me when I watch like old clips of shows or interviews and documentaries, and I'm like, yo, we still talking about the same thing. Some things never change, y'all. This is how you know culture is very strong. The culture is very strong. If we're still talking about the same thing, then that means that the patterns haven't been broken.
Yeah, but Nikki, you're perfectly right. But you're being perfectly rational.
But it's a rational situation.
Yeah, but love is not a rational situation.
Love must be. It must be rational. Because this irrationality that we have does not work. It destroys people.
No mention of women kicking men out of the home en masse in this conversation. Why? Because that's not what was happening. So the manosphere can say what they'd like about black women kicking black men out of the government.
This doesn't make, this is why the conversation doesn't make sense. And I'm happy that she bought up the receipts and she bought the facts and evidence. Love that. It never made sense to me because they're saying, oh yeah, black women kicked the black men out of the home, and that's the reason why they've decided to, have a litter of children every which way. But the reason that doesn't make sense is because when did it benefit black women? It still hasn't benefited us. And yes, the government does pay for certain things, but then you have to live in public housing. That's not a benefit, in my opinion. I'm sorry. It's just survival, but you're still not going to get the same luxuries that you would get if you're an employed person. Most of the people, let me tell y'all something, most people on welfare actually do have jobs, just an FYI. There's no way they can survive without having a job, a lot of them anyways. And if they can survive without having a job, it's probably in the most deplorable conditions. Y'all remember that lady that had them 12 kids and the fathers were nowhere to be found, and then she went online and was asking and begging for help with the kids because she was sleeping in motels or something like that? Yeah, isn't she supposed to be the welfare queen? If her welfare bank was so high, she would have been able to get her stuff running. She wouldn't need to have asked for donations. There are women on TikTok right now, single mothers asking for donations for their children. Yet, they're supposed to be on social assistance. Isn't that the point of social assistance? That's what I'm saying. People always be running their mouth, but they never have the evidence. Whenever people start running their mouth with all that spewing nonsense, ask them where did they get that information from? Does the research back that up? And watch them shut up. They shut up real quick. Can never provide the research. And that still doesn't absolve men of not providing for their children and not being in the household. Because then how can we explain a Cam Newton or a Nick Cannon? Red flag! That's no excuse. All I hear are excuses.
Owned housing that they occupied, and this somehow snowballing into the single mother epidemic we have now. But
no, that's not why. That's not why. Single mother epidemic is because you have no sexual discipline. That's it. And again, is the education level is very low. You've been socialized to be low, to be I don't want to say it like this, but I have to say it. You have been socialized to not think logically, is what I'm going to say, in a nice way.
Black men's willingness to abandon their families is well documented by sociologists, psychologists, and family courthouses across the nation.
I ain't thinking about holding up for no sex, my man. If a girl, she having a baby kind of thing, hey, that's on her. I'm not going to stop my pleasures because of another woman.
No, it doesn't look like going to the store for a pack of cigarettes and not returning like it did throughout the 60s and before that. And it doesn't look like vehement denial of paternity like it did in the 70s and 80s. Today, it looks like infidelity, picking unnecessary fights, and frequent absenteeism shortly after pregnancy until the relationship becomes untenable. A coward's way of bowing out of his responsibilities. We could blame this on poverty and discrimination, but other poor and and marginalized groups did not have a desertion problem in the 1960s. In fact, some had marriage rates that were better than their white counterparts. This isn't a problem in other communities because other communities put the responsibility of keeping a family together on.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie. When you look at Hispanic folks, I'm gonna use them as an example because they're the new folks that are coming in. Especially we'll use Mexican folks. They'll be in that house with a whole gang of children, parents still together. And the level, I mean, the dad will be an agricultural, he'll be a farmer or something, picking fruit. Wife is helping him out, or she's, cooking for the kids, but they're still together, y'all. I'm not saying it's not toxic, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying that, I don't know the individual cases, but I'm saying that they are usually married. Even in the worst circumstances, even in poverty, y'all, they are still married.
On its men, not its women.
Because a man who doesn't spend time with his family can never be a real man.
And instead of acknowledging that...
Oh, that's the guy! There you go. Somebody wrote it in the chat. Yeah, he used to call us hair-hatted hooligans.
Black men frequently bail on responsibilities in relationships with women they get pregnant, the manosphere regresses to their choose better mantra, or simply whines about being undermined by women and the welfare system for being third-place providers in the households that they created. It should be no surprise that a group of men who are never held responsible for anything have a hard time being responsible for anything. This entire community is to blame for this pathology. Black fathers rarely set good examples of manhood for their sons to emulate, and single black mothers rarely prioritize pushing their sons to be providers for the women that they date. Not only do these black women...
Not just single mothers, married mothers too. They coddle their sons too much. They do. My mom coddled my brothers, I ain't gonna lie. But thank God my dad, he did not play when it came to his sons being men. I'll say that. He didn't like that. So, I will say that. But majority of the time, married mothers too. It's a mindset. It's a cultural mindset. There are plenty of y'all who probably come from 2-parent households and have seen your brother be spoiled. It just is what it is.
Women often have a negative view of other black women, often a projection of their low self-image, but the fear that these pseudo-husbands of theirs will grow up and leave them to take care of these other women is ever present. We are all complicit in the casual emasculation of low expectations of black...
Nikki Giovanni. Oh, that was her in the... Yeah, I believe she passed away recently. Didn't she have a white wife? Is that the one that passed away recently? Oh, that was her in the video? I didn't even clock it. That was her? Yeah, I remember. I know James Baldwin. I believe he passed too. I think he did pass. Yeah, he did. Oh, a long time ago. But Nikki Giovanni, I believe she recently passed. Yeah, last year, November. I didn't know that was her. That video was a throwback.
Black men, and no one wants to say that they are doing poorly and they need to do better, lest they decide to abandon the community entirely, which they always threaten to do. So instead, we tell black women to accomplish less and settle for less, to clip their wings so that black men forget that they cannot fly. And the result is a dilapidated community with no providers, where no man feels it's his responsibility to repair it because no man wants to play cleanup crew for a mess they believe someone else created. Yes, there are good black men, but in the mind of every black man, he's the good black man. Black men often assign a benevolence to themselves that doesn't exist because they have the luxury of being able to compare themselves to the massive group of degenerate males that occupy this community. They can be underachieving and maladapted. They can keep playing the field or playing Call of Duty until they're 45 years old. As long as they're not committing felonies, they should be congratulated. And as long as women who are objectively out of their league skip over them, they can continue to believe the lie that it's you who are in fact causing the community's marriage problem. But this perpetual state of arrested development is one of the biggest problems with black love, as these men put commitment and family building on a timeline that is detrimental to the women in their age group who are iced out of the possibility of marriage for most of their youth. They tell you to prioritize looking for a husband in college so you don't have this problem. But in a culture where the men are the gatekeepers to marriage, Wouldn't that be a task you would assign to the men? If rebuilding was truly the goal, wouldn't it be more successful if the men were marrying the women that they are already sleeping with and or getting pregnant in their 20s, instead of encouraging them to run up the clock until the last minute, leaving their female peer group to seek out alternative sources of security and provision? Apparently, that's too big of an ask. So, you are bobbing for apples blindfolded in a bucket where half of the apples are spoiled, but the community has the very unrealistic expectation that you must choose the right one, because you all should be able to discern good men from bad men on sight, because men do not ever lie, men do not ever misrepresent themselves, men do not ever string women along, and men do not ever change. And even though everyone else can see that your unbridled loyalty and love for black men is not being reciprocated, watch the community press on with their manipulations. If they don't intentionally misinterpret marriage stats to make it seem like more black men are marrying you than they actually are.
Don't listen to people. Like I said, ask them to provide the research and look at the research. And I never let anybody guilt trip me into whoever I date who I want to dang one well date or marry who I want to marry. Don't let people guilt trip you. I used to listen to them and tune them out. That's what I had to do. I had to tune them out.
Or they're policing your response.
Because most of the people who give you that advice, they have no room to talk. That's why I just let them talk. You have no room to talk. Don't tell me how to successfully pick them. I still remember to this day, this one guy said my standards were too high. You want to know what he is right now? A baby daddy. Exactly.
To the problem. They'll say something like, dating out isn't going to solve every single problem in your life, you know. It's not going to cure world hunger or the Middle Eastern conflict, so you shouldn't do it. Or, just take a look at yourself, have some accountability. Maybe you were the problem. Or they'll say something like, sure, you can date out, do what you want, but only do it for the right reasons. Only do it after you've prayed and fasted for 40 days and nights, smudged your entire zip code with sage, and got permission from the president. Otherwise, your reasons just aren't good enough, because not wanting to be in the next generation of baby mamas or hermits married to Jesus isn't good enough. How bad does the black single mother rate have to be? How many pregnant girls do you need to see riding the bus? How many single women do you have to help carry their strollers down the subway steps before you realize that this is the likely outcome for those of you who have children with black men? And the likely outcome for those of you who...
Oh my gosh, she passed away? That is so sad. What? That's crazy. Rest in peace to her. So young.
To help carry their strollers down the subway steps before you realize that this is the likely outcome for those of you who have children with black men. And the likely outcome for those of you who open up your options is that you get engaged on the same timeline as the national average. But if you decide to play the waiting game in the hopes of finding black love, it's going to cost you. The men are being instructed to keep dangling the carrot of security over your head, claiming that they're only willing to marry you if you're feminine, fit, friendly, and blah blah blah. But they're already sleeping with you, already getting you pregnant, already living in your apartment on discounted rent. It's too sweet of a deal to keep you on the hook, and you ladies are falling for the okie doke, the old dusty bait and switch, asking you what do you bring to the table when they're already eating off of your plate. This hamster wheel that black women are on in the pursuit of black love only serves the men because it increases your desperation and thus lowers your expectations. And because it serves the men, the narrative will always be that you're not...
Yo, what happened to that guy? Yo, I remember he used to be... Dr. Boyce Watkins was all over YouTube. What happened to him? Does he have any stories or did something happen to him? I have not seen him on YouTube in years. I remember him. Damn, they bringing up old... This was 3 years ago. This is bringing up old YouTubers.
Trying hard enough, and you're not looking hard enough. Look at all of these token images of black love. It's not the numbers, it's you. You haven't found black love because you're not listening to men well enough. You're not giving them...
Him too! What happened to him? The lawyer. Dang. Like, what happened to all these folks? I used to see them on my... Maybe I don't know what happened to them. I remember that guy too. Is he still around? I forgot his name. The attorney something. The legal attorney. I don't remember his name.
Men what they want. You're not doing enough. You're not good enough.
He used to do some good cases, and then he went, of course, red pillar. He became a red pillar after, but he used to do some legal cases. He used to talk about legal cases.
For black men, you need to be doing what white or Asian or other groups of women are doing to keep their men. Black men's practice of comparing black women to women of other races is age old. You, your mama...
And they rarely stay with them. Rarely. It is very rare to see an interracial couple of that pairing staying married for a long time. Just letting y'all know.
And your mama's mama were told that non-black women make better wives and that you need to take a page out of their books and learn to be more cooperative. And every criticism of black women from black men starts with, you want to know why we date women of other races? But they can't explain why these relationships tank faster than yours. They can't explain why black men in interracial marriages have higher divorce rates than their marriages to you. They can't explain why black men and white women have the highest divorce rate of all.
They do, absolutely. That is actually very true.
Marriage pairings both interracial and same race in the country, and they can't explain how your divorce rates go down when you marry men from other communities.
Do you want to know why? Because again, we're socialized differently. That's it. We're just socialized differently. And when you marry somebody of another race, if you're already a high value woman, you may not be high value in the black community, but best believe you're going to be high value in someone else's community. They like that. They really like it. I'm telling you, the ones who want docile women are usually the uneducated ones. It's usually them. But the ones who want to build, they want somebody who is of a similar caliber. That's why you're building your family forward.
If you're the real problem and Becky supposedly does it better, the math just ain't mathin'. But they continue to spout out that unlike these other women, you are not doing enough for your men. But who has done for their men in this country what you have done for yours? What women in this country marched with their men, were willing to die for and beside their men, shot at the police off the roof for their men, soldiered in every organized and disorganized crime syndicates for their men, kept having their children when the men had nothing to offer them, and took on the states with their men. So now your image has become synonymous with struggle, antagonism, aggression, and righteous indignation. You want to fight with white men on cable news on behalf of...
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, this one is funny. You want to fight with white men on cable news? What happened? I wish she let the thing play. But I get it. Copyright. I understand, sis.
The roof for their men. Soldiered in every organized and disorganized...
Who's fighting with white men on TV?
For their men. Kept having their children when the men had nothing to offer them. And took on the states with their men. So
yeah, you see, yeah. That was yeah. There are a lot of sacrifices that our ancestors made, y'all. Shout out to the ancestors. Shout out to them.
Now, your image has become synonymous with struggle, antagonism, aggression, and righteous indignation. You want to fight with white men.
Yeah, this is good. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to laugh. Why is this so funny to me? You want to fight with white men? What they fighting about, though? What's she mad about? Sis, what's going on? Why you want to fight with them? What happened? Oh, okay. The volume, my bad. Let me go back. Sorry, I just find this funny.
Children when the men had nothing to offer them and took
let
on
me
the
let it
states
play
with their
through.
men. So now, your image has become synonymous with struggle, antagonism, aggression, and righteous indignation. You want to fight with white men on cable news on behalf of black men who are fully capable of doing it for
Yeah, why we fighting their battles? Red flag, sis. You're too beautiful for this. Come on, man. I'm not fighting with nobody. You will never, ever in this lifetime see me fighting online on behalf of anybody. Unless it's for children, I'll do that. Other than that, no, I'm not fighting. No, I don't do that. I barely comment on social media like, those I love comment. Don't get me wrong. Keep commenting, y'all. I love y'all when y'all comment. I comment too, but what I'm talking about is like, those like debates and stuff, like people who are like, no, I'm not. Why am I going to sit here debating you for what? Like, some people just like to talk. And since she's right, you see two white men here and look at you. Why couldn't they find a black man to talk to them? Oh, they couldn't find a black man to talk to them because he wouldn't be able to go toe to toe with them. He wouldn't be able to debate them. Is that what they're trying to say? Yeah, nah, sis. Don't. We have to learn. I think that's a problem too. We have to learn to just. Sometimes it's better to be silent. Sometimes you don't need to flex, especially not in this type of situation.
For themselves and wouldn't do the same for you. You backed them up. Now they want to tell you that what you bring to the table isn't what they really value, after they've already exploited your highly undesirable strength for the last 4 generations. And as long as black men can convince themselves that your achievements, your education, your work ethic, and your salary aren't actually valuable to their lives, they can convince themselves that your desire to pair with someone on equal footing as yourself is entitlement. Black men's ability to correctly appraise
not O'Shea Duke Jackson. Then she got all of them in here, sis. This is like a timeline. Not O'Shea Duke Jackson.
It's always been inadequate. They sold out a continent with the most abundant natural resources on the planet for cloth beads and gunpowder. They sold out the civil rights movement.
Wait. She's speaking facts here. Hold on. Sorry, y'all.
Praise the value
I got
of something
distracted.
has always been inadequate. They sold out a continent with the most abundant natural resources on the planet for cloth beads and gunpowder.
Damn, she ain't lying. They did. And gold. Add gold in this, sis. That's the reason I'm here. Yeah, sis ain't lying. Alright, let's continue. I mean, we can't say all, of course, because, again, we had some of the, like, Toussaint Louverture. That's our revolutionary king right there. There's some revolutionists over there. There were some, but then there were others. But the problem, you see, this is the problem, though. Sometimes the smaller segment makes a louder impact than the majority, right? But I think it was majority, though. I ain't gonna lie. It had to be, because how were they able to get that many slaves over? It was definitely the majority that were doing that.
They sold out the civil rights movement for plea bargains and white women.
That is very... Oh, damn.
Sold out that continent again for railroads and Wi-Fi, and now...
Is she lying, though? Y'all let me know in the chat.
They're going to sell out the future of this community for light-skinned babies and submission to soothe their inferiority complexes. But you're willing to go down with the ship while black men are all over the internet talking about how they're going to save themselves. You're willing to take into consideration every single historical event that might have hindered some black men's ability to be adequate partners today, but they've told you in no uncertain terms that if you don't play into the role that they require you to play into, to hell with you. Generational curses be damned. Now the supposed black thought leaders of the 2020s are...
Oh, he was still alive at that time. That's why she's talking about Kevin Samuels. Okay. When did he pass away? I think he passed away like 2 years ago or something.
Counting down the minutes until your downfall, until winter comes for you. And for some reason, you believe that your performative pro-blackness is going to reverse this. You believe that if you ignore the issues of every other group in this community, the women, the children, the LGBTQ, the elderly, and the disabled, and focus on propping up the black man at all costs, he will reach back and pull you up with him, even though he has proven time and time again that that is not what is going to happen. That as soon as his pockets are deep enough, he'll wife up a sugar baby from the internet, or a penthouse playmate, or a self-proclaimed whore, or a bottom shelf Becky before he'll ever take your PhD. What will it take for you to see that there is no great black nation coming down the pipeline that is not in the agenda of the average black man, despite his words saying otherwise? There will only be a strong black community when black men build one, and not a day sooner than that. But right now, they don't want to help raise the children that are not theirs. They don't want to get the higher education, and they don't want to marry you. You didn't do this to black love. You didn't sell black people into slavery. You didn't shoot Malcolm X. You didn't sell out the Black Messiah for 30 pieces of silver. You didn't shoot up your neighborhoods. You didn't bring drugs into the community. You didn't abandon the children. You didn't give up the fight. But now you should. I'm not saying this because I want you to see black men as your enemies. I'm saying this because if everything that you have to offer someone else is of no value to them, then the offer itself should be taken off the table. Give it to someone who will appreciate it.
She ain't lying, because I learned that in negotiations. I took a class about negotiations. Yeah.
To someone who will value you. That may not be a black man, but that has to be good enough because you are good enough. This is the generational curse that you need to break. To stop waiting for permission to do what is in your best interest.
Absolutely.
To stop begging for love. To reject the abusive myth that you're not beautiful and there's nowhere else for you to go. To reject the abusive myth that bringing forth your issues with the black community is a ploy to destroy it when 1 million black men tune in each week to listen to one of them tell one of you that they can hear the cholesterol in your voice and calling it accountability. You put black
Not they could hear the cholesterol, Lord.
men first long enough, and look how that panned out. They put themselves first. You can keep begging for validation if you'd like. You can believe that if you don't get on their program, then you'll have to get a dog and die alone, even though
I am not on nobody's program.
on average, you live almost a decade longer than they do, so dying alone is almost inevitable. All that considered, it just might be better to risk dying alone in the pursuit of something greater for your life than having never really lived your life at all. I'm Mahogany Pink. Thank you to everyone who took part.
That was very powerful. Thank you, sis. Let me read a few comments. That was very great. Encore. Not encore. Round of applause. There we go. Yeah, that's the ending part. Let me tell y'all, from when she talked about how they sold us out in to be slaves, I was like, she ain't lying though. She is not lying. She's right. She is. I can't even dispute what she's talking about. It's factual. You're drinking champagne watching. They mad at Russell Wilson for raising Future's child, and Future's son now has Russell's last name, and black men are mad. Absolutely. And you know what? That was long overdue. He should have Russell's last name. He should have. I don't think there's a problem with it. Rosa said, that's why they asked us to be submissive. This is not the nature of women to be submissive, specifically in the black community. Research proves that women are better leaders. Yes. And that's the thing. Like, back on the continent, we were not submissive at all. We were warriors. Women were. Yeah. In a lot of other cultures, women are revered. Even in indigenous culture, women are usually revered in a higher regard in society and communal regard because they're the bearers of the generations that are coming up. Oh, you're having dinner with your champagne? Enjoy it, sis. Enjoy it. And you finished working out. Okay. Yes. I love to see it. We should be enjoying it, y'all. Why are my lips like this? Hold on, y'all. What happened? My lip gloss. Hold on. I gotta put my lip gloss on. I don't know what's going on here. Yup. That was... Wake up, y'all. Wake up for real. Wake up for real. And don't let people guilt trip you. This is why you have to be adaptable. This is why you have to be adaptable and see things for what they really are. Like, to be honest with you, if I'm being really honest, I don't know what happened with my lips here. Sorry, y'all. I could see myself in the mirror. To be quite honest with you, what she said at the end was so true. You're gonna have to make a lot of decisions, and it's gonna make other people uncomfortable and unhappy. But at the end of the day, you know what's best for you. You know what's best for you. And if you find somebody who aligns with what you want, and he happens to be someone of another race, then I would say as long as he's a healthy man. And I don't mean healthy as in, physically too. But I'm talking about he has all of your value points and he meets your standards, the standards that you have set forth. And I'm talking about good standards. I'm not talking about the superficial ones. I'm talking about, like, you guys have the same core values. Then why not? Why not? Don't let people guilt trip you. It's great on this side. I'm sorry. I have never felt guilty. Never. Never one day did I think, oh man, maybe I should have married somebody else. I feel guilty for not, Nope. I'm good. I'm good where I'm at, y'all. I don't have not a guilt in sight. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. All right, y'all. We going to the next video. It's 6 o'clock my time. It must be 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. I still have like an hour and a half, and then I'm going to go at 6 o'clock my time. I mean, not 6 o'clock. Sorry, 7. Wait, how many hours? I usually do 6-hour live streams. So I have an hour and some change. So let's watch one more video, y'all. This one is a long one. Okay. We have two more videos. I might save some for tomorrow. We already watched this one, so we can clock out. That was really great. I'll leave the AI for tomorrow. This is not... Okay, we have 2 more videos. We have this one and this one. Yeah, we'll leave AI for tomorrow. Okay. Rich men versus poor men. Or do we want... Aunties are already asking me when I'm getting married. I like them. I remember I did a review, a Ginger J show. Well, this is the Trend Central. They got the girls coming back. Bad Bunny. Not you watching Bad Bunny's Residency. Have fun watching it. You talking about Bad Bunny, the singer? Bad Bunny Residency. What is that? Is that a documentary? What is that? Is that a concert? Oh, it's a concert. Yeah. Okay. In Puerto Rico. Okay. Shout out to my Puerto Ricans. Yeah, it's late. It's going to be... Yeah, I'm only going to be here for another hour. An hour and some change. I usually try to make my live streams at least 6 hours and then I'm done. And then we'll leave the rest for tomorrow. Auntie's already asking me when I'm getting married. Okay, I want to... Let's switch it up a bit. Rich men versus poor men. I don't know which one to do. This is the hardest part about streaming is I have a lot of content. The problem is I never know which one to choose. We went through Black Love already. And then this looks like it's gonna be another Black Love conversation. Are y'all ready? Oh, whoa. Okay. Let me see which one. I hate Jubilee videos. Are they rage bait? Okay, y'all let me know because I don't know. Jubilee, I have not watched any of... I think I've only watched one of their videos or 2. I watched the Amanda Seales one recently. That one was pretty funny. It was pretty good. Can I make it a poll? How can I do that? Yeah, let's make it a poll. Hold on. Can I do that? Is there a way I can make a poll? Oh, there's a bot here? Hold on, maybe I can. No, the bot can't do it. I don't think reply commands. What does that mean? I don't know how to make it a poll. Okay, y'all let me know. Okay, which video y'all want to watch? It sounds like Jubilee is rage bait. Okay, y'all let me know which one. Aunties are already asking me when I'm getting married. Ooh, this is a long title. Okay, just put black one or the rich one. Black or rich? Which one? Black or which? What the F is Jubilee? I don't know. Yeah, Rich, you know the reason why? Okay, I'm going to tell you why I chose these videos. So this one, I chose it because a lot of you all are probably getting pressured to get married. And so I think this is a really good conversation. And it's exactly the one I remember in the Jeannie Mai video. It's kind of like similar to the topics and conversations that were happening on The Real about getting married, having children. I want to hear their perspective about what's going on and why they're being asked those questions. And then the Jubilee one is, I have not watched it, y'all. I have no idea, but I just saw the rich versus poor man. And I think it's going to be really good to get kind of like some indication of the mindset of a man. A man who wants to build and a man who has like, who wants, you see poor men, like their mindset. I want to see the difference. That's what I'm trying to recognize patterns. Yeah, rich versus poor. Okay, we got rich versus... Somebody said neither. Hey, that's the videos I got today, sis. My bad. Okay, it looks like rich versus poor. Okay. Yeah, right? At least she's being honest, though. That girl from Yonder, she's being honest. Okay. Let's do rich versus poor. All right, let's do... Thank you about the Ginny Mike case study. I have to film the third part. I worked on, if you're part of the membership, I worked on the Lily and James one. We're on the last part. Y'all, it took me hours. I filmed for like 6 hours with that one. It was so much. Lily and James, man, is the worst case study I've ever done. There was just too much nonsense going on. I couldn't. It's the worst case study I have ever done. The one that I did on Lily and James, Lily Petals World, Lord. I hope I never have to do another one like that, but I'm assuming there's more. Okay, aunties. Okay, it's a debate. Oh, they invite the most extreme people now? Okay, let's leave that one for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. So we're going to be a little nice tomorrow. Tomorrow, let's leave rich versus poor for Sunday. Because actually, I do have a finance video I want to go over tomorrow. So let's do this one. Okay, we're going to talk about this one. Aunties. I don't know to hear what men have to say. I know. I don't like it either. But you know what it is? The reason why I like to do those type of videos is to get like an indication of where the dating, because you gotta watch like those type of videos. It kind of gives you an indication of how people think in that segment, right? So it's usually like it usually shows you how the dating world is and what people think, and also like the type of mindset that these type of men have, especially because they're men of other races. And it helps you to recognize patterns, especially when you're talking about wealth, because I wanted to hear what the rich men had to say and the poor men and see what mindset they had, and also education, the social class, all of those things. But I totally understand. Okay, let's listen to the women. Since we've been listening to Mahogany Pink, let's continue. Yeah,
we told him that was going to cheat. Where is he?
Yeah, this part one. Okay, oh, it's a little loud.
How are you going to have your kids now?
Okay, let's watch this one. Oh, those people again. Okay, here we go. I actually like this show. It's not bad. Okay, Jay's back. Oh, not this one again, Lord. Oh, it's Rage Baity. I didn't know that. Maybe I should select somebody else then. Because I know they have... Okay, hold on. Let me show y'all before we continue the video. I like those type of middle ground conversations, so hold on. Oh, it's just Jubilee, but Jubilee's not the only one, by the way, so we can watch other ones. There's other ones. I know I recently watched one. I forgot which. I'll select another one. Okay, if it's Rage Baity, I don't want to do that. I want it to be, if it's too extreme though. There's one where they do that kind of like style of like, you know, the different ones. There are different channels that do it too. It's very interesting conversations. Maybe I'll get a, you know what, do you guys watch Diary of a CEO? He has a video that I'm very interested to watch, and I've been holding on to it for a bit, but I don't know, I've heard mixed reviews about him. And Jay Shetty, I actually haven't watched his stuff yet, but might watch Diary of a CEO because he interviews a lot of people and he has some really good interviews on there. And I might even do an Oprah interview because she has some good people too. Yeah, I might do. I like to do different things. I like to cover different topics on live streams. All right, let's continue. They have nothing. Okay. I won't do Jubilee then. Ooh, good thing I didn't do it. All right, good thing. I just watched the Amanda Seales one, and it was funny to me. To me, I was like, damn. But yeah, some of the people were so not. I was like, are you real? But okay, I won't do the Jubilee one. There's another one though from another channel. It's not Jubilee, so it might be a better one. They stay yelling, Lord.
Hey guys, it's your girl Cream. Come on, you know.
Okay, she's new. I didn't see her last time.
Temperatures. We got back chat London, yes.
He's in my 30s. Time isn't running out. It's not. Feels like it is. If you look at social media, oh my god.
Wait, is that Gabrielle Union? Hold on, I think that's Gabrielle Union. Lord. Oh Lord. They're watching a Gabrielle Union video? Hold on, is that Gabrielle Union?
Hey guys, it's your girl Cream. Come on, you know the vibes. You know how to come in.
Is he Red Pill? Who you talking about? Hold on. Wait. Before we get to the video, I'm getting confused now. This is the video I wanted to do. Hold on. Diary of a CEO. I'm going to show y'all. Oops. I'm going to show y'all the video. There are two videos I wanted to cover. Hold on. Not this one. It was this one, the economic decline, but this one looks a bit rage baity. But there was one he did about it was dating or something. Hold on, it was this one. I've been sitting on it for a while. This one, Dating Doctor. That's the one I wanted to watch. And then Men Are Giving Up, this one. There was this one. And then with Jay Shetty, I wanted to go over this one that he did with a relationship coach. It was a woman. Hold on, it's this woman. What's her name? It was a woman. The woman on this show called Couples Therapy. I wanted to watch that one. Or I could do like a finance video. I don't know. I'm still throwing it out. Sundays are going to be more mellow content.
Check some temperatures. We got back chat London, yes.
He's in their 30s.
They're not intelligent? Dang, y'all be letting me. Okay, y'all let me know who to choose. I've never watched his content, to be honest with you. I don't know what he does. I have no idea. I just look at thumbnails, and then sometimes like I'll watch like 1 minute of the video just to make sure like, okay, this person's not slow. I hate watching people who talk slow. I'm sorry. I just can't because my ADHD can't handle it. So yeah, I usually just look at their cadence, and then I'm like, okay, this looks okay. But I didn't know that. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Okay, let's check tomorrow's content. I'm gonna go and see what I could find. I want people who are intelligent. I don't want unintelligent people.
Time isn't running out. It's not. Feels like it is.
Yeah, that is Gabrielle Union.
Oh my God, you're running out of time. It's not. It's not. Other people will make you feel like you're running out of time because they want everyone to do what they're doing so they feel better about their choices. There's no race, like there's no checkered flag at the end of life where they're like, she did it all. Extra stars for when you're dead. Your 30s, travel. Tell people how you really feel. Don't lie to your therapist. And be okay to not be okay. And be okay with missing out because staying in is more fun.
Gabrielle Union.
Okay, so Gabrielle Union was that was the right message, wrong messenger. Red flag. She should not. You see, this is what I'm talking about here. I love Gabby. Don't get me wrong. I love Gabrielle Union. Love her movies. Love her as an actress. But if we're talking about relationship-wise, sis, the advice was great, but you didn't even follow it yourself. You didn't even follow it. She said your 30s are for travel. Don't worry about the ring. You accepted your man. First of all, let's get into this. Let's get into Gabrielle Union's background. And I'm not doing this to shame her, but I'm just trying to show you that some people, they're going to tell you what to do, but they don't actually follow it. That's the problem I have. And she should have, I wish she had said, you know what? I made that mistake. I didn't do it. And I would tell my younger, no, she's not going to do that. She's telling you, oh yeah, do this, do that, like she did it. She didn't do that. Literally got with Dwayne Wade after he had his ex-wife, got his, had two kids with his ex-wife, left her high and dry. After her mama supported him through his basketball dreams or whatever. As soon as he got money, he left her. Took the kids away from her. Then got with Gabrielle Union. They had a whole relationship. Then he had a side baby, even though they said it was a break baby. Whatever. Sis went through IVF for years. Then ended up using a surrogate to have a baby by this man. And then not only that, but he makes her do 50-50. Red flag. And then you trying to tell people, oh, yeah, take your time. Take your time. Your husband made you. You know what? I even spelled YouTube wrong. My bad. I'm incensed right now. And again, I love Gabrielle Union, but I gotta clock it. Here we go.
Hey y'all, welcome back to another short.
Oh wait, no, sis, I love you, but I want to hear what he says. Hold on.
Hey y'all.
Oh, it's the same person. Okay, never mind. She put 2 shorts up. Here, okay, maybe this is the one.
And I'm trying to find peace in the journey, not using my anxiety and scarcity mindset to be my engine, which is hard. It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts there's always this like gorilla on your back that is like, you better work, you better work, you gonna sleep in? And I'm trying to find peace.
So, this is my problem. Again, the 50-50 is not a problem that she's contributing to the household. My problem is the split. 50-50, y'all. 50-50. This man is making way more than her. Hold up, what's his net worth? According to, oh no, I want something else. Okay, we gonna listen to BuzzFeed, y'all. Okay, let's believe BuzzFeed. 170 million, Dwayne Wade. As of March 6, 2025, allegedly. 170 million. Her net worth. 40 million, y'all. 40 million. 170 to 40. This should not be a 50-50 split. It's unfair. This is unfair. Why is she splitting things 50-50 when you make more money than her? Red flag. How is that possible? Why is she even doing that? You have the money to take care of her. Why? Why? Matter of fact, if he was smart, he would use his income to take care of the household and her income for them to do their excursions, whatever. Just be like, no, you take what you, babe, it's yours. You gonna keep that. We gonna use that as our discretionary. My income gonna pay for everything else. They have the money. What's the problem? What is the issue? He makes his net worth, y'all, 170 million. Hers is 40. He can pay for all the bills and more. She talking about she got a gorilla on her back. Yeah, I gotta work. Sis, what y'all spending, John? What are they spending their money on? What happened? Oh, wait, it says she no longer splits 50-50. He got drug enough. I don't believe so. I believe they're just doing it on the low. On the low. That's what's going on here. Here. Okay, I'm not going to read through all of it. But let's go through. She appeared on a March 4th episode on the Balanced Black Girl podcast and addressed her infamous 50-50 claim. I famously said 50-50 or bust, right? And I meant that financially, spiritually, and emotionally. Girl, no 50-50 here. Union said, explaining that her desire for control was a trauma response. It wasn't. She tried to make it seem like it was her. No, it wasn't. Nobody would be willing to be doing all that for themselves. No, it was you. It was him. He wasn't contributing. That's all it was. You trying to save face here. It's never wanting to be so out of control that I don't have control over what is happening to my body. And 50-50 is, I'm not going to be vulnerable enough to trust you with 100% of anything. Not my heart, not my cash, not my energy. Listen, I understand she had a traumatic experience. If you guys don't know, she was sexually assaulted and the R word at her job when she was a teenager. So my heart goes out to her. She does have a lot of trauma with that. I will say that. But separately speaking, what she's saying doesn't make sense. She said She will never be able to trust someone 100% with anything. But you got money. I get it. It's not that we're not saying don't work, Gabby. What we're saying is the split is unequal. That's what we're saying. We're not saying you can't contribute to your funds. We're not saying none of that. You could work all that you want to. Your heart's content. But how are you living in a household with a man who has way more than you and you're contributing just as much? That doesn't make sense. And you make way less. That's the problem. The split is weird. And you have children.
Angel union, Brad Pitt union, there's a biological clock and there's a spiritual clock. No, I'm a man.
Oh, wait, whose mama's a smart woman? Hold up. Princess. Okay, what did Princess say? My mom would say it would be, it should be 150 minus 50. Yup, it should be. I ain't gonna lie. That's what, that sounds about right to me. That sounds about right.
Miracles can happen. 60, you can have a kid. Say amen. Say amen now.
Wait, what he said now? I gotta go back. I got distracted.
She did it all. Extra stars for when you're dead. Your 30s, travel. Tell people how you really feel. Don't lie to your therapist. And be okay to not be okay. And be okay with missing out because staying in is more fun.
Gabrielle union, Angel union, Brad Pitt union. There's a biological clock and there's a spiritual clock. No, I'm a man of God. I have faith. I believe miracles can happen. 60, you can have a kid. Say amen. Say amen now.
Okay, so 60, you can have a kid. Oh, he's trying to say that she should speed up the process. Oh, because she said you should spend your 30s traveling and doing what you want to do. So now he's trying to say that you have a biological clock. Yeah, we know that, Anne. What is it? Well, I don't understand. Is this I'm not low vibrational enough for these type of conversations. I just don't understand. Why do I need to rush to have a child? Because my clock is ticking? Okay, let it tick and let it boom. What we doing here? That's the thing. When people place too much value on things, this is what happens. They can threaten you with that. If somebody says your biological clock is ticking, then you need to hurry up and find your man. And I'm going to let it keep ticking and it's going to collapse eventually. Boom. And you do realize there are other children in this world that need parents, right? They don't have to be yours. If you really desperately want a child, you can go and get a child. You can adopt a child. You can foster a child. There are different methods, y'all. You can have a surrogate now. I personally don't agree with having surrogates because I don't like how people treat them. But people are having surrogates have their babies. You can freeze your eggs. Medical science has gone a long way. It's come a long way. But I mean, again, if that is your value and you're placing so much value on that, of course what he's saying is going to scare you. And then you're going to run and try to find somebody to have kids with.
Oh, amen now. You. Say, the part that you're saying, do, you're forgetting that you don't have the more, man. So you can go and pay for surrogate, and longer. Some of us don't have that coin. So unless
we don't, but then I would rather be single and childless than have to deal with a bummy baby daddy. That would never. That's not even in my vocabulary. I'm allergic to baby daddy. Allergic. I'd rather ex-husband than baby daddy, to be quite honest with you. If that's where we're going with this. But again, if you value having children as a high priority, then yes, this is going to scare you. And then men like him could be like, well, your clock is ticking. You're hitting the wall. So you could rush and have children all willy-nilly.
should be a foundation for all the people that missed their bop.
Yes. Who said that? That girl from yonder. Mine too. You said your grandmother had mine too. My grandma actually had my father at 50 years old. No, she was 40, 45. And then I have one of my cousins who had her daughter in her 50s. I have a few cousins who had their kids in their 50s. Yeah, there are some women who are making it happen. But then again, that's what I'm saying. This conversation about children it depends on the person. Me personally speaking, I don't value having biological children as my high priority. That is not my lifestyle. That's not my value system. And it's not my husband's either. We made that very clear. Matter of fact, when we got married, we're just like, okay, like, you know, we asked each other, we're like, how do you feel about kids? How do you feel about kids? And we both had the same answer. It was like, we want kids, but at the same time, we know that there's a responsibility that comes with it. And we're like, okay, we're not totally against having kids, but at the same time, we're not where we want to be financially yet. I'm being honest with y'all. Very transparent. We're not where we want to be financially yet. And so, yeah, in the beginning when we got married, we're like, okay, would it make sense to have a kid? Maybe when we get to Canada, we could think about it. And we were planning. I'm not lying to y'all. We did plan. We're like, okay, when we get to Canada, we'll start planning to have a kid. But then when we got here, we realized, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not. Not with what we got going on. We're both very busy, very ambitious people. And then we were like, okay, you know what? How much of a priority is it to have a child? That's something you talk about with your partner. If you're dying to have children, you want to have biological children, you need to evaluate why. What is it? Why do you feel like you have to have a biological child to feel like you're fulfilled? That's something that we need to talk about. We really do. Because most people, they'll have kids and they don't even take care of their kids. Red flag. Look at what happened with Celeste Rivas. Look at that. Look at that. Some people, they just want the child, but they don't understand the responsibility. And so when they have the child, you're going to hear all this complaint. Oh, he's not there. He's not supporting me. They don't understand it takes a village. And also, your clock, you don't know when your clock is going to end. Some people can't have kids in their 20s. And some people can't have kids in their 30s, 40s. And some people, they're abundantly fruitful. Look at Elena May. She's still having children. 9th child. She's 39. That's what I'm saying. It's like everyone's situation is different. But don't rush into it just because of fear is my point. And you need to evaluate why you want to have this child so badly. Why do you want to have this family so badly? Do you know what comes with it? Because I can promise you from experience, the fantasy is never the same as the reality. Hello? Stop fantasizing. Come back to earth. Most of the people that are selling you the dream, they're living in a nightmare. And I'm not saying all. But majority, especially when it's not planned. And they just, like I said, short-term plan, just have a kid. Yeah, we gonna take care of the kid. Nowhere to be found. Nowhere. At all. Look at Jeannie Mai. We gonna get to her and Jeezy. She got her man. She's like, look, I got a new husband. I'm gonna get the baby. Da, 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 da. Where is he? Gone. Thank goodness she has the money and the resources and the village to take care of her child. But don't be fooled. It's a hard job. She knows that. But thankfully she has a village to help her take care of her baby. Spoiler alert, by the way. Sorry, y'all, if y'all didn't know. Most of the time, though, y'all, it's not easy. And this is why, again, that's another conversation to have, because I loved when someone said this. I don't remember who said it on TikTok. They said, when you get married, you have to be prepared to be a single mother because you don't know how life is going to end up for you. You don't know. You don't know. So if you don't even have the financial resources to take care of one child, let alone yourself, by yourself, how are you going to be able to, like, you can't predict what's going to happen in the future. I'm not saying that your husband's going to leave you or anything like that, but life happens, y'all. It could be something way out of both of your controls. So we have to have those conversations, especially with the way that people are having kids in the community and not taking care of them.
Biological clock, and the spirit is telling them that they can't have the baby.
Shush. Everybody, I want to introduce our special guest for today. She is very well known for her podcast Convos with Cream, and she is multi-talented, she's multifaceted, and she's here to share her wisdom amongst us. Everybody give a hand clap for Queen Ice Cream.
Who said that? She gone. You said something really good. Hold on, before we continue. Yes, I saw that, and I really want to talk about that too. Princess Amani said, my plan is to foster at 50, be part of the village. Oh my God, I'm so happy. So happy. That is something that is so needed, y'all. There's this one woman on Instagram. Her handle is Raising Cultures. I love her channel. Or not her channel, her page. Because that's what she did. She had one biological child, and then the rest of her kids are all fostered, and then she adopted them. That is true. And then sometimes you don't even have to foster a kid. You could even have a scholarship. You know, if you're single and you know that you don't want to have biological children, you can be, like, again, part of the village to other kids. I would love to sponsor a kid. And when I have money, of course, because I ain't there yet. But once we're debt free, we're like, yo, like, we want to sponsor kids. We want them to get a good education. We want them to be able to have the skills and tools in life to become better. It doesn't have to come from my coochie or my vagina for me to feel like that, like I'm doing something, like that's my child. No. I have been around children where I feel responsible for them, even though I am not their parent. Yes, I'm not there for the day-to-day, but I am still responsible to them and to be there for them as part of the village. You don't have to be a parent. That's what I'm saying. I think we need to get out of that mindset, because people are trying to make it seem like, oh, you have to have kids, you have to get married, you have to do that. Y'all saw the deficit. Some of us won't, and that's okay. It's okay. We all have our own calling. We don't all have to follow the same master plan. Some of us are going to be abundantly blessed with multiple children. Amen. That's amazing. And some of us may not be blessed with children, but guess what? We're going to be a blessing to so many children. You can be blessed and be a blessing at the same time. Hello. Shigon, you said something really, really factual, and then I'm going to hop back on the video. As I know, more than the mother's egg, the male's contribution heavily influences likelihood of genetic diseases. Yes. It may be 50-50, but yeah, it's weird to only talk about women's clock ticking. Exactly. Men's sperm is very important in the conceptualization process. And implantation, whatever the scientific words are. It's very extremely important for them to be healthy too. Yes, absolutely. Both people have to be in a healthy body, in a healthy state. They think that, oh, it's sperm because I have so much sperm that I can just have all types of children. No, it's not just the egg and the sperm together. Both individuals, genetic makeup, and also your health. Your health as well. LOL, Elena and Joe are crazy. They are, but hey, you know that. Listen, them YouTube checks gotta keep coming in. They had to have a baby. Them kids are getting too grown. I saw one of their videos. It was in my recommended, and I was like, oh, let me see what they up to. Y'all, they are grown. Arizona is like a teenager. I was shocked. The last time I saw her, she was a kid. She was like 6 years old, 7. Like, I can't believe how big those kids have gotten. I'm like, where did the time go? Yeah, God bless them. Exactly. That's why I don't like when people have kids and stuff. What I will say though is be responsible for your children. That's my thing. But if you are able to financially and emotionally provide, then I have nothing to say. But what I don't like is when we hear stories like Celeste's story earlier. That pisses me off, because I'm like, hey, you had a blessing and look at how you squandered it. Look at how you squandered it. It's just so sad.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
I'm going to read our question.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, love.
Love the lipstick.
All right.
She must be new. Okay, look like everybody's used to the... Okay, I think this is the core group, because I saw the eye rolls, the side eyes.
Has the you have time narrative become a comforting lie for women in their 30s? Or are women being misled into thinking marriage and motherhood can wait forever?
So I'm 50-50 on this one. I agree, but I don't agree, because at the end of the day, it's never too late. Marriage can wait forever. Motherhood can't, but neither can fatherhood. I feel like the question being subjected to women only is just a fear-mongering tactic from the patriarchy.
Oh, okay, Zilla. I remember was Zilla the one who got buck with Ginger J? I think she was the one. Okay. I love her braids though. Beautiful. It matches her skin tone perfectly too. Okay, Zilla.
Hey, that's funny, man. Like, do you know what? It's a lie, innit? It's a cope. yeah, cope. For old women who failed or they threw the box and they slept around with guys that they thought were cute, like gangbangers, whatever. Run up their mileage. They run up the mileage.
Red flag. Wait a minute. So it's an excuse by older women? What? Who ran up the mileage? We're with gangsters? These are all stereotypes, by the way, y'all. These are all stereotypes. Okay, y'all gonna let me know if this makes sense. They keep talking about running mileage. Let's say, because I've been married for 4 years, going on 5 years next year. Wait, when we got married? 2021, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 years. We hit our 4 years this summer. So, because I am sexually active with my husband, does that mean by default my mileage is up? I don't understand what they talking about. Because if we talking about running mileage, are they talking about how many partners you've slept with? I don't get that logic, to be quite honest with you. Because what if you had sex with the same partner for X amount of time? That's a lot of miles too. But what if you had one partner? Like, I don't... Like, anyways, that conversation never made sense to me. Maybe I'm thinking about it too differently. Because I've been with the same partner. Oh, because it makes a difference because I was with one dude instead of multiple dudes? Is that what they're saying? That conversation never made sense. And what about you? Your miles are up too. If we going by that logic, why is it always us? What about your miles? You sticking it in something. What about your miles? That's why that conversation doesn't make sense to me. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. And by the way, your vagina is a muscle. It enlarges and then it gets small like that. And if you find it like it's not loose because of sexual activity, usually it's childbirth that makes it loose. Hello, you got to get stitched up, and then it expands, and then it goes like this. It's like a muscle. Yeah. Do they not understand that? Oh, but then again, the uneducated folks, there we go. They don't understand that it's a muscle, y'all. They don't get it. They don't get it. Just like your regular muscles. When you work out, your muscles, I believe they expand, and then once you stop working out, I don't know the exact science, but every muscle in your body operates in similar ways. Do Kegels if you want it to be a little bit more firm. Yeah, as you age, it will lose its elasticity. But that doesn't mean that it's because of sex that, somehow, this guy had a bigger member, whatever, bigger chili, so that means that's why your vagina's loose. No. Some people are born with long ones, short ones, small ones, big. It doesn't matter. I don't understand. Do they not know science?
Yeah, high miles. Yeah, the wheels are about to fall off. Yeah.
Okay, can I
Nah, you want to cope and be like, oh yeah, I've got time. You ain't got time, blood.
Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
I actually asked you this the other day, but I don't remember your answer. So when do you think someone should be concerned that they're not married with kids? What age?
About 30.
And is that only for men or for...
So 30. Remember, he said about 30, this is when you should be concerned that you are not married and you don't have kids. 30. How old are these folks? That's what I need to know. By the way, I got married at 34. Just letting y'all know that. Just a small fact. Yeah, fun fact. My sister got married she got married a year later. My sister got married at 37. This is a fun fact. Fun fact, y'all. Neither of us have children yet. Fun fact. Right, yeah.
No, men and women are on different timelines biologically.
So when's the men's time?
What time for what?
That you're running out. What age should they be concerned?
Running out what for what though? For
marriage and kids.
Oh, the guy should be thinking about marriage when he's established, blood.
Oh, so
when he's ready for that. But obviously, because a man is usually going to date a younger woman, innit? So it's different timelines. But if a woman's like 30 and she's still just...
Red flag. A man's going to date a younger woman. What? Oh, Lord. Why do they always have him speaking first? He needs to speak last. He's the kid in the class that always gonna say, you know, there's always one kid who's gonna say some dumb shit. He's that kid. Just stupidness flowing through. It's just nothing here. Nothing is here. Nothing at all. Nothing.
Throwing box, still going clubs,
what age?
brunches.
So men have no
DT
timeline? Hold on a
Huh?
minute. So what age is that? What age?
For a
Because
man.
you said 30 for women. So what age is it for
What,
men?
to get married? I'd probably say like 35 up.
So after 35, men should start panicking.
Should
yeah?
not panicking, just start thinking about it. Just think. I know you said panicking. I'm not saying panicking.
what are
I'm
you
saying think about it.
What are you saying about the people in this room that are not married with?
He's not saying nothing about that.
No, because you said 35. So the people who aren't married with kids in this room, so what you saying?
Trying to trick him. No, I know, but she's not smart enough to do that.
How old are you? How old are you?
Huh? It don't matter. It don't matter.
How old are you?
I'm not ready yet to
How
get
old
married.
are
I'm not that
you?
age. I'm not that age. I said.
Why
I'm not
can't
that
you
age.
say
I
your
said.
age?
Bro, I know women hate to hear this, but this is the truth, and it will set you free. Yeah, men and women are on a different timeline biologically, whether you like it or not, fam. Yeah, a man can keep busting nuts and producing children to the day he dies, but on the other hand, as a woman, yeah, your best time to have a child is in your prime years, like 20s, 30s, bro. You don't want to be 60 thinking about, I'm having my first or second child. Bro, no, fam.
If the woman's eggs are healthy and she has a healthy body, then what is he talking about? Yes, he is correct. Your egg conditions does decline as you age. Yes, biologically, he is correct in that aspect. But again, that does not mean that you are going to have a hard time having a child. Yes, maybe you have a higher chance of having a child with a disability. That's what they say, statistically speaking. However, the way people are eating and their diets in this day and age, this is why you're seeing a lot of different types of genetic issues come up. It's not just about your age, y'all. It's your environment, your age, your genetics, your health, your current health at that moment when you're trying to get pregnant. It is very difficult to get pregnant, y'all. It's not that easy. It's not as easy as people say it is. Yeah, some people, they get pregnant the first time, but usually sometimes it takes longer than that. What he doesn't understand, and sis, you said it perfectly, the man's sperm also has to be taken into consideration. What is the condition of his sperm? If he's drinking all the time, smoking weed, that sperm is not going to be viable. At least to have a good, a healthy child at least. Chances decrease as well. There are a lot of factors, y'all. He's just talking to talk.
No, yeah, it's not feasible.
Richards, what makes you think that up to 30 she's flinging it around? What she's building, getting her career, getting her house, why is she flinging it about?
Think about how many willies have been thrown to you since she was 18 years old. You're trying to tell me not one of them was good enough to settle down with?
Maybe she wasn't ready. But you're putting the two together, marriage and kids. Imagine she wants to get married, but she don't want kids yet until she's got her shit sorted. Doesn't mean she's flinging it about.
Gonna sort it for
It takes a while.
Riches, I agree with you on one thing and one thing only. Yes, a man should be established before he settles down because he needs to provide. But everything else, women also would like to be established. And they can fling their box around as much as they want. They can take 10,000 willies if they want to. Let them do what they want in their own time.
I saw some statistics recently that said, in fact, the other day, that said that there are more women having children now in their 40s.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's true.
Teenage girls.
That's right.
That is true. Let's go look it up. Okay, the girls are cooking this episode. There are a lot of women in their 40s, y'all. A lot. And some of them are having accidental pregnancies right around the time they're supposed to have menopause, y'all. I don't know if you guys have heard about this phenomenon. There are a lot of women that are getting pregnant about the time that they're supposed to be on menopause. Here, this is, let's look at NBC News. More older women becoming first-time moms and amid U.S. fertility rate declines. How is that possible, King Riches? How? I thought you said 30. Amid growing evidence of slowing fertility rates in the United States, a new report contained a pair of surprising details from two divergent age groups. A growing number of women older than 40 are having children, and a record low number of teenagers are giving birth. How is that possible? Didn't they tell us we have to be young and fruitful? I don't know, but in science class, you guys can let me know. As long as you have a period, you have a possibility. There's a possibility of getting pregnant as long as the egg is coming out. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. People are still having their periods in their 50s. I have a cousin right now in her 50s still getting periods. Till now. Eggs dropping every time. I thought we were supposed to be in menopause in our 50s. Ain't that what they told us? Come on now. Come on now. It's case by case, of course. Yeah. The report, released earlier this month by the National Center for Health Statistics, showed that the U.S. fertility rate, the average number of children born to a woman during her reproductive years, continues its decades-long slide through 2023, with American women having an average of 1.62 children compared to 1.66. That's true, because people are waiting longer to have children. For the first time in 2023, there were more births among women 40 and older than there were to teenage girls, a trend which aligns with both long-sought public health goals of decreasing teen births, while reflecting medical advancements which have allowed older women to have healthy pregnancies. Yeah. Yeah. That's what's going on, King Riches. So we're going to let you yammer on. This is globally, by the way. There are people in other countries who are having kids well into their 50s, y'all. We just... Like I said, my grandma had my dad in her 40s, mid-40s. Come on now.
So I do think there is a slight lie.
It's a lie.
There's a slight lie about
man made it up.
About women's.
What do they call it when old women get pregnant?
Geriatric pregnancy.
I do think that there is a slight lie, exaggeration about women's biological clock, and also I've learned that men's sperm starts to depreciate after the age of 30.
Yeah,
bet you didn't know that.
You might get to 45 and then finally settle down.
I never said
I'm just saying, the
45
sperm
though.
you're giving might not be top quality. Do you know what I'm saying? So sometimes
How do we make it
there
quality?
is this. Pardon?
How do you make it quality?
What? Red flag. How do you not know how to make it quality, sir? What are we talking about? You have to eat healthy. Vegetables. Drink your water. Exercise. Sleep. That's it, that's all. Stop eating sugar. Stop putting all that seasoning on your damn food. That's what you gotta do.
For the people that are like 30 and above, not like for some people.
Obviously, I'm not a man. I don't know how to look after sperm. But I'm just saying sometimes men should also
But do you think? But don't you agree?
What I'm saying is that to the question, it's not a comforting lie. I believe that more and more women are becoming a little bit more awake to the fact that they're allowed to live a little bit.
Yeah.
And
Mess
living
around.
doesn't mean fling balls.
Dick testing.
No, it doesn't. You can go on holidays. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, girl trips and meet random guys. And
You know why he's saying all that? Because that's what he would do. That's it. When you hear men talking like this, that's what they would do. They don't believe that people have sexual discipline. He doesn't, obviously. He thinks people are like him. Red flag. We're not like you.
Extreme end.
You went straight, I just think you went straight to the childish response from a man. It is, because the question that I asked, I said childish response. I didn't call him childish.
You keep trying to trick him.
What I said is, you have time narrative, is it like a comforting lie to women over 30s for marriage and motherhood? We didn't ask about, do you understand what I'm saying? He was throwing box about.
yeah, no, the first thing I said was it was coke. The first thing I actually said is coke. It is a lie. That was the first thing I said.
Grow up, King Richies. Come on now. There's a lot of men speaking about it. Where, do you know what I mean? Like, and I don't think they're coming from the right place. When you said, oh, you're not ready, age and stuff, it's not just about age, it's about position. You could be it's the age, but you're not husband material.
Yeah, but that's, I actually said something along those lines as well, though. If you actually recall what I said something along them lines first.
Yeah.
And she was asking me about age.
No.
She was making about the age of the man. And I said when the man is at the point...
What you said is all those willies that you slept with, none of them were good. You're talking about willy. You're not talking about people's finances.
She could have been in a long relationship.
Let me give a different... Regardless of you understand what the basis of what I'm saying is. There's been a lot of men that you've come across in your life since you was 18 to between 18 and 30 that have wanted to be with you, and you're trying to tell me that not one of them was good enough.
Yeah, I'm telling you, not one of them was good enough. Red flag. None of them were good enough because my standards were very low at that time. Thank God I evolved after that. That is why I took my time to get married. King of Riches. Some of us have standards. You know what? He's operating like somebody who doesn't have standards. So when you don't have standards, of course, anybody will do. Oh, yeah, they just get somebody from the block. Why don't you go get that homeless man down the street? He'll be good enough for you. He'll treat you well. You know, he's just on hard times right now. That's what they're going to tell you. Go get that man that doesn't have a job. Yeah, he approached you, so you might as well just get with him. It's the best you can get. Yeah. When you don't have standards, this is what you sound like. You sound foolish. Like him. You're telling me all those men, when you were 20 to 30, I would never want to be married. I would never want to be married to any one of them. I'm so happy I didn't marry any one of them. Thank you, God. God had provision over me. I don't know. I had a special calling. God kept me. He safeguarded me. Thank you, Lord. Thank you Thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't end up with those losers. And now you're telling me that I should have ended up with one of those losers if I was not married. That's what he's trying to say. If you're single, you should have ended up with the losers that you was with. Because that's the best he could have done. But now you waited too long. Mind you, if I listened to him, I would not have gotten married at 34. He's an idiot.
Settled out with by the age of 30.
One of the women.
Are you with somebody now?
Yes, I am with somebody.
So,
but
in
I'm
your
not
own
married.
personal experience, you found someone.
I have found someone, but I'm not married. So have I qualified?
But you found a person to settle with. Are you cheating on them? No, exactly. So you're with the person that you're going to settle with.
You're not listening to the question. The question is, you said marriage. I'm not married, so I don't qualify past the question.
Do you plan to get married?
I do plan to get married, but are you married is the question. No.
The question wasn't married. Are you married?
No, but I'm talking about what you said, to marry them. You haven't married any of those people from 18 to 30.
Yeah. No, I said you haven't settled with any of them. I said you haven't settled.
Oh, I
said you haven't settled.
I have settled with
you. In general, it was just in general.
What about all the girls you said?
It doesn't matter. We're on different timelines, fam. It doesn't matter. Guys, stop making so. I've said that already.
This back and forth, it's not working. Riches, you're just not getting it.
Do you not think that 30-year-old women, have they got time?
I want to get married.
Okay. So let's talk about from a different aspect here. Let's talk about the biology thing. 18 to 28 is the primary years. Yeah, that's biology, right? Biology, right? Cool. As you get past 30, and you have babies, you start to geriatric pregnancy can happen, right? It doesn't mean you can't get pregnant. I saw the stats about the women in the 40s. The issue.
I just had a baby. I've got a 1-year-old baby. I'm testament to that.
I know, and
no risk, no IVF, no nothing.
Wait.
You would walk out. I would too.
Me for raving with my fiance, came back and I found out I was pregnant.
And that's amazing, yeah. Just prove it. But that is not going to be the same for the majority of women, yeah. So what we need to do is remember that the majority of women are not having their babies in their 40s. So just because women are now having them later, for all the other women to start saying to them, you should push it back, it's very dangerous. So wait a minute.
Oh, so it's more dangerous for us to wait to have babies than for us to have babies by Dusties. Red flag! Which one is more... Y'all let me know which one is more dangerous. First of all, even if you have a kid or a child in your 30s, I did a case, it wasn't a case study, but I think I talked about it in a video. Haley Akula, she was married, went through years of IVF, got pregnant, lost her life through an embolism. There was that young woman in Atlanta, God bless her soul. she had some type of like hypertension and she passed away. They kept her on life support in order to give birth to her baby. She was young, y'all. There was another woman in Detroit, Michigan, left 3 kids, got pregnant, had a baby. She passed away. It is very extremely life-threatening. People do not understand the seriousness of pregnancy. They don't get it. They think that because you're young, that, oh yeah, that means you're going to have a healthy pregnancy. No. There are so many complications out there. And also our healthcare system. It all, like I'm telling you, everything has to align perfectly. You need access to care. You need to have people who are there monitoring you. Some people, they develop gestational diabetes while they're pregnant. Unexpectedly. Your body goes through so many issues. One of my friends, she was in labor for almost 3 days. She had a lot of complications, y'all. I'm just happy that she made it out and her baby is healthy, beautiful baby boy. But she went through a lot of complications, y'all. She did. And she's very fit, very active. Extremely fit. I'm talking about hiking every weekend, goes on runs and has done marathons. And she's younger than me. She's like in her early 30s, like about, I think her husband's like 32. They're the same age, so about 31, 32. What are they talking about? Pregnancy is extremely high risk. So wouldn't you want to take your time and make sure you have the proper resources to be able to get the best care possible? Wouldn't you want that? Especially knowing how the healthcare system is failing in the UK. Are you not considering that, sir? Your NHS system, is that what it's called? It's in shambles. Canada is too. Look at this. Hold on. I saw something about that. UK health system issues. Your system is not that great. Here. Sorry, I'm going to make this larger so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, NHS. Several challenges. Staff shortages. How you going to have a viable, great pregnancy if there's staff shortages? If you have an emergency, good luck. Retention, financial issues, patient care backlog. Healthcare inequality, social care issues, and evolving healthcare needs. They're at a breaking point. Same thing with Canada. You need to have money to get better care. That's with anything. But they're not, again, short term. Oh, we have the hospital here, so you just gonna go into any hospital and have a baby. Okay. Can you even have access to a qualified and not qualified? They all have to be qualified, but to a physician who cares about you? There are a lot of doctors who will not look. You know what? Let's go find Sister's story. I'm tired of explaining this. We're gonna watch this. Let's go. Let's watch the young woman who was on life support. In Georgia. Hold on. Where was she? Yes. Here. Let me find the article, y'all. She was declared brain dead. Here we go. We're going to watch this.
Adriana Smith.
30 years old, y'all. 30. Remember, he said, oh, yeah, the clock, because of 20. Okay.
Adriana Smith was about 9 weeks pregnant. 30-year-old Adriana Smith was about 9 weeks pregnant when she started having bad headaches in February.
Enough to know that something was wrong.
April Newkirk says her daughter went to Northside Hospital for help.
They gave her some medication, but they didn't do any tests. They didn't do any CT scans. If they did, they would have caught it.
The next morning, Adriana's boyfriend noticed something was terribly wrong.
She was gasping for air in her sleep, gargling. More than likely it was blood. She was taken to Emory, Decatur, and then she was transferred here.
To Emory University Hospital, where Adriana worked as an RN.
She was a registered nurse, y'all. She had access to top of the line. She's the one who was in there. A registered nurse. Haley Akula. I hope I said her name right. The one I mentioned earlier who passed away after years of IVF and she was married. Also an RN. Can't even get access to equitable and quality health care as an RN. Red flag. And then you're telling us to have babies and put our bodies into danger without the financial resources. She had the resources, y'all, and it still wasn't enough. They gave her meds and told her to go back home. Nurse, y'all. A nurse.
Unfortunately, there was nothing doctors could do.
They did a CT scan and she had blood clots all in her head. So they had asked me if they could do a procedure to relieve them, and I said yes. And then they called me back and they said that they couldn't do it.
Doctors declared Adriana brain dead.
So I felt as if somebody dropped the ball at the hospitals, and her boyfriend asked.
Boyfriend. She wasn't even married, y'all. Boyfriend. So I don't know what's going to happen to her children. This is sad, y'all. She put her life at risk because, again, she's probably thinking, and this is our community, we don't think about those things short term. Who's going to take care of them babies?
Please keep her. If she was kept at the hospital, we wouldn't be here.
Because of Georgia's heartbeat bill, which bans abortions after a fetal heartbeat is detected, her family says they weren't given any say in what happens next.
It's torture for me. I come here and I see my daughter breathing by the ventilator, but she's not there. And I'm touching her. And she has a son who I bring to see her.
Now, 21 weeks pregnant, her baby's health uncertain.
She's pregnant with my grandson, but my grandson may be blind, may not be able to walk, wheelchair bound. We don't know if he'll live once she has him.
A situation she says no one should be forced into.
It should have been left up to the family because I'm in my 50s, her dad is in his 50s, so we're going to have the responsibility with her partner to raise her.
You see? Her partner can't even raise the child by himself. She said that we're in our 50s. Her father he's also in his 50s. And the partner is going to need them to help him. He didn't even have enough to do it, y'all. This is sad. And people do not realize. Hold on, let me let it play a little bit more, and I'm really gonna go in.
Sons, you know, and I'm not saying that we would have chose to terminate her pregnancy. What I'm saying is we should have had a choice. We should have had a choice.
Thanks for watching.
All right. Updated. So that's in the U.S. Let's go to the UK, and then I'm gonna say what I need to say. Best believe. This is. Y'all ever saw that TV show Scared Straight? Where those kids, they will be acting all bad and stuff and be juvenile delinquents. And then, oh yeah, F you mom, all that stuff. And then they go to the prison and then they get all scared. Yeah, this is what I'm doing right now. This is the wake up call. Wake up. UK, there was a social media influencer. Pregnancy. We'll just put death. It was a while ago. I think it was like a year or two ago. Yeah, here she go.
There's times where I'll just feel
Nicole
numb.
Dia.
And then there's times where my anxiety is so bad that I'm just beside myself. I don't want to see anyone and I feel like a recluse. And it's struggling to sleep. The first thing I think of when I wake up is Nicole and Rain. When I go to sleep, it's Nicole and Rain. I can't have pictures around my home because it's too painful. I sleep with Rain. He's got like a duck towel that we bought for him. And I sleep with that under my pillow every night. He'll never, go to school or get married himself, become an entrepreneur, be a dancer, or anything what he wants, an astronaut, a doctor. He'd never be able to do any of that. And, one of the saddest things is Nicole never even got to see Rain. And that really bothers me because she was so excited to see him. I don't want any other family going through what myself and her dad and the rest of my family are going through. because I just feel like I'm in a time warp, and I just can't move on. And my anxiety's through the roof. I just feel lost without them, because Nicole was my everything. And anyone that knows me, my close friends and family, know that Nicole was absolutely everything to me. Black women are failed in pregnancy, and they're not taken seriously at all.
She's talking from the UK, y'all. Aren't these busters from the UK, these men? This was 2 years ago. You think it got better? Do you guys think it improved? Okay. Okay.
So it's just hard for me to even talk about it, that black women or black pregnant women are just not taken seriously, and there should be more done for that. Yeah, Nicole was so full of life. She loved to dance since she could walk. She loved helping others. She was always there for her friends. And she was a good daughter. I didn't have any problems with Nicole at all growing up. And she was just my world. In terms of Nicole's social media, it just started to grow more, obviously with her dance and her travelling, and then she started to do her YouTube videos with her girls, such as Rianne. I used to do some crazy things. And it was just so much fun watching them doing it. Eventually it grew. Her followers started to grow. And I didn't realise how many followers
medical racism, yep.
Until she sadly passed away. But yeah, she was just always loved the social media. Nicole was very confident, a very confident person.
Her mom looks very young, by the way.
From such an early age. She was always the first one on the dance floor. She just didn't care. But she doesn't get that from me, by the way. She gets that from my mum. Because my mum is just crazy like.
Oh, I thought that was her mom. Okay.
I always encouraged Nicole to do dance.
That's not her mom.
Because I always thought that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you do something
that her mom?
you really enjoy and you're passionate about.
Yeah, that is her mom. Her mom was very young.
Dancing. She used to travel the world. And she also used to teach dance as well. But I'd say a more Afrobeats dance. She does a lot. She used to do a lot of commercial dancing, and I used to love going to watch her dance. In the crowd, I'd be sat there with other mothers, and she could hear my voice. Always me shouting, "Go, Nicole!" So yeah, I was so proud. Such a proud mum.
We're gonna watch her news story, and somebody put in the chat, Rich Homie Quan. I'll add him to my list. I actually did like his music as well. R.I.P. to him. All right, let's watch this. Yes, racism was at play. All right, let's watch this.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today I'm doing a video by myself. Just going to be talking to you guys about my pregnancy so far.
When influencer Nicole Thea found out she was pregnant, she couldn't wait to tell the world, documenting the journey to hundreds of thousands of her followers.
Oh, Nicole was so excited. They both were excited. Nicole was team girl and Bubba was team boy. And I suppose when Nicole was about maybe 5-6 months pregnant is when she first started to talk to me about breathlessness.
These are concerns that Nicole has said.
It's I think isn't it connected to preeclampsia, some condition like that? Yeah, breathless. That sounds just like the other young woman that we just saw. Same thing, headaches, breathlessness. Yeah.
Says that she expressed to a midwife.
Yeah, the worst thing about my pregnancy is that I'm always out of breath. I could walk from here to the end of the room and I'd feel like I'm dying. Like, I went to my midwife and I was like, oh my God, like, is this normal?
But 3 years later, instead of celebrating the 3rd birthday of her grandchild Rain, Nicole's mum is marking the 3-year anniversary of her only child and grandchild's deaths.
I also believe that because Nicole is a woman of colour, that she was failed on that front because she just wasn't taken seriously. I think if she wasn't a woman of colour, she would have been referred to a consultant.
Nicole died of a cardiac arrest caused by an undiagnosed heart condition, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. But Sam thinks that societal issues could have also been at play. The latest data shows that the risk of maternal death was almost 4 times higher among black and ethnic minority women compared to white women.
Not just in the UK, y'all. US and Canada too. I'm not sure Canada, but let's check. We're going to check right after.
But it's not just mothers' lives being lost. In 2021, babies from the black ethnic group continued to have the highest rates of death. The government says we set up the Maternity Disparities Task Force, which brings together experts from across the health system, government departments and the voluntary sector to explore and consider evidence-based interventions to tackle maternal disparities. But the government falls short of setting a target to end these disparities.
What there hasn't been is a specific strategy and target around black maternal deaths, and cases like Nicole's highlight how crucial it is that we make sure women are listened to, that their health concerns are acted upon.
3 years on, and time hasn't healed the huge hole left in Sam's heart following the death of her daughter.
All right, this was just one. There was a judge. One more. This is the last one. And Serena Williams talked about it too. Serena Williams, y'all, the tennis player. She also had birth complications, and she wasn't taken seriously. And she was happy that at least she has the resources. Judge on, let's put daughter-in-law. Death. Sorry, y'all. I just use keywords. Judge Glenda, yes. Here.
Tonight, former television judge Glenda Hatchett is reacting to the news that the hospital where her daughter-in-law died during childbirth is now under federal investigation. We've spoken about Kira Johnson many times while covering issues of black maternal health. She died in 2016 at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles while giving birth to her second child.
Y'all, she had money, by the way. Professional. She's not the only one. I have countless stories, y'all. We could do a whole hour, 2 hours on
internal
this.
bleeding following a C-section, and her husband Charles filed suit against the hospital, saying she was denied health care because of her rapes. Now the Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights is opening its own investigation. Kira's mother-in-law, Judge Hatchett, says this is an unprecedented step.
I'm insulted, frankly, that Cedars put out this statement. We are concerned. We're concerned. Well, what have you done? Well, we've given
And Cedars-Sinai is one of the top hospitals in the U.S. Just letting y'all know, there's billions of dollars, not millions, probably billions of dollars that flows through that hospital. They have a lot of research labs. They have money. They have the resources to have really good quality care, and yet this is still happening to them.
$0.2 million to different organizations. That is minuscule. It's not enough, and it hasn't been systemic change. But now that HHS has opened this investigation, it will not just mean that Cedars-Sinai will have to be held accountable, but hospitals all over this country.
Cedars-Sinai has not commented on the investigation, but told CNN that it has been long concerned with national disparities in black maternal health, and they are proud of the work they have done to address the issue. Judge Hatchett says that work is not nearly enough.
It's not.
Tonight, former television.
It's not. All right, let's continue. So now when you hear those men spewing their rhetoric, they're not considering this issue. And not only that, but you also have to remember anything that happens politically is going to affect you and your childbirth experience. If your country's healthcare system is hanging on by a thin thread, or if it's getting more expensive to give birth, then you are going to have to consider some things. It's not going to be a walk in the park. It's only a walk in the park if you have no complications. But as we can see, for black women it's different. Just keep that in mind. And so when they're trying to tell you, oh, yeah, you have to, all right. Okay, continuing.
Wait a minute. So what we're trying to remember is you can have babies later on in life. Of course you can, do you get me? And certain people, depending on cultures and where you're from, people can have babies a lot later. But are we saying to women, in actual fact, go do this and leave it till later? No, we're not saying that. So what we're trying to say is, yeah, you can have babies later, you can get married later, but in reality, it will be best for you to do it a lot earlier due to biology and other reasons. And if you're not saying that as a brother, as a father, as an uncle, then you're lying to your daughter, you're lying to your sister. And it's a lie. Do you get me?
I just think that's a bit messed up.
It's not messed up. It's argue with God. Argue with God.
I just think it's messed up because now you're basically telling them, you better hurry up and do it with any and everybody.
No, we're not. No, it's not what I said.
Wait. You better hurry up and do it with any and everybody because there's a possibility that, you know, your time could run out. Yes,
that's what you said.
Wait. I'm 24. I'm Nigerian. The aunt is already asking me, when are you getting married? I'm 24. I plan on getting married at 30. When I told my sister that yesterday, she looked at me like I was a crazy human being. When she was
Have you got a man?
Don't piss me off. Do not piss me off.
No, but I saw you was engaged.
Do not piss me. When did I say I was engaged?
What's that guy in Nigeria? He was in Nigeria. He was in Nigeria. The guy in Nigeria. 30 December. Didn't he go? You said you was in a last season. Full-on relationship. Yeah. You said you was in a full-on relationship. Overseas relationship. Wait, with a guy from Nigeria. Where is he? What happened? Last season. And you were feeling.
What does my relationship have to do with anything? It seems like you lot are jealous of my relationship.
You was gassing Wait, she was in an overseas relationship with a guy from Nigeria, so she once a year, and we told him that was going to cheat. Where is he?
Red flag, sis. You're too young to be going through this. But remember, she has a timeline. She said that she has to get married she wants to get married by 30, and people around her already looking at her like she's going to be a grandma at 30 years old. This is craziness. But then again, it's cultural, right? And this is another aspect that we have to think about. What may work in one country may not work in another country. Maybe in Nigeria, it is common for you to get married at a young age. This actually probably works well. However, in North America and in Europe and all these other countries, it does not. We have a different way of living, different cost of living, different economic impacts. Everything is different. So is sis planning on moving back to Nigeria? Because then this is a whole nother conversation. It's a whole nother conversation. This is why we have to, and this is another thing for my folks who are part of the diaspora, we have to start thinking like we're from the country that we're from. I know our parents, they're very proud of our heritage, and we are very proud of our heritage. I am proud to be Haitian. Absolutely. 100%. Shout out to my Zoes. I love it. I eat every day, all day. But I'm not Haitian. I grew up in Canada and in the US. I'm Haitian by basically ancestry, but my way of life is Canadian. I'm very much, I have been institutionalized. Let's just put it that way. So I can't think the same as somebody in Haiti. And I understand that our parents really have bought that over here. My parents are directly from Haiti, y'all. From Haiti, y'all. From Haiti. Straight from Haiti. So their mindset is going to be of the Haitian mindset, obviously. But at the same time, I'm not from Haiti. I've only been to Haiti once. I cannot have the same outcome as my parents did. I can't have the same type of expectations that my parents had in Haiti. It's different. And that's what we got to start realizing, y'all. We're not the same. We're not. Getting married at 24, it may work in Nigeria, but best believe, in Europe and in North America, you better have something going on. Please. Financially speaking, or else you won't have a lot of problems. You got a lot of hard days, difficult years coming up in your life. It's expensive to live here. Extremely. 24 is too young, in my opinion. And also the dating pool is different. That's why she had to go to Nigeria to find her man. It's different. It's just different.
How are you gonna have your kids now?
Are you gonna let me speak?
Okay, speak.
And I cared for you as well, and I was supporting you. And I advised you, and you didn't listen to me.
Change the topic slightly.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh, these men are actually worse than students in my school. They're worse than students in my classroom. Like, get it together, please. Can we have a coherent argument running, please?
What about your age and your welfare and having babies?
Okay, can we remember?
No, it's not because I thought that's who she was gonna marry.
Remember,
that's why.
Who she's gonna marry?
That's why.
Guys, remember, I'm controlling this conversation. We're going back to Cookie. You're gonna let Cookie finish.
Thanks. See what happens when I give no. Come on, easy.
Richard, tell us something.
Easy.
Lois B Media right now is an example why you do not put women in leadership position. Yes,
Excuse me? Red flag. What are you talking about? You see, I gave him the benefit of the doubt the last conversation with Ginger J, but he's just showing his misogyny right here. You don't have women in leadership position for what? If anything, we're better leaders than y'all. I done told y'all that last week. Why? I told you the reasons why we are. I believe we are anyways.
Said that. Get mad at me. Because right now, Lois, you're getting drunk off the power. I'm the media. Yes, we know.
Whether I choose to date somebody in a different country or not does not have anything to do with what age I want to get married. Regardless, I've been saying I want to wait. I want to live my life as a free woman rather than being married.
But you also said you don't like kids.
Let her finish.
You're going to be having a good time. You're going to be having a good time. Throwing box.
Yourself.
That's the childish mindset that Ice Cream's talking about. Why does everything related to freedom and women have to do with sex? No, that's what you do. Stop generalizing.
No. You can try and make it specific to me all you want. I don't even go to clubs. I don't even go to clubs. I don't go fast. I don't drink. I don't smoke. So if you want to make it about me, but I'm different to most of you lot, blood. So let's not even try that, blood. Let's not even try it.
Is every single woman a slag? It's because he's a slag. No,
I'm talking about everybody. You've been
They ain't got no moderators. Goodness gracious, where's the moderator at? They need to hire a moderator.
Have a full good time with them.
Anytime we've spoken about a freedom, not wanting to get married, not wanting to have kids, all you've been
educate me. What are you going to be doing? What are you going to be up to? I know you're going to be dating. You're not talking about,
Why does everything have to be revolved around a man? Red flag! Not everything is revolved around a man. If I don't want to... This is why I'm happy I'm covering this, by the way. We have to get out of that mindset. Not everything is for the glorification and gratification of male validation. Hello. If I want to do something, I want to do it for myself. Not everything has to be because of my husband. Nah. Sometimes, yes, absolutely. I love him. Love him so much. Love him dearly. But I was a person before I met him, you know. Sometimes I want to do things for myself. I don't want to do it because of my husband. I have the autonomy to do that. She wants to travel. She wants to live her life. What is the problem? Why does everything have to be circled and revolved around having a man or being with a man? Why? Let her live her life. Actually, I would highly recommend it. At her age, she is 24. She needs to be doing that. Green flag. Her mindset is right. She needs to be doing that. That's what she should be doing. But then you have these village idiots right here trying to let them know that what they're thinking. Oh, why you need to travel? What about finding a man?
I'm just gonna be celibate now.
Okay, let me
no willies are coming near me. None of that talk. You're talking about you want to find yourself and have fun and be free.
And if even if she did, what is it? Why is it any of your business? Do you want to know why OnlyFans is very popular? It's because men are paying these women. They are paying them. They are paying them. Men will sleep with anything. A lot of men, majority. A lot of them will sleep with anything. A hole in the wall, they'll hump it. You have no room to talk, King Riches. I'm sure you're one of those men who's going to just hump anything. So why are you shaming her? If she wants to go to another country and go buck wild, I would hope she would do it safely and practice safe sex. But hell, who am I to judge her? That's what she wants to do with her life. Go ahead, have at it. I wouldn't do it personally. It's not my MO. But hell, if that's what she wants to do, that's a decision. Why do we feel like we can control what people do with their bodies? Hello. If anything, I would hope she's sexually disciplined if she does.
No.
Why is it your business?
I feel like you think man them are more special than they actually are. You
what are you talking about? You're just making up stuff now.
No.
You think this, you think that.
No, because
you're not mind reader, fam.
anytime it comes to girls, it's automatically boys.
Not girls, cookies.
You have nothing else to do.
Yeah, because it's about me. Yeah, of course.
It shows the pool that he's been in.
Because
you need to broaden your horizons.
Witches, you need to broaden your horizons. Trust me, I don't know where you are, but you need to fix up.
Encourage girls to be slapped though. You encourage girls to be slapped too though. I just encourage girls to have a good time. Go have a good time. Go do that.
I'm encouraging the girls to
have a good time. What's a good time? Traveling. What do you think you do when you're traveling? You're getting your back blown.
What are you talking about? This don't make no sense. Y'all let me know when you travel, you get your back blown out. I didn't know that. Is that what's going on? Oh, it's because that's what they do. Okay, you know what? Hold up. Where's that TikTok video? Oh, Lord, get him off my screen. Get him off my screen.
Okay.
Oh, holy. Okay, sorry, y'all. I don't know how that showed up.
Freshman year.
Black men.
I was
airport. This is what he talking about. Hold on. There was this black man. Wait. Let me see if I could find it. Airport. Was it Brazil? No, was it? I think it was Colombia. Colombia. Yeah. That's what it was. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Colombia. I was supposed to spell it with that. There was a viral video. Dang, I hope I could find it, y'all. Hold up. It was a whole bunch of black men at the airport in Colombia. Was it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one.
I see all these TikToks about Medellin, Colombia, but they don't talk about this long ass way.
Well, it wasn't this one. But these are all different races of men going to Colombia. Y'all know why. And then there was one specifically for black men. Dang, I hope I could find it, man. I hope it didn't get deleted. Let me see if I could find it. Maybe YouTube has it. Hold on. Maybe it's... Let me check Google. The same way they were showing the ladies with the BBL. Here we go. We gonna find it here. Thank you, sis.
Cartagena and my God in heaven.
Thank you, Destiny Ute. Thank you, sis, for having this video. Look at this, y'all.
Y'all did not lie about the passport, bro.
Hey, beautiful people, how you doing today? It's your girl Destiny here.
I love you, Destiny, but I gotta fast forward a little bit because I just want to see that video. Here we go.
Let's do it, and then we'll come back and talk more.
Y'all go follow her.
Baby daddy, boyfriends, husbands, cousins, brothers, uncles, and daddies was all in Cartagena this
Where were they? Cartagena.
weekend. I traveled to Cartagena to meet one of my friends who's traveling
Memorial Day weekend, y'all. Memorial Day weekend, I believe.
Just for the weekend. It was my first time in Cartagena and my God in heaven. Y'all did not lie about the passport, bro. Baby, I got off the plane. I didn't know where I was at. It was black men as far as the eye could see. I took a little video while I was in the immigration line.
Thank you, brother, for your services. Thank you.
They was grouped
Because now I have content to add to this whole conversation.
up and duped up. You hear me? The line was at least 2 hours long to get through immigration. I promise you, and I'm not lying, right hand to God, they probably had 5 women in this immigration line. Everybody else was black men. And I said, oh, there's a story here. I mean, they was coming in groups. The group that was in front of me was a group of 10, bitch. A group of 10 that had came from Philly. How I knew they was from Philly? Because I could hear the accent. I could hear them talking. I was looking at them.
And it's not just American. I'm just using this as an example. Best believe our British brethren and brethren, whatever, British brothers, brethren, they're doing the same thing, y'all.
Live downloading 10,000.
Probably going to Turkey or something.
Live. Now, this is my first time in Cartagena. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah, I love Destiny too. I love her channel. I am actually subscribed on my other, I have another YouTube account. This YouTube account is just for my videos and case studies and stuff. My other YouTube account, best believe I watch her videos. I love her.
I've been to Colombia before. I've been to Cali.
I like how she eating her food too.
That I was coming to the whole fest. But that's what was going on. And anybody with a peon, any type of peon of a brain could see what's going on down there in Cartagena. When you walking down the streets, the women is literally pulling on you, winking, calling you. They're trying to get it. They working, and they paying for it. They paying for it. They down there buying coochie.
They paying for cat, y'all.
I was so embarrassed standing in that immigration line because I could just feel the people that's from Cartagena looking at us, because I'm in the line too. They looking at us saying, look at them lined up to come buy some cat. All the way in South America. Y'all didn't lie. I thought y'all was lying. I thought y'all was bitter because, these black men is out here traveling and they got their passports, and that's why I was just so happy that black men just had passports and they was, seeing the world. No. Them lined up to go participate.
We know, brother. Thank you both for your services. Thank you, Destiny, for the video, and thank you, brother, for posting it. So now, we gonna get into it. Remember, this brother talking about, oh, you getting your back broken. No, that's what you doing. Red flag. That's what you guys do. And it's not just black men. Best believe. All other races of men, they go to those places. And some of them mess with children, y'all. They mess with minors, too. It's very sad. It's actually pretty sad. Extremely tragic. Some families will sell their sons and daughters for a one-night experience so they can get money to feed their family. This is happening, y'all. But not all of us have that mindset. When I travel, I go just to enjoy myself. That's it. I went on a solo trip to China. I didn't get my back broken. Nothing. Nothing at all. I just enjoyed my time in Beijing, ate some good food, stayed there for 2 weeks, went home. That's it. When I went to Jamaica, same thing. Just hung out by the beach, sipped my pina colada, ate my jerk chicken, and I was done. I'm gone. Not everybody needs to do things when they travel, like those type of activities. I don't understand where this mindset's come. But then again, if you have a degenerate mindset, you're going to think everyone is a degenerate like you.
Richard, it's because you are a whore and you surround yourselves around whores. What? No. Let me finish.
Thank you.
That's
yes,
why
Cookie,
you
she's
think
right.
having a good time is having sex. That's because it's very concerning that every time somebody talks about traveling or having a good time, you automatically talk about box. Why can't I travel with my girls and have a good time? Who said I'm going to Spain to get dick? There's no dick in London. I don't understand. Every time somebody talks about having fun, automatically you're talking about getting box.
Richard, in all honesty, nearly every ep we're in is about box, flinging, this, that, and the other. Does your mental capacity does it not go any further than that? Like, honestly, at this point, it sounds like you were scared and you were running out of time.
But can I just say, why we combine marriage and kids together? Like there's the timelines of two different things for these things. Because one of them, it is a timeline on because it can become impossible. The other one, you could get married at any age. So why are we putting a time limit on it? You understand? So the reality is there is no time to run out to get married. You get married when you find yourself properly. Some people mature a bit later. Some people mature a bit later. You understand? What are you trying to say?
Thank you.
What do you mean later?
What are you trying to say?
Maybe you.
I agree with you.
Some women don't want to get married till they find themselves their career and all these things. Some people want to get married younger. Some people have it forced on them.
I can also touch on the marriage thing. Like with the kids, I think if you want them later, that's okay. But I wouldn't say wait till later because, like you said, some people can't. I've got a friend that's in her 40s that's actually going through menopause right now.
It's a bit early for her, so it's going to be harder later for kids. So have them early. But with the marriage thing, it's hard to get married early, especially because men, you lot don't...
Red flag! So what you trying to say? Have a baby before you get married? You see, this, I knew this where the conversation was going. That's why I was looking at him a little bit, being like, okay, what are you talking about? He's like, okay, it's okay if you get married later, because you can get married at any time. But kids, you gotta rush into that. This is what I'm talking about. All ass backwards. Why would I want to have a kid? To be a single mother. Nobody goes into single motherhood being like, yep, I signed up for this. Come on now. Why? Just to have a baby? But where's your man at? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Why? Why the rush to have children but marriage? Oh, we take our sweet time. Now, you know, you can take your time. You can get married at 60. Nobody cares.
Mature in the same time as us. You lot are very immature. So if we're talking about
women, that's why women usually date older men, because usually
not
the
always,
maturity. Yeah, we can say every little,
so I'm saying
generally,
so I'm saying
throughout human history.
Yes. So if you let me finish,
I'm just.
So if you let me finish, imagine being 20 and marrying someone at 40. It's better to wait. No, I'm saying that. So I'm saying it's okay to wait for marriage till later.
That's too
extreme. When you're older and the man's older, it doesn't look as bad. You don't want to get married too young, I don't think. Because if you get married...
First of all, why would a 20-year-old be with a 40-year-old? That's another conversation.
Guy, it's going to look weird. And if you marry someone your age, the time you don't grow up, you're going to grow up.
Like, at the end of the day, we can't base everything on exceptions or what happens sometimes. You usually make general conclusions.
No, but that's
I always generalize everything.
Richard, just be quiet for a minute and let me talk. What I'm trying to say is, it's okay to get married later on in life. You do that when you're ready. Later on in life is fine. But having children, better to have them a bit younger. There's complications when you're older. There's
Sis, you see, I couldn't rock with you when you was talking about you was black in the last video that I covered or that I reacted to, and I can't rock with you now. Red flag. So she's telling you to be a single mother. That's what she said. Be a single mom, because that's where you're headed, by the way. It is very... Let me tell y'all something. She's basically saying have all the kids you need, but then wait until marriage. How is this... How has this mindset been able to continue for this long? It just doesn't economically make sense. It's stupid. It's dumb. Do they not realize that? Unless your partner is living in the household with you, is that what she's talking about? But even then, you don't have the same benefits, like I said. Unless you live... Okay, I know in America it's different. I don't know how it is in the UK. Is the UK like Canada? Hold on. Do you got common law? What is common law? This is in the UK. This is from the UK, y'all. Oh, Lord. Living together and marriage. Legal differences. Let's go through this. We're not going to read everything, though. This advice applies to England. Ain't that where they from? Your legal rights as a partner may depend on whether you are married or live together. Living together with someone is sometimes also called cohabitation. Generally speaking, you will have fewer rights if you're living together than if you're married. You know, anybody knows this. We all know that. This information explains the legal differences between between being married and living together. In England and Wales, this covers same-sex partners who can now get married. It does not cover civil partnerships. Okay, let's go. Living together. Although there is no legal definition of living together, okay? You're living together. The definition is you're a couple, you're not married. You're called common law partners. That's how it is in Canada too. After 1 year, you are a common law. Even if you don't want to get married, as soon as you shack up in Canada after 1 year, the government's going to come to you. Our government's not called Uncle Sam. We're going to call it CRA, Revenue Canada. Knock on your door. Hey, we noticed that y'all both live at the same address because remember your health card and your driver's license. We have your address registered. And we noticed that there's somebody else living here with you. Are y'all married? No, we're not married. Is this your roommate? No, this is not my roommate. That's your man? Yeah. Oh, y'all gotta file together. In Canadian law. Under Canadian law, by the way. Y'all can look it up. Now, you might be able to formalize aspects of your status with a partner by drawing up a legal agreement called a cohabitation contract or living together agreement. And by the way, in Canada, if you're common law and then you guys end up splitting up because people like to say, oh, marriage is different, you know, it's more serious. But, you know, common law is okay. Guess what happens? They are legally entitled to the assets that you had together. Similar to a married couple. Hello! However, for death benefits, you better have a will and their name on the will, or else it's going to go to their parent or the living surviving sibling. So if you have a child with a man you are not married to, and he passes away, good luck getting that inheritance. You know who's going to get it? His mama or daddy first. They're going to call the shots. And you're going to have a little byline in his obituary. How about that? And that's the most extreme case. Let's say he leaves you high and dry. You're a single mother now. Hello. I'm not saying that people can't get married while they have kids, but it is, again, it's not going to be an easy road. I don't know why people think you can just have children and then you're able to get married and have, again, a high value partner. It is very extremely, the probability is very low. I don't want to say that, but it's true. The more children you have, the harder it is going to be to find somebody. Unless, again, you can have a blended family. That does happen. That does happen. But then again, like I said, if you're already struggling and you don't have any kids to find a quality man, imagine when you have kids. Especially if you want to stick to black love. Good luck. Good effing luck. There you go. Marriage. Living together. Banking. You're going to have separate accounts. Neither of you can have access to money held in the partner's account, even if you're living together, because you're shacking up, you're not married. I have access to Dom's accounts. He has access to mine. I have separate accounts, but still, even if something happens to one of us, he can go in my account, I can go to his account. That's how it works. I don't have to have any problems. I just walk in the bank, hey, there's an emergency that happened, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here's your money. That's it. That's it, that's all. If one partner dies, any balance in the account will be property of your partner's estate. Meaning his parents or siblings, not you. If you have a joint account, then both you and your partner have access to the account. However, if your relationship ends and you can't agree who the money belongs to, a court might have to decide. That's with marriage too, but no, actually marriage is different. You have to split the assets in a certain way. If the account is in joint names upon the death of one partner, the other partner becomes entitled to the balance and can continue to have unlimited access to the account. However, a proportion of the balance will be taken into account when calculating the value of the estate of the person who has died, aka his mama and them. That's what that means, okay? Let's get to the children. Parental responsibility. Living together in marriage, okay? If you separate, you and your partner may make informal arrangements for your child or children. Okay, this is the same thing. It doesn't matter. Child custody, whatever. Okay? Both parents are financially responsible. However, again, this is going to change. If you get a divorce, you are going to be entitled to alimony. If he has a certain amount of income. It depends. It really depends on which state you're in, which province you're in, whatever. That's why I said make sure you marry somebody of substance. And even then, you might have a Jeannie Mai case where he was making more income, but she had more stable income. So she had to pay him alimony. She made a lot of money. But thank goodness they didn't have any children. It was a clean split. Imagine if they had kids, y'all. Imagine. This is why it is important to make good decisions, y'all. Good decisions. Having kids out of wedlock, it doesn't make sense economically. It's dumb. That's why I keep saying that. And I said as a choice. As a choice. If you ended up being a single mother and it was no choice of your own, there's a difference. But if you're willingly choosing to be a single mother like these people here, they say, yeah, I'm just going to have a baby because I can wait to have marriage. I can wait to get married. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense economically. And it's going to decrease your economic viability in the future. People don't think about that though.
Menopause, even energy levels. It's just harder to have children older. But marriage, whenever you're ready. There's no time on marriage.
Whenever you're ready, but having children is this so easy?
When you're 35, you're basically going to get with someone that's...
My mindset...
Just
my
mindset now is thinking... Can I just ask the question? So when you're 35, you're basically going to pick a girl that's before 30.
Yes. In Canada, they do have... that girl from yonder, they do. However, the difference is the estate when they pass away. That's the problem. You have to get it written in a will. You have almost the same... I did a whole live stream on that. You have almost the same... Almost. But when it comes to the estate, if there's like a death or something like that, it has to be in the will. Unfortunately. You're not married. You're common law. But it's similar. It's kind of like, there's a fine line. It's really weird in Canada. But they will consider you as if you're like kind of like a pseudo-married couple, pretty much. And also, if you're common law, guess what? They have a right to claim your pension from the time that you've been together, by the way. Just letting y'all know. And it's after 1 year. After 1 year of shacking up. That's why I said shacking up doesn't make sense unless you're planning to get married. They will treat you. They're like, they found a way to circumvent it. They're like, oh, a lot of y'all thought y'all could get away from this. No. We're going to treat you just like a married couple. Similar. Not the same, but similar. They do have similar rights, though.
To make sure that you've got like what you want. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Men's timeline.
It's almost 11. We're almost done, y'all. I'm just trying to get through this video, y'all. But it's just they just keep saying nonsensical stuff. I can't believe it's 11. Okay, we're gonna finish strong. Right. It's 7:45 where I'm at.
Now I know you're about 30 because I know last year you were 29. Yeah. So you're chilling. You're chilling. Yeah. You're resting. Yeah. When you get ready, let's just say you're 34. Around what age group are you gonna look for your girl?
Probably like,
because you're saying everyone over 30. So are you gonna go for a girl under 30? Is that what you're saying?
28's alright.
Okay, and what if I know you're gonna impregnate on the birthday? Hold on, guys.
Who's 28? Like,
hold on. What if she's older?
I just said just around the bar.
It's not that. Like, so how old are you? How old are you? Like, it doesn't work.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You ask people where they're at, and you ask them their age.
Yeah, but by the time you're talking to them, you like them. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So by the time you've got there, you like them. Yeah. And what if they say they're 34?
I'm gonna find out how old they are, like, pretty early.
So yeah, but for you to
if she said I'm not gonna be dating them, like them. Oh, actually, by the way, how old are you?
You're looking for age. Wait, you didn't listen to the question. I said for you to like her, for you to ask her that question, you must like her, yeah? So you're going to see a girl you like, and then you're going to ask her the question. And if she's older than 28, you're going to write it off.
As soon as you ask her, he's going to ask her his name and then the age, and once she's below, he's going to say
This is, that's what I'm saying, you're going to write her off. Age, then he's not dating because he likes someone. Yeah, so you're looking for age, that's my point.
Oh, what do you mean you're not dating because you like some blood? There's loads of things that, there are loads of factors. There are loads of factors that go into the selection of your mate. Oh, so like you're trying to make it all about because
what you said. That's what you said.
I'm telling you what I will do, and you're telling me what I will do.
What she's saying is you telling you what you said. She's saying you meet someone you find attractive. You say how old are you? She said 34. Now you're too old. Is that
I might think that probably.
You might think that. And what if when you're 35, the ones that are 28 and below, not dissing anyone 28?
Then I have to hold that in it.
Can I just ask? You didn't actually let me finish.
Because what is your reasoning as well?
Because what if you met a 27-year-old, for example, and she's just like, listen, I'm just chilling. I just want to fly away, whatever. I'm just having. Are you gonna look at her badly? Like, why are you doing that?
I don't care, but do your thing. If you want to go and fly out and meet Chris Brown out there,
the reason I'm asking this question is because the way you're talking about it is like it's clockwork. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have my fun. I'm gonna do what I want. And then when I get to a certain age, I want to look for a girl that has not done anything yet with her life, and then make sure I get with her.
Like
I'm just saying, based on the things you're saying, girls should get married quickly. They should think about marriage quickly because they shouldn't put their butts out there. So it sounds like you're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to do your thing, and then when you're ready, you're gonna.
I didn't say that.
Wait. Let me jump in. Hold on a second. No, hold on.
I didn't say any of
Wait,
those
Lois, women can hold on a second.
It's
2025. You listen. A woman has the right to do what? A woman can wear what she wants, go where she wants, sleep where she wants. She has autonomy and sovereignty over her body, which means is feminism. And I'm gonna stand by this. And women meet guys, they sleep with them first night, do whatever you want, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, yeah. But it comes with consequences, okay?
What consequences? Please let us know. What's the consequence, sir?
So if you want to sleep with 20 man, 30 man, 40, wait, hold on a second. If you want to do anything, you can do it.
I talked about holiday.
No, but hold on a second. Just hold on a second. You said you want to live your life and have your fun. So I'm equating this, but we can't do the same. So I'm equating the same type of fun he want to have, you want to have.
Girl, I'm getting a headache too. I'm getting a headache.
You said that. So I'm going to say...
You assumed the sex.
No, listen, you assumed it was sex.
She said I'm a slut.
You can do whatever you want to go and do. You was pretty much saying that he wants to go and do that, so you're equating it to women. But there's going to be different, different outcomes.
Okay, what's the difference between you sleeping with 20, 30 people and her sleeping with 20? Please let me know. Please let me know. I need to know what the outcome is. What's the difference?
And I'm not telling a woman, I literally sleep with whoever you want. Run it up. Rise up your body count. Rack up the mileage, yeah? But it's going to come out of...
Okay, so for her it's mileage and for you it's not. Red flag. Why isn't it for you? You also have mileage too, if we're going by this theory. I hate when guys say, oh, she ran through. What about you? You ran through too. What? I don't understand. Like I said, it's nonsensical to me. I don't get it.
If you're out here saying to women to go and do that, then what you're doing is you're actually destroying young women because you're not telling them the truth about it. And I'm tired of older women that do not tell younger women that they do have a time frame, they do have a biological clock, and there are consequences for their actions, especially with the younger girls with the social media presence that they're doing. And what we have a job as older people is to say to them, listen, you can do whatever you want with your body. You can, if you require marriage, you can ask for marriage. If you want to just have kids out of wedlock, you can have it. But there's going to be a cost for it a lot of these times, you understand? And as a young woman, if you say I want to be a wife and you put that requirement, men will treat you like a wife. If you say that, you know...
That's not necessarily true. Red flag, that's a lie from the pits of hell. A lie from the Dusty Chronicles. You know what? We need to have a series, the Dusty Chronicles. This is the Dusty Bible 101. This is a lie, y'all. How many good wives? Y'all gonna let me know. We gonna continue this video because I don't want y'all to stay too late. I'm very cognizant of the time right now. But I'm gonna let y'all answer this. How many wives have you guys seen who are good wives? Virgins, didn't sleep with no one, anyone, held themselves and sacred for their husbands. Had low body count, probably low to none, 0 to none. Perfect wives. Cooked clean, took care of the kids, dressed very, very well, feminine, all of that. And the men treated them like crap. You had that woman ironing her husband, the pastor's clothes, while he went to go be with his side chicks. What? There's no such thing as a good wife. Please get it out of your vocabulary. Please, no such thing as a good wife. And if a man tells you, oh, if you want to be a good wife, run that way. Run everywhere. Ain't no such thing. None.
No, you want to be...
Because I would rather be the worst wife you've ever met in your life than to be what they call a good wife. Please, take me out of that. I would rather be the worst wife. Please, I'd rather be the worst wife. Selfish. I'd rather be that. Because if being good gets me nowhere, like those women, sign me up to be bad. I'm gonna be bad. Good. I'll be the bad one. Let me be the bad one.
Married within a certain time, or you want certain things or certain commitment, you will have that. So all I'm saying to you is, we just got to be careful the message that we send out to the younger women, because
younger women, let me give you a message. I'm gonna tell you this message. Take your time, enjoy your life, and attract the energy you want to attract. Make sure you are the person you want to attract. That's number one. Number 2, yes, you do have to start thinking about certain things like that. That is true. You should balance. You can have fun. You can also date. You can go to school. You can meet new people. You can be more like balanced in that way. You don't have to isolate yourself unless you want to. If you want to and you like to live in like a recluse, that's fine. But if you do end up wanting to get married, you do want to find a partner, you're still just going to live your life. Enjoy, because you might meet your man while you're abroad. Hello! What is he talking about? I was literally in Korea in my 30s living my best life. Met my husband at that time. And no, that is not everyone's story. Everyone's story is different. You might meet yours at the grocery store if you want to get married. If not, hell, you should have even more of an incentive to have fun and live your life. Nothing is promised. We don't know. Why is this man talking as if, oh, if you want to be a good wife, you got to let these young girls know, train them up so they could be like, the girls we want. Train them up. Let them know. No, they're trying to make you feel guilty for living your best life. That's what it is. You're having too much fun. They don't like it. They like it when they're the ones having fun and you just sitting here praying. Wait, where's my cross my mama gave me? Let's do this. Hold up. Oh, it's entangled. What happened? You got entangled. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna bring this. My mom gave me this. Yeah. You holding your cross. I was supposed to hold it over. You holding your cross like this, praying. You pray for days like these. Oh, it's dusty. I need to go and clean it. I pray for days like these. That's what he wants y'all to do.
There is a time frame, and there are things that do affect them.
I have to laugh because women, you are being lied to, and you are eating up the lies. Time waits for no man. You have a body clock. Some of you guys are literally being gassed up by people you don't need to do.
Let it rot.
Gassed up.
Let it rot. If these are the options, let it boom. Let that clock tick. Like I said, let it boom explode.
You need to tell these women the truth, okay? You're an older woman. You have children. You need to tell these women that they need to act out.
You're older and you have children, and you know what they tell me? Please take your time. All of them. Across the board. My own mother. My mother. Married. 6 children. Still married. Take your time. Go to school. Get your education. This ain't the life you want. Get your education. Have your career. And then you could think about dating. That's what my mama said. Mama said that. My mama said that. Okay.
When I tell them, they're going to say, oh, you hate women. Guess what? I love you guys. And I'm telling you to act now.
China, I agreed with what you said until the last bit, what you just said. Basically, it's the truth. Like, women can do whatever you want to do. I speak to women, a lot of women that have reached, like, the older part of their life as well. And all of them that have just gone and just done whatever they want to do, majority of them said if they could do it again, they would do it differently. Whether we like it or not, men are men, women are women, and that's just that. We have different biological clocks. We have different ways that we age, and that's just what it is.
Hold up, what
it
did
don't
she
have
say?
to be fair, but older
Let's
part
go
of
back.
You're an older woman. You have children. You need to tell these women that they need to act.
I feel like I gotta give her a red
When I
flag,
tell
yo.
them, they're going to say, oh, you hate women. Guess what? I love you guys. And I'm telling you to act now.
China, I agreed with what you said until the last bit, what you just said. Basically, it's the truth. Like, women can do whatever you want to do. I speak to women, a lot of women that have reached, like, the older part of their life as well. And all of them that have just gone and just done whatever they want to do, majority of them said if they could do it again, they would do it differently. Whether we like it or not.
Everyone is different, y'all. That's why you need to know thyself. If you are the type of person who wants badly to have children and get married, then your trajectory is going to be different. If you're the type of person who knows that you don't want children, or you don't really care about that, you just want to get your education, you want to get your finances, you have goals in life that you want to reach independently, you're going to have a different trajectory in life. Everyone is different, y'all. That's why this one size fits all conversation doesn't make sense to me. It still doesn't. Yeah, those women who regretted it, you know why they regretted it? Because they felt like they were missing something. Again, they're thinking, because they're valuing marriage and children and propping it up as a fantasy. That's why. But I know countless of other women who have not regretted a single thing. I don't regret anything, y'all. Nothing. Nothing at all. I do not. You know what I do regret? I'll give y'all my regrets. 2 regrets I have in life. Not listening to my intuition when I should have, and dating those dusties I dated in the past. Hello. I wish I could erase all of them. If that's my preference. I wish I could have just started from zero. Started from scratch. Skip all the men. And then jump to Korea. That's it. That's what I wish I did. Erase the time I wasted. The little 20s I wasted. I wish I could have erased that time frame. That's what I wish. But do I regret living my life and traveling, living? Hell no. I would do it again. Sign me up again. Sign me up. If I had to go back in time and they were like, hey, you have the option. You're going to do, what you did, or you're going to, I'm going to go right back. Round 2.
Men are men, women are women, and that's just that. We have different biological clocks. We have different ways that we age, and that's just what it is. It don't have to be fair, but that's how it goes. So as a woman, I just feel like you shouldn't be telling girls to just go and do what you want. Because to me, I do believe body count does matter.
Oh, of course you do. Okay, we already know what's going on. Body counts matters only to women, but what about to men? You should be telling them they have a higher. I can guarantee you all those men have a higher body count than those women. That's the problem.
Do you understand? There's things about energy and stuff. You have a wifey aura, you have a wifey thing about you.
That I agree. I agree. She's right about that. She is right about that. You do have energy. Yes, all that stuff does come to you. But what I'm trying to say is that the men should also be having this type of conversation. That's not right. Why do we demonize women but not men? This is the problem I have. The double standards. If we say no one should have a high body count, that means across the board.
Whole aura and everybody, you're just an empty vessel. Do you think a man's going to want to look at you and call you a wife, like want to marry you? It doesn't work. Some of them do, but remember there's a lid for every pot. I'm not saying like you're not going to meet someone, but majority of the women that I speak to that have just gone and done whatever they want and didn't think about those things from early, like the type of partner they wanted, if they wanted children, when it gets later on, sometimes it is late, and that you've got loads of time. I do think it's a comforting lie. At the end of the day, when God says yes, it's yes. I'm not saying you can't have kids late. I'm not saying you can't marry when you're 90. But if you want a certain quality of living, a certain security to build and those type of things, you need to be looking at them things from early.
Hold on. Sam, you said, because I see people clapping what you said. There's this Nigerian auntie that said her generation is for the champions of atrocities from emotional torture, and that we should make a new path for ourselves and not just accept anything that comes. Amen. Thank you, Nigerian auntie. She understands. That's the type of advice we need to hear. And I agree with this sis when she said the later part that you need to know what you want. I agree with that. Know what you want. Know what you want. You have to know what you want. That is an important fact. But I agree with that auntie, yes. You gotta remember, whoever you have children with is going to be, this is the next generation. If you get with a degenerate, your generation is going to be full of what? Degenerates. That's what it is. If you have a bummy husband, guess what? You know who's going to pick up those bummy tendencies? Your child.
He says it's calm. When I say I get names called.
Okay, so I'm going to interject there quickly. I'm going to split the children and the marriage in half, because as Cardo said, you can get married at any age.
No! Put them together. Why are we splitting them up? Why are we splitting? This is why we have that baby mama, baby daddy epidemic.
That's not a problem. One thing about the children thing that bothers me is I do feel there is a very large exaggeration on it. When we go into it and you find who's done a lot of studies, it's white men who have done a lot of these studies and brought all these statistics out. So when you think about it, a lot of it doesn't actually genuinely suit the way the woman body functions. There's a lot of things that I've read and I've learned that contradict what I learned in science in secondary school, because it's just not true. That's the first part I wanted to say. The second part that I wanted to say is, I feel like I've reached a certain age. I'm 27. where I have a partner, so it doesn't matter.
She's
But if I
gorgeous, by
was
the
to
way.
meet somebody new, if a man was to open his mouth and ask me, what is your body count? You're getting blocked.
Yeah.
So at what age do
You
you
should.
think it is now childish to ask that
Absolutely.
question, what is your body count?
That wasn't even the question.
That was
That was never the question.
question. It's important because it's going to link back.
I got you.
Wait, so let me answer that and you say that. So I don't think, okay, so you don't have to tell anybody your body count. But if this guy's about to marry you, he's about to be your husband, and he's about to, you know, present you as his wife, and you're going to become one, then if anyone's going to know anything about you, it's going to be him. Now, there shouldn't be an issue, really, unless you're ashamed of your body count. Now, if you're ashamed of your body count, it will say to me that you're ashamed because you know that your body count shouldn't be high. So now there's a few...
Y'all want to know what my husband told me? I'm going to tell y'all real quick. I'm sorry I keep pausing. We're almost done for my late hours, my night hours. Thank you for rocking with me. But this is a very important conversation. Y'all want to know how we had the body count conversation? We never did. Where's the mic? I don't want to drop my mic. It's going to make noise. We never did. Because we're mature. We know that we each had a past before we met each other. You know what the important conversation was? Do you have STDs? Did you get tested? When's the last time you got tested? That's the important conversation. I don't care how many people he slept with, to be quite honest with you. That doesn't matter to me. I know he can sexually discipline himself because he was celibate before he met me, and I was celibate before I met him. We weren't on that. And I don't care. Unless he's a sex addict, that does not matter to me, what he did before he met me. I need to know what STDs you have. That's what we need to know. I need to know how disciplined you are with your body. That's what I need to know. Everyone will have a past, guys. Some people, maybe not, but some people will. Have you grown from that? That's what we need to have conversations about. That's what we need to have conversations about. How many partners have you had in the past? You know why that would matter to me? Is if there's some type of STD or general venereal disease or something like that. I need to know what's going on. Did you get your test? Are they clean? Let me see the results. That's what I need to know. I need to know that. This doesn't make any difference. And yes, married or not married. Exactly. Exactly. And you could tell a lot about a man. By the way, y'all, this is another thing that I've learned in life. My experience. You can learn a lot about a man on how he conducts his life. Consistency. If he is extremely disciplined, then best believe that he will be disciplined in all areas of his life. It is it's almost impossible to be very disciplined in certain areas of your life and not disciplined in others. You'll be disciplined to a certain extent. And yeah, of course, everybody has room for improvement. You can tell by how they talk. Right now, I can tell all these men not qualified to be husbands. None of them. None. None. They're more worried about body count than values. That's what they're worried about. That's a problem, y'all. It's a big problem. That's why I don't like that conversation when girls be like, oh yeah, I don't have a high body. Just letting y'all know. One hand. That's my type of partners. But at the same time, it doesn't matter. 1 hand, 2 hands, 20 hands. Everyone has different experiences. Some people go through life differently, and we have to acknowledge that. Now, if you're going to be with somebody and he's still slinging his dick everywhere, this advice does not apply. This advice applies to people who maybe were reckless in the past and now they've learned. They've become better. We need to keep and save space for people who improve. That happens a lot, y'all. That's why this conversation makes no sense to me. How many women have these men slept with? A lot, I can guarantee you. But do they deserve to be with somebody? I'm not judging them based off of their body count. You know why I'm judging them? I'm judging them based off of what they're saying, the conversations that they're having. That's what I'm judging. And they're not qualified to be husbands. But best believe I was not even thinking about the body count. That's the furthest thing from my mind. I'm thinking about what are they talking about? The rhetoric they're spewing. And it makes no sense. You're more worried about body count. And let me tell y'all something. And I'm not trying to throw a race of women under the bus. But they would not have this same type of standard for white women. Hello! Y'all know how many white women I've seen at them frat parties when I was in college, guys. They don't have a problem finding a husband. Guzzling. That's all I'm going to say. Guzzling. Going through everybody. And I'm not saying that to be like, oh, they're so da-da-da. I'm just saying it as facts. Factually. They want us to be prudish. But the other races of women, they don't have the same standard for them. Best believe. Best believe. If anybody is the most less ran through race, I would say it's us, because we're expected to be almost close to pure for us. You don't have a high body count, but yet they're going to be with Becky, who got 50, 100. Don't even know it. I remember there was this girl in high school, Tammy. Tammy done went through all the football players. Y'all, Tammy's probably married right now. Tammy is probably married with children. Probably has a husband with, I promise you, Tammy came from a Catholic family, y'all. I'm not joking. This is a true story. If you went to my high school, you know who I'm talking about. She even made the ballot list. We had a list where men would be, especially black men, of course, they would have a ballot list. But guess what? White men, they don't care about that. I'm going to tell you why they don't care. Because they know. They expect the women to do all that. They know that. That's not what they care about. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't marry all of their wives. Their wives been, I'm telling y'all from experience. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. But they hold that expectation on you.
The things that we're talking about here. So when people talk about body count, why does body count matter?
It only matters to black women. There's your wake-up call.
Then you ask her what's your body count. I'm not saying you have to tell me what your body count is, but if that's your partner and they're about to marry you, then you should feel comfortable enough to do that. If you do not feel confident enough to release that number, it says something inside you're ashamed of it. Now, that is a personal thing to do with you. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? So you don't know.
I'm not ashamed of my body count. I just don't think it matters. I don't care. It doesn't make me less of a wife, less of a woman. It doesn't devalue me. That's why I don't care.
One has to know your body count. But if someone is about to marry you, he should not step. Wait, hold on. He should not step into a room. You would have your husband step into a room and there's men that you're slept with that.
Okay. You know what? This rhetoric is stupid. It's so dumb, and that's what they're gonna use to keep you in the box. And again, it's your decision what you want to do with your body. What I'm trying to say is they don't have the same standard for everyone. Trust and believe me. Look at Iris and TJ. Perfect example. Love Island season 7. I said it at the beginning of the stream. Iris was with Pepe. Slept with him, obviously. We know that, y'all. Come on now. They slept together. She was with TJ first, slept with him outside when they went to the tent outside. TJ got booted off the show. She was in the same bed as Pepe. They was getting it on, doing their little nightly activities. They even had condoms on the show. Guess what? She's right back with TJ. You think TJ gives a damn? He doesn't care. He knows that's part of the program because other men are mature. They understand that. Red flag. How come black men don't get it yet? How come you don't get it? They get that. They understand. Oh, she wasn't with me. I get it. They understand that. But you don't.
I know you, knowledge of you and your body, and he doesn't know.
So you think if your wife-to-be tells you that she slept with 10 men, you're going to know exactly...
Y'all talk about all these pipelines. All right, let's play. This is almost done. I'm done.
No, that's
You
what I'm
still
asking.
can.
Wait, hold on.
Let me finish. Let me land. You still can step in the room and see.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. That's
the number and
that's
the people.
another. Okay, that's
so
another
then,
thing.
After she tells you the number, does she now have to name them all?
No, she doesn't. No,
because I don't think that she's ashamed.
They would never do that with a white woman or another race of woman. Next, they would never. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't date them. That's my point. It's a dumb conversation, but it only happens within the black community. This is black love conversation, but when they're interracially dating, you're never going to hear that conversation. Just best believe that.
If she doesn't tell you, I just don't think it's any of your business.
Wait. She asked the question. We didn't throw this out. She made it about body count, so she threw it to the men. So I said, if I'm going to marry you, yeah, and we're about to go into a life and have kids with you, yeah, I love you enough to present you as to the whole world, okay? All I've said to you, just tell me your past so I know this, and then you lie or you don't tell me. It says to me...
But what did you ask her that way earlier? Before the marriage. You're about to marry her. If she said something you don't like, you're going to not marry now.
You create a hypothetical scenario, so I'm answering it. I'm simply saying... If I'm your husband, I'm about to marry you, I love you, I want to have kids with you. And I ask you a question,
I agree
and then you lie to me, it says to me, you are ashamed of your body count because if it wasn't...
I didn't say the girl lied. I just said you asked her, what age do you not ask about body count? I didn't say the girl lied.
Okay, what I'm trying to say to you, if your man asks you and is about to marry you and have kids with you... You should know how your body's right.
If he's asking me that, he's not the man for me. Why do you need to know? Unless it's for health reasons, there's no reason we need to know that. To be quite honest with you. Like I said, I don't care. And also, like...
it's not about knowing. If you do not want to tell me, or you're ashamed, it says there's a reason for that.
What if she's not ashamed? What if she just tells you?
That's good then.
She changed the question. Whether or not you ask it earlier or you ask it...
you asked that in the beginning.
Listen, okay, we're changing it again,
not
yeah?
just before marriage.
Okay, we're changing it.
You don't want to hear.
Either or, you should ask.
At the end of the day.
Either or, you should ask.
At the end of the day,
you stop. There is no age as far as he's concerned. You will ask.
Okay.
Lord.
Okay, if anyone should know, I think your husband should know. He's meant to be the closest person to you.
I've spoke to multiple
Why are you
men.
hiding?
Listen, I've spoke to multiple men, and they say every time they ask a woman their body count and they say a number, they automatically double it or triple it.
Yeah, because you're probably lying anyway, to be fair.
That's my point. Why ask if you don't think... Let me finish. Why ask if you don't think you're going to get the
In that case, then drop the number low, so when I triple it, it's not...
It doesn't matter.
If you don't think you're getting the truth,
It really
what's the
doesn't.
point of the question?
Okay, we're going to stop there and we're going to take it to the audience. Yeah? We've got a question.
It's not a question, more of a statement. So I think one of the things we need to put in place when we're talking about kids and parenting is the mental stability, mental health of the parent, because what you don't want is to be a parent and you're surviving being a parent rather than a parent being a healthy parent, because a lot of times you're people that have kids just because, and they don't know the repercussions it takes on a woman's body and a man's mental health when it comes to being a parent in itself. You know what I'm saying? You've got postpartum depression, you've got body regulations, you've got a lot that goes on when it comes to being a parent. So I think my statement is to be considerate of not just the time scale of having a kid, but more so the mental health and actually being available to be there for this kid, because they didn't ask to be here.
Thank you.
And you're putting this child
I like him. He's always talking some sense into this group.
into a forum of, it could be toxicity, but it could be healthy.
Yeah, so my name is Dave on the radio. On Backchat, and then sexual chocolate.
Shout outs to the young version of Morgan. You get me? I see you, my guy. Give me them boys tips, you get me? So I know how to chat to the ladies. I see you.
So can I go with what you said? And this is what I was saying earlier about when you guys are saying, oh, there's an age, or you're saying 30, it's like people like me, I don't want to get married or have kids early. Do you know what I mean? And then if you're going around saying you need to do it by 30, you need to, okay, then I rush myself into do it with the wrong person and I don't want to do it. Yeah. I'm now raising children that I don't want. Correct. And I will end up hating because I never wanted to do it. But because somebody... Yeah, because if I don't want a kid and I'm rushing because people are telling me you're running out of time, hurry up and have your kid. She's right. I'm not going to enjoy it.
You don't have to hate them.
Resent. Oh, you don't have to hate them because you're not taking care of them. Red flag, that's what you do. She's going to be with the kid, not you. If anything, women are way more responsible. We're the ones who stay and raise the children majority of the time. Shut up.
Quick one. I was also going to say, sometimes when you guys talk, is as though every single person that got married young and has kids is happy. It's been happy. That's my other thing, because I've had a few friends that are like, girl, I'm living vicariously through you. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they're at home with their kids, they're bogged down with family life. They can't quite invest in themselves the way that they could have. Do you get what I'm saying? I think there's pros and cons to both sides. I understand that. Correct. Of course, our body clock is not the same as men. Absolutely. I'm never going to put that out there. I'm not going to say women wait. But I'm just going to say, do what you...
I'm going to say, women wait, please. Women wait. Take your time. And when I say take your time, this is what they don't understand. They think take your time is taking your sweet time. No, it's waiting for the right person. You cannot control that. You can't. So wouldn't it be better to just live your life? Like, I don't understand why they're putting it on the women. If anything, women are usually waiting for men to be the ones to lead and to be the ones to pursue us. Why does the work have to be on us? Why is the onus on us? That's what I need to ask. What's she supposed to do? Just sit and wait? Would you rather sit and wait or travel and wait? You choose one.
There's a little bit of wiggle room. I'm talking about investing in yourself. I'm talking about maybe traveling the world.
Thank you.
Making new friends. That kind of thing. Doing a course. No, doing
kind
a
of
course.
friends is
Learning
that,
a language. Learning to play an instrument. Every single time it goes to sex. And there are so many friends that I have that are abstaining.
Throw them in the garbage bin. The men, throw them in there. UK, you got a problem.
That's what I feel like.
UK, you have a problem.
What kind of females do you talk to? It's like you surround yourself.
UK, y'all have a problem.
Specific to me again.
Yeah, because why do you keep talking
No. As I said, I generalize, but you always make it specific to me. At the end of the day, we've already come to the conclusion that men and women are different. And we have different repercussions. If I sleep with 1,000 women, I'm sure it's not going to matter to the woman that I want to be with. She's not going to think, oh, you slept with bare women. They're not going to think that.
Why wouldn't they? I would actually think that you see, this is the reason why this conversation is stupid. This is why. If he slept with 1,000 women, it's okay. That's fine. If she slept with 1,000 men, oh my God, it's such a problem. You had 1,000 penises in you. Oh my God. But then you stuck your penis in 1,000 women. What's the damn difference? Stupid. Y'all, we need to get better. What's the education level on this panel, man? I'm gonna need to know. For the men. The women are cooking here.
99% of the time, if a woman has slept around and slept with loads of men, you're not going to get a top quality guy. You're not. You're not going to get a...
Really? Is he's serious, right? If you slept with a lot of men, you're not going to get a top quality guy?
You want.
But that's cultural. White people really don't care about those things.
You're all right, bro. What about white people for?
We're going to stop
What do
there.
you mean, white
We're going to take it back
What
to
are you
the
trying to
audience.
say?
Yeah, we're going to stop there.
White people didn't throw their pussy out.
Hold on, stop.
What are you trying to say about white people?
Guys, my friend, please.
White people don't have standards?
All the 5 of you right now, actually, you're not eligible. Yes, none of you are actually eligible bachelors for a woman of high quality in her prime years.
Yes,
you are getting older.
Okay, that's part 2. We gotta watch part 2 tomorrow, y'all.
Is in her prime to have
yes,
children.
I almost didn't. I was like, oh, I'm not watching. Oh, we watching part 2 tomorrow.
It's the fact. It's the fact. So the problem is, my point is, men, listen.
Y'all got a problem, man. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm gonna read a few comments. Y'all got a big problem in the UK. You guys have a huge problem. These your men? Pack it up. Wrap this right up. Wrap it up. These are the men. These are the qualified men that you speak of in the UK. These are the qualified black men. These men right here. America, trust me, you're no better. These are the men that are representatives. You know, when they see them, they look at us, right? Being very transparent right now, very honest. Give me 2 minutes and then we wrapping this up. When they look at them, they look at us. They see us. This is our reflection. It's very embarrassing. This is sad, y'all. This is sad. One conversation talking about body count. The other conversation talking about having kids. You can't, don't delay having kids. You gotta rush and have kids. But marriage, you could take your time. And then we wonder why our economic power is non-existent. We know how to buy. We have the money. To be quite honest with you, we know how to buy. We have the purchasing power. But we don't have the actual power when it matters. This is why. These are the leaders, y'all. Remember, men are the leaders. These are the leaders. These are the leaders that you're supposed to be with, y'all. Lord. Straight Sudengi. Hold on, I'm going to read a few comments and then we're out for tonight. At the end of the day, my body, my choice. Exactly. Preach. Yes. Your body, your choice. That's it. Don't let anyone ever make you feel ashamed and embarrassed. Ever. Ever. If you slept with a lot of... Who cares? People can change, guys. People can change. That's what I don't understand. That's why this conversation doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. Straight Sudegi, the star that fell. Sudegi is the word of the day. Sudegi means trash in Korean. I wouldn't say qualified. They're definitely men, just not qualified for anything. Child, they are not qualified, yo. Those men, My biggest regret, knowing that black men represent the black community secondhand. That's what it is. It's secondhand embarrassment for me, y'all. I'm also involved in it. Even though I am married to an Asian man, people still, when I walk out on the streets, I'm a black woman. First and foremost. Unless my husband comes with me, I am a black woman to people. So when they go on social media and they see these kind of things, those men are a representative of who we are. Unfortunately, I know it's not what we want, but it's the truth. And look at us. We're doing amazing. We're killing it. And then look at them. Still talking about body counts. Y'all, we done for tonight. Thank you so much for watching this live stream. I love you guys a long way. Stay tuned for tomorrow. I'm going to hop on a little earlier tomorrow so that way I don't stay too late. So anyway, see y'all tomorrow for part 2 and we're going to watch another video. I'll keep it short this time. Well, I always say that, but whatever. Anyways, have a good night, y'all. Love y'all. And please don't stay up too late. All right. Bye.